I have known only one person in my life who claimed to have seen a ghost. It was a woman, and the interesting thing is that she disbelieved in the immortality of the soul before seeing the ghost, and still disbelieves after having seen it. She thinks it was a hallucination. In other words, seeing is not believing. This is the first thing to get clear in talking about miracles. Whatever experiences we may have, we shall not regard them as miraculous if we already hold a philosophy which excludes the supernatural. Any event which is claimed as a miracle is, in the last resort, an experience received from the senses, and the senses are not infallible. We can always say we have been the victims of an illusion. If we disbelieve in the supernatural, this is what we always shall say. Hence, whether miracles have really ceased or not, they would certainly appear to cease in Western Europe as materialism became the popular creed. For let us make no mistake, if the end of the world appeared in all the literal trappings of the apocalypse, if the modern materialist saw with his own eyes the heavens rolled up and the great white throne appearing, if he had the sensation of being himself hurled into the lake of fire, he would continue forever in that lake itself to regard his experience as an illusion and to find the explanation of it in psychoanalysis or cerebral pathology. Experience by itself proves nothing. If a man doubts whether he is dreaming or waking, no experiment can solve his doubt, since every experiment may itself be part of the dream. Experience proves this or that or nothing, according to the preconceptions we bring to it. This fact, that the interpretation of experiences depends on preconceptions, is often used as an argument against miracles. It is said that our ancestors, taking the supernatural for granted and greedy of wonders, read the miraculous into events that were not really miracles. And, in a sense, I grant it. That is to say, I think that just as our preconceptions would prevent us from apprehending miracles if they really occurred, so their preconceptions would lead them to imagine miracles even if they did not occur. In the same way, the doting man will think his wife faithful when she is not, and the suspicious man will not think her faithful when she is. The question of her actual fidelity remains, meanwhile, to be settled, if at all, on other grounds. But there is one thing often said about our ancestors which we must not say. We must not say they believed in miracles because they did not know the laws of nature. This is nonsense. When St. Joseph discovered that his bride was pregnant, he was minded to put her away. He knew enough biology for that. Otherwise, of course, he would not have regarded pregnancy as a proof of infidelity. When he accepted the Christian explanation, he regarded it as a miracle precisely because he knew enough of the laws of nature to know that this was a suspension of them. When the disciples saw Christ walking on the water, they were frightened. They would not have been frightened unless they had known the laws of nature and known that this was an exception. If a man had no conception of a regular order in nature, then of course he could not notice departures from that order. Just as a dunce who does not understand the normal meter of a poem is also unconscious of the poet's variations from it. Nothing is wonderful except the abnormal, and nothing is abnormal until we have grasped the norm. Complete ignorance of the laws of nature would preclude the perception of the miraculous just as rigidly as complete disbelief in the supernatural precludes it, perhaps even more so. For while the materialist would have at least to explain miracles away, the man wholly ignorant of nature would simply not notice them. The experience of a miracle in fact requires two conditions. First, we must believe in a normal stability of nature, which means we must recognize that the data offered by our senses recur in regular patterns. Secondly, we must believe in some reality beyond nature. When both beliefs are held, and not till then, we can approach with an open mind the various reports which claim that this super or extra-natural reality has sometimes invaded and disturbed the sensuous content of space and time which makes our natural world. The belief in such a supernatural reality itself can neither be proved nor disproved by experience. The arguments for its existence are metaphysical, and, to me, conclusive. They turn on the fact that even to think and act in the natural world, we have to assume something beyond it, and even assume that we partly belong to that something. In order to think, we must claim for our own reasoning a validity which is not credible if our own thought is merely a function of our brain, and our brains a byproduct of irrational physical processes. In order to act above the level of mere impulse, we must claim a similar validity for our judgments of good and evil. In both cases, we get the same disquieting result. The concept of nature itself is one we have reached only tacitly by claiming a sort of supernatural status for ourselves. If we frankly accept this position and then turn to the evidence, we find, of course, that accounts of the supernatural meet us on every side. History is full of them, often in the same documents which we accept wherever they do not report miracles. Respectable missionaries report on them not infrequently. The whole Church of Rome claims their continued occurrence. Intimate conversation elicits from almost every acquaintance at least one episode in his life which is what he would call queer or rum. No doubt most stories of miracles are unreliable, but then, as anyone can see by reading the papers, so are most stories of all events. Each story must be taken on its merits. What one must not do is to rule out the supernatural as the one impossible explanation. Thus you may disbelieve in the Mons angels, because you cannot find a sufficient number of sensible people who say they saw them. Lewis is referring to the story that angels appeared protecting British troops in their retreat from Mons, France, on the 26th of August, 1914. But if you found a sufficient number, it would, in my view, be unreasonable to explain this by collective hallucination. For we know enough of psychology to know that spontaneous unanimity in hallucination is very improbable, and we do not know enough of the supernatural to know that a manifestation of angels is equally improbable. The supernatural theory is the less improbable of the two. When the Old Testament says that Sennacherib's invasion was stopped by angels, and Herodotus says it was stopped by a lot of mice who came and ate up all the bowstrings of his army, an open-minded man will be on the side of the angels. Unless you start by begging the question, there is nothing intrinsically unlikely in the existence of angels or in the action ascribed to them. But mice just don't do these things. A great deal of skepticism now current about the miracles of our Lord does not, however, come from disbelief of all reality beyond nature. It comes from two ideas, which are respectable, but, I think, mistaken. In the first place, modern people have an almost aesthetic dislike of miracles. Admitting that God can, they doubt if he would. To violate the laws he himself has imposed on his creation seems to them arbitrary, clumsy, a theatrical device only fit to impress savages, a solecism against the grammar of the universe. In the second place, many people confuse the laws of nature with the laws of thought, and imagine that their reversal or suspension would be a contradiction in terms, as if the resurrection of the dead were the same sort of thing as 2 and 2 making 5. I have only recently found the answer to the first objection. I found it first in George MacDonald, and then later in St. Athanasius. This is what St. Athanasius says in his little book on the Incarnation. Our Lord took a body like to ours and lived as a man, in order that those who had refused to recognize him in his superintendence and captaincy of the whole universe might come to recognize from the works he did here below in the body that what dwelled in this body was the Word of God. This accords exactly with Christ's own account of his miracles. The Son can do nothing of himself but what he seeth the Father do. The doctrine, as I understand it, is something like this. There is an activity of God displayed throughout creation, a wholesale activity, let us say, which men refuse to recognize. The miracles done by God incarnate, living as a man in Palestine, perform the very same things as this wholesale activity, but at a different speed and on a smaller scale. One of their chief purposes is that men, having seen a thing done by personal power on the small scale, may recognize, when they see the same thing done on the large scale, that the power behind it is also personal, is indeed the very same person who lived among us 2,000 years ago. The miracles, in fact, are a retelling in small letters of the very same story which is written across the whole world in letters too large for some of us to see. Of that larger script, part is already visible, part is still unsolved. In other words, some of the miracles do locally what God has already done universally. Others do locally what he has not yet done, but will do. In that sense, and from our human point of view, some are reminders and others prophecies. God creates the vine and teaches it to draw up water by its roots, and, with the aid of the sun, to turn that water into a juice which will ferment and take on certain qualities. Thus every year, from Noah's time till ours, God turns water into wine. That men fail to see. Either, like the pagans, they refer the process to some finite spirit, Bacchus or Dionysus, or else, like the moderns, they attribute real and ultimate causality to the chemical and other material phenomena which are all that our senses can discover in it. But when Christ at Cana makes water into wine, the mask is off. The miracle has only half its effect if it only convinces us that Christ is God. It will have its full effect if, whenever we see a vineyard or drink a glass of wine, we remember that here works he who sat at the wedding party in Cana. Every year God makes a little corn into much corn. The seed is sown, and there is an increase. And men, according to the fashion of their age, say, "It is Ceres, it is Adonis, it is the corn king," or else, "It is the laws of nature." The close-up, the translation of this annual wonder, is the feeding of the 5,000. Bread is not made there of nothing. Bread is not made of stones, as the devil once suggested to our Lord in vain. A little bread is made into much bread. The Son will do nothing but what he sees the Father do. There is, so to speak, a family style. The miracles of healing fall into the same pattern. This is sometimes obscured for us by the somewhat magical view we tend to take of ordinary medicine. The doctors themselves do not take this view. The magic is not in the medicine, but in the patient's body. What the doctor does is to stimulate nature's functions in the body, or to remove hindrances. In a sense, though we speak for convenience of healing a cut, every cut heals itself. No dressing will make skin grow over a cut on a corpse. That same mysterious energy which we call gravitational when it steers the planets and biochemical when it heals a body is the efficient cause of all recoveries. And if God exists, that energy, directly or indirectly, is his. All who are cured by him, the healer within. But once he did it visibly, a man meeting a man. Where he does not work within, in this mode, the organism dies. Hence, Christ's one miracle of destruction is also in harmony with God's wholesale activity. His bodily hand, held out in symbolic wrath, blasted a single fig tree. But no tree died that year in Palestine, or any year, or in any land, or even ever will, save because he has done something, or, more likely, ceased to do something to it. When he fed the thousands, he multiplied fish as well as bread. Look in every bay and almost every river. This swarming, pulsating fecundity shows he is still at work. The ancients had a god called Genius, the god of animal and human fertility, the presiding spirit of gynecology, embryology, or the marriage bed. The genial bed, as they called it after its god, Genius. As the miracles of wine and bread and healing showed who Bacchus really was, who Ceres, who Apollo, and that all were one, so this miraculous multiplication of fish reveals the real Genius. And with that we stand at the threshold of the miracle which, for some reason, most offends modern ears. I can understand the man who denies the miraculous altogether. But what is one to make of the people who admit some miracles but deny the virgin birth? Is it that for all their lip service to the laws of nature, there is only one law of nature that they really believe? Or is it that they see in this miracle a slur upon sexual intercourse, which is rapidly becoming the one thing venerated in a world without veneration? No miracle is in fact more significant. What happens in ordinary generation? What is a father's function in the act of begetting? A microscopic particle of matter from his body fertilizes the female, and with that microscopic particle passes, it may be, the color of his hair and his great-grandfather's hanging lip, and the human form in all its complexity of bones, liver, sinews, heart, and limbs, and pre-human form which the embryo will recapitulate in the womb. Behind every spermatozoon lies the whole history of the universe. Locked within it is no small part of the world's future. That is God's normal way of making a man. A process that takes centuries, beginning with the creation of matter itself and narrowing to 1 second and 1 particle at the moment of begetting. And once again, men will mistake the sense impressions which this creative act throws off for the act itself, or else refer it to some infinite being such as genius. Once, therefore, God does it directly, instantaneously, without a spermatozoon, without the millenniums of organic history behind the spermatozoon. There was, of course, another reason. This time he was creating not simply a man, but the man who was to be himself, the only true man. The process which leads to the spermatozoon has carried down with it through the centuries much undesirable silt. The life which reaches us by that normal route is tainted. To avoid that taint, to give humanity a fresh start, he once short-circuited the process. There is a vulgar anti-God paper which some anonymous donor sends me every week. In it recently I saw the taunt that we Christians believe in a God who committed adultery with the wife of a Jewish carpenter. The answer to that is that if you describe the action of God in fertilizing Mary as adultery, then, in that sense, God would have committed adultery with every woman who ever had a baby. For what he did once without a human father, he does always even when he uses a human father as his instrument. For the human father in ordinary generation is only a carrier, sometimes an unwilling carrier, always the last in a long line of carriers of life that comes from the supreme life. Thus the filth that our poor, muddled, sincere, resentful enemies fling at the Holy One either does not stick, or, sticking, turns into glory. So much for the miracles which do small and quick what we have already seen in the large letters of God's universal activity. But before I go on to the second class, those which foreshadow parts of the universal activity we have not yet seen, I must guard against a misunderstanding. Do not imagine I am trying to make the miracles less miraculous. I am not arguing that they are more probable because they are less like unnatural events. I am trying to answer those who think them arbitrary, theatrical, unworthy of God, meaningless interruptions of universal order. They remain, in my view, wholly miraculous. To do instantly with dead and baked corn what ordinarily happens slowly with live seed is just as great a miracle as to make bread of stones. Just as great, but a different kind of miracle. That is the point. When I open Ovid or Grimm, I find the sort of miracles which really would be arbitrary. Trees talk. Houses turn into trees. Magic rings raise tables richly spread with food in lonely places. Ships become goddesses, and men are changed into snakes or birds or bears. It is fun to read about. The least suspicion that it had really happened would turn that fun into nightmare. You find no miracles of that kind in the Gospels. Such things, if they could be, would prove that some alien power was invading nature. They would not in the least prove that it was the same power which had made nature and rules her every day. But the true miracles express not simply a God, but God. That which is outside nature, not as a foreigner, but as her sovereign. They announce not merely that a king has visited our town, but that it is the king, our king. The second class of miracles, on this view, foretell what God has not yet done, but will do universally. He raised one man, the man who was himself from the dead, because he will one day raise all men from the dead. Perhaps not only men, for there are hints in the New Testament that all creation will eventually be rescued from decay, restored to shape, and subserve the splendor of remade humanity. The transfiguration and the walking on the water are glimpses of the beauty and the effortless power over all matter which will belong to men when they are really waked by God. Now, resurrection certainly involves reversal of natural process in the sense that it involves a series of changes moving in the opposite direction to those we see. At death, matter which has been organic falls back gradually into the inorganic, to be finally scattered and used, perhaps, in other organisms. Resurrection would be the reverse process. It would not, of course, mean the restoration to each personality of those very atoms, numerically the same, which had made its first or natural body. There would not be enough to go round, for one thing, and for another, the unity of the body even in this life was consistent with the slow but perplexed change of its actual ingredients. But it certainly does mean matter of some kind rushing towards organism as we now see it rushing away. It means, in fact, playing backwards a film we have already seen played forwards. In that sense, it is a reversal of nature. But, of course, it is a further question whether reversal in this sense is necessarily contradiction. Do we know that the film cannot be played backwards? Well, in one sense, it is precisely the teaching of modern physics that the film never works backwards. For modern physics, as you have heard before, the universe is running down. Disorganization and chance is continually increasing. There will come a time, not infinitely remote, when it will be wholly run down or wholly disorganized, and science knows of no possible return from that state. There must have been a time, not infinitely remote, in the past when it was wound up, though science knows of no winding up process. The point is that for our ancestors the universe was a picture. For modern physics it is a story. If the universe is a picture, these things either appear in that picture or not. And if they don't, since it is an infinite picture, one may suspect that they are contrary to the nature of things. But a story is a different matter, especially if it is an incomplete story. And the story told by modern physics might be told briefly in the words, Humpty Dumpty was falling. That is, it proclaims itself an incomplete story. There must have been a time before he fell, when he was sitting on the wall. There must be a time after he had reached the ground. It is quite true that science knows of no horses and men who can put him together again once he has reached the ground and broken. But then she also knows of no means by which he could originally have been put on the wall. You wouldn't expect her to. All science rests on observation. All our observations are taken during Humpty Dumpty's fall, because we were born after he lost his seat on the wall, and shall be extinct long before he reaches the ground. But to assume from observations taken while the clock is running down that the unimaginable winding up which must have preceded this process cannot occur when the process is over is the merest dogmatism. From the very nature of the case, the laws of degradation and disorganization which we find in nature at present cannot be the ultimate and eternal nature of things. If they were, there would have been nothing to degrade and disorganize. Humpty Dumpty can't fall off a wall that never existed. Obviously, an event which lies outside the falling or disintegrating process which we know as nature is not imaginable. If anything is clear from the records of our Lord's appearances after his resurrection, it is that the risen body was very different from the body that died, and that it lives under conditions quite unlike those of natural life. It is frequently not recognized by those who see it, and it is not related to space in the same way as our bodies. The sudden appearances and disappearances suggest the ghost of popular tradition. Yet he emphatically insists that he is not merely a spirit, and takes steps to demonstrate that the risen body can still perform animal operations, such as eating. What makes all this baffling to us is our assumption that to pass beyond what we call nature, beyond the 3 dimensions and the 5 highly specialized and limited senses, is immediately to be in a world of pure negative spirituality, a world where space of any sort and sense of any sort has no function. I know no grounds for believing this. To explain even an atom, the Austrian physicist Arthur Schrödinger wants 7 dimensions. And give us new senses, and we should find a new nature. There may be natures piled upon natures, each supernatural to the one beneath it, before we come to the abyss of pure spirit. And to be in that abyss, at the right hand of the Father, may not mean being absent from any of these natures, may mean a yet more dynamic presence on all levels. That is why I think it very rash to assume that the story of the Ascension is mere allegory. I know it sounds like the work of people who imagined an absolute up and down and a local heaven in the sky. But to say this is, after all, to say, assuming that the story is fake, we could thus explain how it arose. Without that assumption, we find ourselves moving about in worlds unrealized, with no probability or improbability to guide us. For if the story is true, then a being still in some mode, though not our mode, corporeal, withdrew at his own will from the nature presented by our 3 dimensions and 5 senses, not necessarily into the non-sensuous and undimensioned, but possibly into or through a world or worlds of supersense and superspace. And he might choose to do it gradually. Who on earth knows what the spectators might see? If they say they saw a momentary movement along the vertical plane, then an indistinct mass, then nothing, Who is to pronounce this improbable? My time is nearly up, and I must be very brief with the second class of people whom I promised to deal with. Those who mistake the laws of nature for laws of thought, and, therefore, think that any departure from them is a self-contradiction, like a square circle or 2 and 2 making 5. To think this is to imagine that the normal processes of nature are transparent to the intellect, that we can say why she behaves as she does. For, of course, if we cannot see why a thing is so, then we cannot see any reason why it should not be otherwise. But in fact, the actual course of nature is wholly inexplicable. I don't mean that science has not yet explained it, but may do so some day. I mean that the very nature of explanation makes it impossible that we should even explain why matter has the properties it has. For explanation, by its very nature, deals with a world of ifs and ands. Every explanation takes the form, since A, therefore B, or if C, then D. In order to explain any event, you have to assume the universe as a going concern, a machine working in a particular way. Since this particular way of working is the basis of all explanation, it can never be itself explained. We can see no reason why it should not have worked a different way. To say this is not only to remove the suspicion that miracle is self-contradictory, but also to realize how deeply right St. Athanasius was when he found an essential likeness between the miracles of our Lord and the general order of nature. Both are a full stop for the explaining intellect. If the natural means that which can be fitted into a class, that which obeys a norm, that which can be paralleled, that which can be explained by reference to other events, then nature herself as a whole is not natural. If a miracle means that which must simply be accepted, the unanswerable actuality which gives no account of itself but simply is, then the universe is one great miracle. To direct us to that great miracle is one main object of the earthly acts of Christ, that are, as he himself said, signs. They serve to remind us that the explanations of particular events which we derive from the given, the unexplained, the almost willful character of the actual universe, are not explanations of that character. These signs do not take us away from reality, they recall us to it, recall us from our dream world of ifs and ands to the stunning actuality of everything that is real. They are focal points at which more reality becomes visible than we ordinarily see at once. I have spoken of how he made miraculous bread and wine, and of how, when the Virgin conceived, he had shown himself the true genius whom men had ignorantly worshipped long before. It goes deeper than that. Bread and wine were to have an even more sacred significance for Christians, and the act of generations was to be the chosen symbol among all mystics for the union of the soul with God. These things are no accidents. With him there are no accidents. When he created the vegetable world, he knew already what dreams the annual death and resurrection of the corn would cause to stir in pious pagan minds. He knew already that he himself must so die and live again, and in what sense, including and far transcending the old religion of the Corn King. He would say, "This is my body." Common bread, miraculous bread, sacramental bread. These three are distinct, but not to be separated. Divine reality is like a fugue. All his acts are different, but they all rhyme or echo to one another. It is this that makes Christianity so difficult to talk about. Fix your mind on any one story or any one doctrine, and it becomes at once a magnet to which truth and glory come rushing from all levels of being. Our featureless pantheistic unities and glib rationalist distinctions are alike defeated by the seamless yet ever-varying texture of reality, the liveness, the elusiveness, the intertwined harmonies of the multidimensional fertility of God. But if this is the difficulty, it is also one of the firm grounds of our belief. To think that this was a fable, a product of our own brains as they are a product of matter, would be to believe that this vast symphonic splendor had come out of something much smaller and emptier than itself. It is not so. We are nearer to the truth in the vision seen by Julian of Norwich when Christ appeared to her holding in his hand a little thing like a hazelnut and saying, "This is all that is created." And it seemed to her so small and weak that she wondered how it could hold together at all. 3. Dogma and the Universe. It is a common reproach against Christianity that its dogmas are unchanging, while human knowledge is in continual growth. Hence, to unbelievers, we seem to be always engaged in the hopeless task of trying to force the new knowledge into molds which it has outgrown. I think this feeling alienates the outsider much more than any particular discrepancies between this or that doctrine and this or that scientific theory. We may, as we say, get over dozens of isolated difficulties, but that does not alter his sense that the endeavor as a whole is doomed to failure and perverse. Indeed, the more ingenious, the more perverse. For it seems to him clear that, if our ancestors had known what we know about the universe, Christianity would never have existed at all. And, however we patch and mend, no system of thought which claims to be immutable can, in the long run, adjust itself to our growing knowledge. That is the position I am going to try to answer. But before I go on to what I regard as the fundamental answer, I would like to clear up certain points about the actual relations between Christian doctrine and the scientific knowledge we already have. That is a different matter from the continual growth of knowledge we imagine, whether rightly or wrongly, in the future, and which, as some think, is bound to defeat us in the end. In one respect, as many Christians have noticed, contemporary science has recently come into line with Christian doctrine, and parted company with the classical forms of materialism. If anything emerges clearly from modern physics, it is that nature is not everlasting. The universe had a beginning, and will have an end. But the great materialistic systems of the past all believed in the eternity, and thence in the self-existence of matter. As Professor Whittaker said in the Riddle Lectures of 1942, it was never possible to oppose seriously the dogma of the creation, except by maintaining that the world has existed from all eternity in more or less its present state. This fundamental ground for materialism has now been withdrawn. We should not lean too heavily on this, for scientific theories change. But at the moment it appears that the burden of proof rests not on us, but on those who deny that nature has some cause beyond herself. In popular thought, however, the origin of the universe has counted, I think, for less than its character, its immense size and its apparent indifference, if not hostility, to human life. And very often this impresses people all the more because it is supposed to be a modern discovery, an excellent example of those things which our ancestors did not know, and which, if they had known them, would have prevented the very beginnings of Christianity. Here there is a simple historical falsehood. Ptolemy knew just as well as Eddington that the earth was infinitesimal in comparison with the whole content of space. There is no question here of knowledge having grown until the frame of archaic thought is no longer able to contain it. The real question is why the spatial insignificance of the earth, after being known for centuries, should suddenly in the last century have become an argument against Christianity. I do not know why this has happened, but I am sure it does not mark an increased clarity of thought, for the argument from size is, in my opinion, very feeble. When the doctor at a post-mortem diagnoses poison, pointing to the state of the dead man's organs, his argument is rational because he has a clear idea of that opposite state in which the organs would have been found if no poison were present. In the same way, if we use the vastness of space and the smallness of earth to disprove the existence of God, we ought to have a clear idea of the sort of universe we should expect if God did exist. But have we? Whatever space may be in itself, and of course some moderns think it finite, we certainly perceive it as three-dimensional, and to three-dimensional space we can conceive no boundaries. By the very forms of our perceptions, therefore, we must feel as if we lived somewhere in infinite space. If we discovered no objects in this infinite space except those which are of use to man, our own sun and moon, then this vast emptiness would certainly be used as a strong argument against the existence of God. If we discover other bodies, they must be habitable or uninhabitable. And the odd thing is that both these hypotheses are used as grounds for rejecting Christianity. If the universe is teeming with life, this, we are told, reduces to absurdity the Christian claim, or what is thought to be the Christian claim, that man is unique, and the Christian doctrine that to this one planet God came down and was incarnate for us men and our salvation. If, on the other hand, the Earth is really unique, then that proves that life is only an accidental byproduct in the universe, and so again disproves our religion. Really, we are hard to please. We treat God as the police treat a man when he is arrested. Whatever he does will be used in evidence against him. I do not think this is due to our wickedness. I suspect there is something in our very mode of thought which makes it inevitable that we should always be baffled by actual existence, whatever character actual existence may have. Perhaps a finite and contingent creature, a creature that might not have existed, will always find it hard to acquiesce in the brute fact that it is, here and now, attached to an actual order of things. However that may be, it is certain that the whole argument from size rests on the assumption that differences of size ought to coincide with differences of value. For unless they do, there is of course no reason why the minute Earth and the yet smaller human creatures upon it should not be the most important things in a universe that contains the spiral nebulae. Now, is this assumption rational or emotional? I feel, as well as anyone else, the absurdity of supposing that the galaxy could be of less moment in God's eyes than such an atom as a human being. But I notice that I feel no similar absurdity in supposing that a man of 5 feet high may be more important than another man who is 5 feet 3.5, nor that a man may matter more than a tree, or a brain more than a leg. In other words, the feeling of absurdity arises only if the differences of size are very great. But where a relation is perceived by reason, it holds good universally. If size and value had any real connection, small differences in size would accompany small differences in value, as surely as large differences in size accompany large differences in value. But no sane man could suppose that this is so. I don't think the taller man slightly more valuable than the shorter one. I don't allow a slight superiority to trees over men, and then neglect it because it is too small to bother about. I perceive, as long as I am dealing with the small differences of size, that they have no connection with value whatsoever. I therefore conclude that the importance attached to the great differences of size is an affair not of reason, but of emotion, of that peculiar emotion which superiorities in size produce only after a certain point of absolute size has been reached. We are inveterate poets. Our imaginations awake. Instead of mere quantity, we now have a quality, the sublime. Unless this were so, the merely arithmetical greatness of the galaxy would be no more impressive than the figures in a telephone directory. It is thus, in a sense, from ourselves that the material universe derives its power to overawe us. To a mind which did not share our emotions and lacked our imaginative energies, the argument from size would be sheerly meaningless. Men look on the starry heavens with reverence. Monkeys do not. The silence of the eternal spaces terrified Pascal, but it was the greatness of Pascal that enabled them to do so. When we are frightened by the greatness of the universe, we are, almost literally, frightened by our own shadows. For these light years and billions of centuries are mere arithmetic until the shadow of man, the poet, the maker of myth, falls upon them. I do not say we are wrong to tremble at his shadow. It is a shadow of an image of God. But if ever the vastness of matter threatens to overcross our spirits, one must remember that it is matter spiritualized which does so. To puny man, the great nebula in Andromeda owes in a sense its greatness. And this drives me to say yet again that we are hard to please. If the world in which we found ourselves were not vast and strange enough to give us Pascal's terror, what poor creatures we should be. Being what we are, rational but also animate, amphibians who start from the world of sense and proceed through myth and metaphor to the world of spirit, I do not see how we could have come to know the greatness of God without that hint furnished by the greatness of the material universe. Once again, what sort of universe do we demand? If it were small enough to be cozy, it would not be big enough to be sublime. If it is large enough for us to stretch our spiritual limbs in, it must be large enough to baffle us. Cramped or terrified, we must, in any conceivable world, be one or the other. I prefer terror. I should be suffocated in a universe that I could see to the end of. Have you never, when walking in a wood, turned back deliberately for fear you should come out at the other side, and thus make it ever after in your imagination a mere beggarly strip of trees? I hope you do not think I am suggesting that God made the spiral nebulae solely or chiefly in order to give me the experience of awe and bewilderment. I have not the faintest idea why he made them. On the whole, I think it would be rather surprising if I had. As far as I understand the matter, Christianity is not wedded to an anthropocentric view of the universe as a whole. The first chapters of Genesis, no doubt, give the story of creation in the form of a folk tale, a fact recognized as early as the time of St. Jerome, and if you take them alone, you might get that impression. But it is not confirmed by the Bible as a whole. There are few places in the literature where we are more sternly warned against making man the measure of all things than in the book of Job. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook? Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him for a servant? Shall not one be cast down even at the sight of him? In St. Paul, the powers of the sky seem usually to be hostile to man. It is, of course, the essence of Christianity that God loves man and for his sake became man and died. But that does not prove that man is the sole end of nature. In the parable, it was the one lost sheep that the shepherd went in search of. It was not the only sheep in the flock, and we are not told that it was the most valuable, save insofar as the most desperately in need has, while the need lasts, a peculiar value in the eyes of love. The doctrine of the Incarnation would conflict with what we know of this vast universe only if we knew also that there were other rational species in it who had, like us, fallen, and who needed redemption in the same mode, and that they had not been vouchsafed it. But we know none of these things. It may be full of life that needs no redemption. It may be full of life that has been redeemed. It may be full of things quite other than life, which satisfy the divine wisdom in fashions one cannot conceive. We are in no position to draw up maps of God's psychology and prescribe limits to his interests. We would not do so even for a man whom we knew to be greater than ourselves. The doctrines that God is love and that he delights in men are positive doctrines, not limiting doctrines. He is not less than this. What more he may be, we do not know. We know only that he must be more than we can conceive. It is to be expected that his creation should be, in the main, unintelligible to us. Christians themselves have been much to blame for the misunderstanding on these matters. They have a bad habit of talking as if revelation existed to gratify curiosity by illuminating all creation so that it becomes self-explanatory and all questions are answered. But revelation appears to me to be purely practical, to be addressed to the particular animal, fallen man, for the relief of his urgent necessities, not to the spirit of inquiry in man for the gratification of his liberal curiosity. We know that God has visited and redeemed his people, and that tells us just as much about the general character of the creation as a dose given to one sick hen on a big farm tells it about the general character of farming in England. What we must do, which road we must take to the fountain of life, we know, and none who has seriously followed the directions complains that he has been deceived. But whether there are other creatures like ourselves, and how they are dealt with, whether inanimate matter exists only to serve living creatures or for some other reason, whether the immensity of space is a means to some end or an illusion, or simply the natural mode in which infinite energy might be expected to create, on all these points I think we are left to our own speculations. No, it is not Christianity which need fear the giant universe. It is those systems which place the whole meaning of existence in biological or social evolution on our own planet. It is the creative evolutionist, the Bergsonian or Shavian or the communist who should tremble when he looks up at the night sky. For he really is committed to a sinking ship. He really is attempting to ignore the discovered nature of things, as though by concentrating on the possibly upward trend in a single planet, he could make himself forget the inevitable downward trend in the universe as a whole, the trend to low temperatures and irrevocable disorganization. For entropy is the real cosmic wave, and evolution only a momentary Tellurian ripple within it. On these grounds, then, I submit that we Christians have as little to fear as anyone from the knowledge actually acquired. But, as I said at the beginning, that is not the fundamental answer. The endless fluctuations of scientific theory, which seem today so much friendlier to us than in the last century, may turn against us tomorrow. The basic answer lies elsewhere. Let me remind you of the question we are trying to answer. It is this: how can an unchanging system survive the continual increase of knowledge? Now, in certain cases we know very well how it can. A mature scholar reading a great passage in Plato and taking in at one glance the metaphysics, the literary beauty, and the place of both in the history of Europe is in a very different position from a boy learning the Greek alphabet. Yet through that unchanging system of the alphabet, all this vast mental and emotional activity is operating. It has not been broken by the new knowledge. It is not outworn. If it changed, all would be chaos. A great Christian statesman, considering the morality of a measure which will affect millions of lives and which involves economic, geographical and political considerations of the utmost complexity, is in a different position from a boy first learning that one must not cheat or tell lies or hurt innocent people. But only insofar as that first knowledge of the great moral platitude survives unimpaired in the statesman will his deliberation be moral at all. If that goes, then there has been no progress, but only mere change. For change is not progress unless the core remains unchanged. A small oak grows into a big oak. If it became a beech, that would not be growth, but mere change. And thirdly, there is a great difference between counting apples and arriving at the mathematical formulae of modern physics. But the multiplication table is used in both and does not grow out of date. In other words, wherever there is real progress in knowledge, there is some knowledge that is not superseded. Indeed, the very possibility of progress demands that there should be an unchanging element. New bottles for new wine by all means, but not new palates, throats and stomachs, or it would not be, for us, wine at all. I take it we should all agree to find this sort of unchanging element in the simple rules of mathematics. I would add to these the primary principles of morality. And I would also add the fundamental doctrines of Christianity. To put it in rather more technical language, I claim that the positive historical statements made by Christianity have the power, elsewhere found chiefly in formal principles, of receiving, without intrinsic change, the increasing complexity of meaning which increasing knowledge puts into them. For example, it may be true, though I don't for a moment suppose it is, that when the Nicene Creed said, "He came down from heaven," the writers had in mind a local movement from a local heaven to the surface of the earth, like a parachute descent. Others since may have dismissed the idea of a spatial heaven altogether. But neither the significance nor the credibility of what is asserted seems to be in the least affected by the change. On either view, the thing is miraculous. On either view, the mental images which attend the act of belief are inessential. When a Central African convert and a Harley Street specialist both affirm that Christ rose from the dead, there is, no doubt, a very great difference between their thoughts. To one, the simple picture of a dead body getting up is sufficient. The other may think of a whole series of biochemical and even physical processes beginning to work backwards. The doctor knows that, in his experience, they never have worked backwards. But the Negro knows that dead bodies don't get up and walk. Both are faced with miracle, and both know it. If both think miracle impossible, the only difference is that the doctor will expound the impossibility in much greater detail, will give an elaborate gloss on the simple statement that dead men don't walk about. If both believe, all the doctor says will merely analyze and explicate the words, "He rose." When the author of Genesis says that God made man in his own image, he may have pictured a vaguely corporeal God making man as a child makes a figure out of plasticine. A modern Christian philosopher may think of a process lasting from the first creation of matter to the final appearance on this planet of an organism fit to receive spiritual as well as biological life. But both mean essentially the same thing. Both are denying the same thing. The doctrine that matter by some blind power inherent in itself has produced spirituality. Does this mean that Christians on different levels of general education conceal radically different beliefs under an identical form of words? Certainly not. For what they agree on is the substance, and what they differ about is the shadow. When one imagines his God seated in a local heaven above a flat earth, where another sees God and creation in terms of Professor Whitehead's philosophy, this difference touches precisely what does not matter. Perhaps this seems to you an exaggeration. But is it? As regards material reality, we are now being forced to the conclusion that we know nothing about it save its mathematics. The tangible beach and pebbles of our first calculators, the imaginable atoms of Democritus, the plain man's picture of space turn out to be the shadow. Numbers are the substance of our knowledge, the sole liaison between mind and things. What nature is in herself evades us. What seemed to naive perception to be the evident things about her turn out to be the most phantasmal. It is something the same with our knowledge of spiritual reality. What God is in himself, how he is to be conceived by philosophers, retreats continually from our knowledge. The elaborate world pictures which accompany religion, and which look each so solid while they last, turn out to be only shadows. It is religion itself, prayer and sacrament and repentance and adoration, which is here, in the long run, our sole avenue to the real. Like mathematics, religion can grow from within or decay. The Jew knows more than the pagan, the Christian more than the Jew, the modern vaguely religious man less than any of the three. But like mathematics, it remains simply itself, capable of being applied to any new theory of the material universe and outmoded by none. When any man comes into the presence of God, he will find, whether he wishes it or not, that all those things which seem to make him so different from the men of other times, or even from his earlier self, have fallen off him. He is back where he always was, where every man always is. Eadem sunt omnia semper. Everything is always the same. Do not let us deceive ourselves. No possible complexity which we can give to our picture of the universe can hide us from God. There is no copse, no forest, no jungle thick enough to provide cover. We read in Revelation of him that sat on the throne, from whose face the earth and heaven fled away. It may happen to any of us at any moment, in the twinkling of an eye, in a time too small to be measured, and in any place. All that seems to divide us from God can flee away, vanish, leaving us naked before him, like the first man, like the only man, as if nothing but he and I existed. And since that contact cannot be avoided for long, and since it means either bliss or horror, the business of life is to learn to like it. That is the first and great commandment. 4. Answers to questions on Christianity. The answers to questions printed here were given by Lewis at a one-man brains trust, held on the 18th of April 1944 at the head office of Electric and Musical Industries Limited, Hayes, Middlesex. Shorthand notes were made, and a typescript was sent to Lewis. He revised it a little, and it was printed in 1944. Mr. H. W. Bowen was the question master. Lewis. I have been asked to open with a few words on Christianity and modern industry. Now, modern industry is a subject of which I know nothing at all. But for that very reason, it may illustrate what Christianity, in my opinion, does and does not do. Christianity does not replace the technical. When it tells you to feed the hungry, it doesn't give you lessons in cookery. If you want to learn that, you must go to a cook rather than a Christian. If you are not a professional economist and have no experience of industry, simply being a Christian won't give you the answer to industrial problems. My own idea is that modern industry is a radically hopeless system. You can improve wages, hours, conditions, etc., but all that doesn't cure the deepest trouble, i.e., that numbers of people are kept all their lives doing dull repetition work which gives no full play to their faculties. How that is to be overcome, I do not know. If a single country abandoned the system, it would merely fall a prey to the other countries which hadn't abandoned it. I don't know the solution. That is not the kind of thing Christianity teaches a person like me. Let's now carry on with the questions. Question 1. Christians are taught to love their neighbors. How, therefore, can they justify their attitude of supporting the war? Lewis. You are told to love your neighbor as yourself. How do you love yourself? When I look into my own mind, I find that I do not love myself by thinking myself a dear old chap or having affectionate feelings. I do not think that I love myself because I am particularly good, but just because I am myself and quite apart from my character. I might detest something which I have done. Nevertheless, I do not cease to love myself. In other words, that definite distinction that Christians make between hating sin and loving the sinner is one that you have been making in your own case since you were born. You dislike what you have done, but you don't cease to love yourself. You may even think that you ought to be hanged. You may even think that you ought to go to the police and own up and be hanged. Love is not affectionate feeling, but a steady wish for the loved person's ultimate good, as far as it can be obtained. It seems to me, therefore, that when the worst comes to the worst, if you cannot restrain a man by any method except by trying to kill him, then a Christian must do that. That is my answer, but I may be wrong. It is very difficult to answer, of course. Question 2. Supposing a factory worker asked you, "How can I find God?" How would you reply? Lewis: I don't see how the problem would be different for a factory worker than for anyone else. The primary thing about man is that he is a human being, sharing all the ordinary human temptations and assets. What is the special problem about the factory worker? But perhaps it is worth saying this. Christianity really does two things about conditions here and now in this world. 1. It tries to make them as good as possible, i.e., to reform them. But also, 2. It fortifies you against them insofar as they remain bad. If what was in the questioner's mind was this problem of repetition work, then the factory worker's difficulty is the same as any other man confronted with any sorrow or difficulty. People will find God if they consciously seek from him the right attitude towards all unpleasant things, if that is the point of the question. Question 3. Will you please say how you would define a practicing Christian? Are there any other varieties? Lewis: Certainly there are a great many other varieties. It depends, of course, on what you mean by practicing Christian. If you mean one who has practiced Christianity in every respect at every moment of his life, then there is only one on record, Christ himself. In that sense, there are no practicing Christians, but only Christians who, in varying degrees, try to practice it and fail in varying degrees and then start again. A perfect practice of Christianity would, of course, consist in a perfect imitation of the life of Christ. I mean, insofar as it was applicable in one's own particular circumstances. Not in an idiotic sense. It doesn't mean that every Christian should grow a beard or be a bachelor or become a traveling preacher. It means that every single act and feeling, every experience, whether pleasant or unpleasant, must be referred to God. It means looking at everything as something that comes from him, and always looking to him and asking his will first and saying, "How would he wish me to deal with this?" A kind of picture or pattern, in a very remote way, of the relation between the perfect Christian and his God would be the relation of the good dog to its master. This is only a very imperfect picture, though, because the dog hasn't reason like its master, whereas we do share in God's reason, even if in an imperfect and interrupted way. Interrupted because we don't think rationally for very long at a time. It's too tiring, and we haven't information to understand things fully, and our intelligence itself has certain limitations. In that way we are more like God than the dog is like us, though, of course, there are other ways in which the dog is more like us than we are like God. It is only an illustration. Question 4. What justification on ethical grounds and on the grounds of social expediency exists for the Church's attitude towards venereal disease and prophylaxis and publicity in connection with it? Lewis: I need further advice on that question, and then perhaps I can answer it. Can the questioner say which church he has in mind? Voice: The church concerned is the Church of England, and its attitude, though not written, is implicit in that it has more or less banned all publicity in connection with prophylactic methods of combating venereal disease. The view of some is that moral punishment should not be avoided. Lewis: I haven't myself met any clergyman of the Church of England who held that view, and I don't hold it myself. There are obvious objections to it. After all, it isn't only venereal disease that can be regarded as a punishment for bad conduct. Indigestion in old age may be the result of overeating in earlier life, but no one objects to advertisements for Beecham's pills. I, at any rate, strongly dissent from the view you've mentioned. Question 5. Many people feel resentful or unhappy because they think they are the target of unjust fate. These feelings are stimulated by bereavement, illness, deranged domestic or working conditions, or the observation of suffering in others. What is the Christian view of this problem? Lewis. The Christian view is that men were created to be in a certain relationship to God. If we are in that relation to Him, the right relation to one another will follow inevitably. Christ said it was difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of heaven, referring no doubt to riches in the ordinary sense. But I think it really covers riches in every sense: good fortune, health, popularity, and all the things one wants to have. All these things tend, just as money tends, to make you feel independent of God, because if you have them, you are happy already and contented in this life. You don't want to turn away to anything more, and so you try to rest in a shadowy happiness as if it could last forever. But God wants to give you a real and eternal happiness. Consequently, He may have to take all these riches away from you. If He doesn't, you will go on relying on them. It sounds cruel, doesn't it? But I am beginning to find out that what people call the cruel doctrines are really the kindest ones in the long run. I used to think it was a cruel doctrine to say that troubles and sorrows were punishments. But I find in practice that when you are in trouble, the moment you regard it as a punishment, it becomes easier to bear. If you think of this world as a place intended simply for our happiness, you find it quite intolerable. Think of it as a place of training and correction, and it's not so bad. Imagine a set of people all living in the same building. Half of them think it is a hotel, the other half think it is a prison. Those who think it a hotel might regard it as quite intolerable, and those who thought it was a prison might decide that it was really surprisingly comfortable. So that what seems the ugly doctrine is one that comforts and strengthens you in the end. The people who try to hold an optimistic view of this world would become pessimists. The people who hold a pretty stern view of it become optimistic. Question 6. Materialists and some astronomers suggest that the solar planetary system and life as we know it was brought about by an accidental stellar collision. What is the Christian view of this theory? Lewis. If the solar system was brought about by an accidental collision, then the appearance of organic life on this planet was also an accident, and the whole evolution of man was an accident too. If so, then all our present thoughts are mere accidents, the accidental byproduct of the movement of atoms. And this holds for the thoughts of the materialists and astronomers as well as for anyone else's. But if their thoughts, i.e., of materialism and astronomy, are merely accidental byproducts, why should we believe them to be true? I see no reason for believing that one accident should be able to give me a correct account of all the other accidents. It's like expecting that the accidental shape taken by the splash when you upset a milk jug should give you a correct account of how the jug was made and why it was upset. Question 7. Is it true that Christianity, especially the Protestant forms, tends to produce a gloomy, joyless condition of society which is like a pain in the neck to most people? Lewis. As to the distinction between Protestant and other forms of Christianity, it is very difficult to answer. I find by reading about the 16th century that people like Sir Thomas More, for whom I have a great respect, always regarded Martin Luther's doctrines not as gloomy thinking, but as wishful thinking. I doubt whether we can make a distinction between Protestant and other forms in this respect. Whether Protestantism is gloomy and whether Christianity at all produces gloominess, I find it very difficult to answer, as I have never lived in a completely non-Christian society, nor a completely Christian one, and I wasn't there in the 16th century and only have my knowledge from reading books. I think there is about the same amount of fun and gloom in all periods. The poems, novels, letters, etc. of every period all seem to show that. But again, I don't really know the answer, of course. I wasn't there. Question 8. Is it true that Christians must be prepared to live a life of personal discomfort and self-sacrifice in order to qualify for pie in the sky? Lewis. All people, whether Christian or not, must be prepared to live a life of discomfort. It is impossible to accept Christianity for the sake of finding comfort. But the Christian tries to lay himself open to the will of God, to do what God wants him to do. You don't know in advance whether God is going to set you to do something difficult or painful, or something that you will quite like. And some people of heroic mold are disappointed when the job doled out to them turns out to be something quite nice. But you must be prepared for the unpleasant things and the discomforts. I don't mean fasting and things like that. They are a different matter. When you are training soldiers in maneuvers, you practice in blank ammunition because you would like them to have practice before meeting the real enemy. So we must practice in abstaining from pleasures which are not in themselves wicked. If you don't abstain from pleasure, you won't be good when the time comes along. It is purely a matter of practice. Voice. Are not practices like fasting and self-denial borrowed from earlier or more primitive religions? Lewis. I can't say for certain which bits came into Christianity from earlier religions. An enormous amount did. I should find it hard to believe Christianity if that were not so. I couldn't believe that 999 religions were completely false and the remaining one true. In reality, Christianity is primarily the fulfillment of the Jewish religion, but also the fulfillment of what was vaguely hinted in all the religions at their best. What was vaguely seen in them all comes into focus in Christianity, just as God himself comes into focus by becoming a man. I take it that the speaker's remarks on earlier religions are based on evidence about modern savages. I don't think it is good evidence. Modern savages usually represent some decay in culture. You find them doing things which look as if they had a fairly civilized basis once, which they have forgotten. To assume that primitive man was exactly like the modern savage is unsound. Voice. Could you say any more on how one discovers whether a task is laid on one by God or whether it comes in some other way? If we cannot distinguish between the pleasant and the unpleasant things, it is a complicated matter. Lewis. We are guided by the ordinary rules of moral behavior, which I think are more or less common to the human race and quite reasonable and demanded by the circumstances. I don't mean anything like sitting down and waiting for a supernatural vision. Voice. We don't qualify for heaven by practice, but salvation is obtained at the cross. We do nothing to obtain it, but follow Christ. We may have pain or tribulation, but nothing we do qualifies us for heaven but Christ. Lewis. The controversy about faith and works is one that has gone on for a very long time, and it is a highly technical matter. I personally rely on the paradoxical text, "Work out your own salvation, for it is God that worketh in you." It looks as if in one sense we do nothing, and in another case we do a damned lot. Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. But you must have it in you before you can work it out. But I have no wish to go further into it, as it would interest no one but the Christians present, would it? Question 9. Would the application of Christian standards bring to an end or greatly reduce scientific and material progress? In other words, is it wrong for a Christian to be ambitious and strive for personal success? Lewis. It is easiest to think of a simplified example. How would the application of Christianity affect anyone on a desert island? Would he be less likely to build a comfortable hut? The answer is no. There might come a particular moment, of course, when Christianity would tell him to bother less about the hut, i.e., if he were in danger of coming to think that the hut was the most important thing in the universe. But there is no evidence that Christianity would prevent him from building it. Ambition. We must be careful what we mean by it. If it means the desire to get ahead of other people, which is what I think it does mean, then it is bad. If it means simply wanting to do a thing well, then it is good. It isn't wrong for an actor to want to act his part as well as it can possibly be acted, but the wish to have his name in bigger type than the other actors is a bad one. Voice. It's all right to be a general, but if it is one's ambition to be a general, then you shouldn't become one. Lewis. The mere event of becoming a general isn't either right or wrong in itself. What matters morally is your attitude towards it. The man may be thinking about winning a war. He may be wanting to be a general because he honestly thinks he has a good plan and is glad of a chance to carry it out. That's all right. But if he is thinking, what can I get out of the job? Or how can I get on the front page of the Illustrated News? Then it is all wrong. And what we call ambition usually means the wish to be more conspicuous or more successful than someone else. It is this competitive element in it that is bad. It is perfectly reasonable to want to dance well or to look nice, But when the dominant wish is to dance better or look nicer than the others, when you begin to feel that if the others danced as well as you or looked as nice as you, that would take all the fun out of it, then you are going wrong. Voice. I am wondering how far we can ascribe to the work of the devil those very legitimate desires that we indulge in. Some people have a very sensitive conception of the presence of the devil. Others haven't. Is the devil as real as we think he is? That doesn't trouble some people, since they have no desire to be good, but others are continually harassed by the old man himself. Lewis. No reference to the devil or devils is included in any Christian creeds, and it is quite possible to be a Christian without believing in them. I do believe such beings exist, but that is my own affair. Supposing there to be such beings, the degree to which humans were conscious of their presence would presumably vary very much. I mean, the more a man was in the devil's power, the less he would be aware of it, on the principle that a man is still fairly sober as long as he knows he's drunk. It is the people who are fully awake and trying hard to be good who would be most aware of the devil. It is when you start arming against Hitler that you first realize your country is full of Nazi agents. Of course, they don't want you to believe in the devil. If devils exist, their first aim is to give you an anesthetic, to put you off your guard. Only if that fails do you become aware of them. Voice. Does Christianity retard scientific advancement? Or does it approve of those who help spiritually others who are on the road to perdition by scientifically removing the environmental causes of the trouble? Lewis. Yes. In the abstract, it is certainly so. At a particular moment, if most human beings are concentrating only on material improvements in the environment, it may be the duty of Christians to point out, and pretty loudly, that this isn't the only thing that matters. But as a general rule, it is in favor of all knowledge and all that will help the human race in any way. Question 10. The Bible was written thousands of years ago for people in a lower state of mental development than today. Many portions seem preposterous in the light of modern knowledge. In view of this, should not the Bible be rewritten with the object of discarding the fabulous and reinterpreting the remainder? Lewis. First of all, as to the people in a lower state of mental development, I am not so sure what lurks behind that. If it means that people 10,000 years ago didn't know a good many things that we know now, of course I agree. But if it means that there has been any advance in intelligence in that time, I believe there is no evidence for any such thing. The Bible can be divided into two parts, the Old and the New Testaments. The Old Testament contains fabulous elements. The New Testament consists mostly of teaching, not of narrative at all. But where it is narrative, it is, in my opinion, historical. As to the fabulous element in the Old Testament, I very much doubt if you would be wise to chuck it out. What you get is something coming gradually into focus. First you get, scattered through the heathen religions all over the world, but still quite vague and mythical, the idea of a God who is killed and broken and then comes to life again. No one knows where he is supposed to have lived and died. He's not historical. Then you get the Old Testament. Religious ideas get a bit more focused. Everything is now connected with a particular nation. And it comes still more into focus as it goes on. Jonah and the whale, Noah and his ark are fabulous. But the court history of King David is probably as reliable as the court history of Louis XIV. Then, in the New Testament, the thing really happens. The dying God really appears as a historical person, living in a definite place and time. If we could sort out all the fabulous elements in the earlier stages and separate them from the historical ones, I think we might lose an essential part of the whole process. That is my own idea. Question 11. Which of the religions of the world gives to its followers the greatest happiness? Lewis. Which of the religions of the world gives to its followers the greatest happiness? While it lasts, the religion of worshipping oneself is the best. I have an elderly acquaintance of about 80 who has lived a life of unbroken selfishness and self-admiration from the earliest years, and is, more or less, I regret to say, one of the happiest men I know. From the moral point of view, it is very difficult. I'm not approaching the question from that angle. As you perhaps know, I haven't always been a Christian. I didn't go to religion to make me happy. I always knew a bottle of port would do that. If you want a religion to make you feel really comfortable, I certainly don't recommend Christianity. I am certain there must be a patent American article on the market which will suit you far better, but I can't give any advice on it. Question 12. Are there any unmistakable outward signs in a person surrendered to God? Would he be cantankerous? Would he smoke? Lewis. I think of the advertisements for White Smiles toothpaste, saying that it is the best on the market. If they are true, it would follow that 1. Anyone who starts using it will have better teeth. 2. Anyone using it has better teeth than he would have if he weren't using it. But you can't test it in the case of one who has naturally bad teeth and uses it, and compare him with a healthy Negro who has never used toothpaste at all. Take the case of a sour old maid who is a Christian but cantankerous. On the other hand, take some pleasant and popular fellow but who has never been to church. Who knows how much more cantankerous the old maid might be if she were not a Christian, and how much more likable the nice fellow might be if he were a Christian. You can't judge Christianity simply by comparing the product in those two people. You would need to know what kind of raw material Christ was working on in both cases. As an illustration, let us take a case of industrialism. Let us take two factories. Factory A with poor and inadequate plant, and Factory B with first-class modern plant. You can't judge by the outside. You must consider the plant and methods by which they are run, and considering the plant at Factory A, it may be a wonder it does anything at all, and considering the new machinery at Factory B, it may be a wonder it doesn't do better. Question 13. What is your opinion about raffles within the plant, no matter how good the cause, which, not infrequently, is given less prominence than the alluring list of prizes? Lewis. Gambling ought never to be an important part of a man's life. If it is a way in which large sums of money are transferred from person to person without doing any good, e.g. producing employment, goodwill, etc., then it is a bad thing. If it is carried out on a small scale, I am not sure that it is bad. I don't know much about it, because it is about the only vice to which I have no temptation at all, and I think it is a risk to talk about things which are not in my own make-up, because I don't understand them. If anyone comes to me asking to play bridge for money, I just say, "How much do you hope to win?" Take it and go away. Question 14. Many people are quite unable to understand the theological differences which have caused divisions in the Christian Church. Do you consider that these differences are fundamental, and is the time now ripe for reunion? Lewis. The time is always ripe for reunion. Divisions between Christians are a sin and a scandal, and Christians ought at all times to be making contributions towards reunion, if it is only by their prayers. I am only a layman and a recent Christian, and I do not know much about these things, but in all the things which I have written and thought, I have always stuck to traditional dogmatic positions. The result is that letters of agreement reach me from what are ordinarily regarded as the most different kinds of Christians. For instance, I get letters from Jesuits, monks, nuns, and also from Quakers and Welsh dissenters, and so on. So it seems to me that the extremist elements in every church are nearest one another, and the liberal and broad-minded people in each body could never be united at all. The world of dogmatic Christianity is a place in which thousands of people of quite different types keep on saying the same thing. And the world of broad-mindedness and watered-down religion is a world where a small number of people, all of the same type, say totally different things and change their minds every few minutes. We shall never get reunion from them. Question 15. In the past, the Church used various kinds of compulsion in attempts to force a particular brand of Christianity on the community. Given sufficient power, is there not a danger of this sort of thing happening again? Lewis. Yes, I hear nasty rumors coming from Spain. Persecution is a temptation to which all men are exposed. I had a postcard signed M.D. saying that anyone who expressed and published his belief in the virgin birth should be stripped and flogged. That shows you how easily persecution of Christians by the non-Christians might come back. Of course, they wouldn't call it persecution. They'd call it compulsory re-education of the ideologically unfit, or something like that. But, of course, I have to admit that Christians themselves have been persecutors in the past. It was worse of them because they ought to have known better. They weren't worse in any other way. I detest every kind of religious compulsion. Only the other day I was writing an angry letter to the Spectator about church parades in the Home Guard. Question 16. Is attendance at a place of worship or membership with a Christian community necessary to a Christian way of life? Lewis. That's a question which I cannot answer. My own experience is that when I first became a Christian, about 14 years ago, I thought that I could do it on my own, by retiring to my rooms and reading theology, and I wouldn't go to the churches and gospel halls. And then later I found that it was the only way of flying your flag, and, of course, I found this meant being a target. It is extraordinary how inconvenient to your family it becomes for you to get up early to go to church. It doesn't matter so much if you get up early for anything else. But if you get up early to go to church, it's very selfish of you, and you upset the house. If there is anything in the teaching of the New Testament which is in the nature of a command, it is that you are obliged to take the sacrament, and you can't do it without going to church. I disliked very much their hymns, which I considered to be fifth-rate poems set to sixth-rate music. But as I went on, I saw the great merit of it. I came up against different people of quite different outlooks and different education, and then gradually my conceit just began peeling off. I realized that the hymns, which were just sixth-rate music, were nevertheless being sung with devotion and benefit by an old saint in elastic side boots in the opposite pew. And then you realize that you aren't fit to clean those boots. It gets you out of your solitary conceit. It is not for me to lay down laws, as I am only a layman, and I don't know much. Question 17. If it is true that one has only to want God enough in order to find him, how can I make myself want him enough to enable myself to find him? Lewis. If you don't want God, why are you so anxious to want him? I think that in reality the want is a real one, and I should say that this person has in fact found God, although it may not be fully recognized yet. We are not always aware of things at the time they happen. At any rate, what is more important is that God has found this person, and that is the main thing. 5. Myth became fact. My friend Corenaeus has advanced the charge that none of us are in fact Christians at all. According to him, historic Christianity is something so barbarous that no modern man can really believe it. The moderns who claim to do so are, in fact, believing a modern system of thought which retains the vocabulary of Christianity and exploits the emotions inherited from it while quietly dropping its essential doctrines. Corenaeus compared modern Christianity with the modern English monarchy. The forms of kingship have been retained, but the reality has been abandoned. All this I believe to be false, except of a few modernist theologians who, by God's grace, become fewer every day. But for the moment, let us assume that Corenaeus is right. Let us pretend, for purposes of argument, that all who now call themselves Christians have abandoned the historic doctrines. Let us suppose that modern Christianity reveals a system of names, ritual, formulae, and metaphors which persists, although the thoughts behind it have changed. Corenaeus ought to be able to explain the persistence. Why, on his view, do all these educated and enlightened pseudo-Christians insist on expressing their deepest thoughts in terms of an archaic mythology, which must hamper and embarrass them at every turn? Why do they refuse to cut the umbilical cord which binds the living and flourishing child to its moribund mother? For if Corenaeus is right, it should be a great relief to them to do so. Yet the odd thing is that even those who seem most embarrassed by the sediment of barbaric Christianity in their thought become suddenly obstinate when you ask them to get rid of it altogether. They will strain the cord almost to breaking point, but they refuse to cut it. Sometimes they will take every step except the last one. If all who professed Christianity were clergymen, it would be easy, though uncharitable, to reply that their livelihood depends on not taking that last step. Yet even if this were the true cause of their behavior, even if all clergymen are intellectual prostitutes who preach for pay, and usually starvation pay, what they secretly believe to be false, Surely so widespread a darkening of conscience among thousands of men not otherwise known to be criminal itself demands explanation. And of course the profession of Christianity is not confined to the clergy. It is professed by millions of women and laymen who earn thereby contempt, unpopularity, suspicion, and the hostility of their own families. How does this come to happen? Obstinacies of this sort are interesting. Why not cut the cord, asks Corynaeus. Everything would be much easier if you would free your thought from this vestigial mythology. To be sure, far easier. Life would be far easier for the mother of an invalid child if she put it into an institution and adopted someone else's healthy baby instead. Life would be far easier to many a man if he abandoned the woman he has actually fallen in love with and married someone else because she is more suitable. The only defect of the healthy baby and the suitable woman is that they leave out the patient's only reason for bothering about a child or wife at all. "Would not conversation be much more rational than dancing?" said Jane Austen's Miss Bingley. "Much more rational," replied Mr. Bingley, "but much less like a ball." In the same way, it would be much more rational to abolish the English monarchy. But how, if by doing so you leave out the one element in our state which matters most? How, if the monarchy is the channel through which all the vital elements of citizenship, loyalty, the consecration of secular life, the hierarchical principle, splendor, ceremony, continuity, still trickle down to irrigate the dust bowl of modern economic statecraft? The real answer of even the most modernist Christianity to Corynaeus is the same. Even assuming, which I most constantly deny, that the doctrines of historic Christianity are merely mythical, it is the myth which is the vital and nourishing element in the whole concern. Corynaeus wants us to move with the times. Now we know where times move. They move away. But in religion we find something that does not move away. It is what Corynaeus calls the myth that abides. It is what he calls the modern and living thought that moves away. Not only the thought of theologians, but the thought of anti-theologians. Where are the predecessors of Corynaeus? Where is the Epicureanism of Lucretius? The pagan revival of Julian the Apostate? Where are the Gnostics? Where is the monism of Averroes? The deism of Voltaire? The dogmatic materialism of the great Victorians? They have moved with the times, but the thing they were all attacking remains. Corynaeus finds it still there to attack. The myth, to speak his language, has outlived the thoughts of all its defenders and of all its adversaries. It is the myth that gives life. Those elements, even in modernist Christianity, which Corynaeus regards as vestigial, are the substance. What he takes for the real modern belief is the shadow. To explain this, we must look a little closer at myth in general, and at this myth in particular. Human intellect is incurably abstract. Pure mathematics is the type of successful thought. Yet only the realities we experience are concrete. This pain, this pleasure, this dog, this man. While we are loving the man, bearing the pain, enjoying the pleasure, we are not intellectually apprehending pleasure, pain, or personality. When we begin to do so, on the other hand, the concrete realities sink to the level of mere instances or examples. We are no longer dealing with them, but with that which they exemplify. This is our dilemma, either to taste and not to know, or to know and not to taste, or, more strictly, to lack one kind of knowledge because we are in an experience, or to lack another kind because we are outside it. As thinkers, we are cut off from what we think about. As tasting, touching, willing, loving, hating, we do not clearly understand. The more lucidly we think, the more we are cut off. The more deeply we enter into reality, the less we can think. You cannot study pleasure in the moment of the nuptial embrace, nor repentance while repenting, nor analyze the nature of humor while roaring with laughter. But when else can you really know these things? If only my toothache would stop, I could write another chapter about pain. But once it stops, what do I know about pain? Of this tragic dilemma, myth is the partial solution. In the enjoyment of a great myth, we come nearest to experiencing as a concrete what can otherwise be understood only as an abstraction. At this moment, for example, I am trying to understand something very abstract indeed, the fading, vanishing of tasted reality as we try to grasp it with the discursive reason. Probably I have made heavy weather of it. But if I remind you, instead of Orpheus and Eurydice, how he was suffered to lead her by the hand, but when he turned round to look at her, she disappeared, what was merely a principle becomes imaginable. You may reply that you never till this moment attached that meaning to that myth. Of course not. You are not looking for an abstract meaning at all. If that was what you were doing, the myth would be for you no true myth, but a mere allegory. You were not knowing, but tasting. But what you were tasting turns out to be a universal principle. The moment we state this principle, we are admittedly back in the world of abstraction. It is only while receiving the myth as a story that you experience the principle concretely. When we translate, we get abstraction, or rather dozens of abstractions. What flows into you from the myth is not truth, but reality. Truth is always about something, but reality is that about which truth is. And, therefore, every myth becomes the father of innumerable truths on the abstract level. Myth is the mountain whence all the different streams arise which become truths down here in the valley. In hac valle abstractionis, in this valley of separation. Or, if you prefer, myth is the isthmus which connects the peninsular world of thought with that vast continent we really belong to. It is not, like truth, abstract, nor is it, like direct experience, bound to the particular. Now, as myth transcends thought, incarnation transcends myth. The heart of Christianity is a myth which is also a fact. The old myth of the dying God, without ceasing to be myth, comes down from the heaven of legend and imagination to the earth of history. It happens, at a particular date, in a particular place, followed by definable historical consequences. We pass from a Balder or an Osiris, dying nobody knows when or where, to a historical person crucified. It is all in order, under Pontius Pilate. By becoming fact, it does not cease to be myth. That is the miracle. I suspect that men have sometimes derived more spiritual sustenance from myths they did not believe than from the religion they professed. To be truly Christian, we must both assent to the historical fact and also receive the myth, fact though it has become, with the same imaginative embrace which we accord to all myths. The one is hardly more necessary than the other. A man who disbelieved the Christian story as fact, but continually fed on it as myth, would, perhaps, be more spiritually alive than one who assented and did not think much about it. The modernist, the extreme modernist, infidel in all but name, need not be called a fool or hypocrite because he obstinately retains, even in the midst of his intellectual atheism, the language, rites, sacraments, and story of the Christians. The poor man may be clinging, with a wisdom he himself by no means understands, to that which is his life. It would have been better that French theologian Alfred Loisy should have remained a Christian. It would not necessarily have been better that he should have purged his thought of vestigial Christianity. Those who do not know that this great myth became fact when the Virgin conceived are, indeed, to be pitied. But Christians also need to be reminded, we may thank Corynaeus for reminding us, that what became fact was a myth, that it carries with it into the world of fact all the properties of a myth. God is more than a god, not less. Christ is more than Balder, not less. We must not be ashamed of the mythical radiance resting on our theology. We must not be nervous about parallels and pagan Christs. They ought to be there. It would be a stumbling block if they weren't. We must not, in false spirituality, withhold our imaginative welcome. If God chooses to be mythopoeic, and is not the sky itself a myth, shall we refuse to be mythopathic? For this is the marriage of heaven and earth, perfect myth and perfect fact, claiming not only our love and our obedience, but also our wonder and delight, addressed to the savage, the child, and the poet in each one of us, no less than to the moralist, the scholar, and the philosopher. 6. Horrid red things. Many theologians and some scientists are now ready to proclaim that the 19th century conflict between science and religion is over and done with. But even if this is true, it is a truth known only to real theologians and real scientists. That is, to a few highly educated men. To the man in the street, the conflict is still perfectly real, and in his mind it takes a form which the learned hardly dream of. The ordinary man is not thinking of particular dogmas and particular scientific discoveries. What troubles him is an all-pervading difference of atmosphere between what he believes Christianity to be and that general picture of the universe which he has picked up from living in a scientific age. He gathers from the creed that God has a son, just as if God were a god like Odin or Jupiter, that this son came down like a parachutist from heaven, first to earth and later to some land of the dead situated beneath the earth's surface, that still later he ascended into the sky and took his seat in a decorated chair placed a little to the right of his father's throne. The whole thing seems to imply a local and material heaven, a palace in the stratosphere, a flat earth and all the rest of those archaic misconceptions. The ordinary man is well aware that we should deny all the beliefs he attributes to us and interpret our creed in a different sense. But this by no means satisfies him. No doubt, he thinks, once those articles of belief are there, they can be allegorized or spiritualized away to any extent you please. But is it not plain that they would never have been there at all if the first generation of Christians had had any notion of what the real universe is like? A historian who has based his work on the misreading of a document may afterwards, when his mistake has been exposed, exercise great ingenuity in showing that his account of a certain battle can still be reconciled with what the document records. But the point is that none of these ingenious explanations would ever have come into existence if he had read his documents correctly at the outset. They are therefore really a waste of labor. It would be manlier of him to admit his mistake and begin all over again. I think there are two things that Christians must do if they wish to convince this ordinary modern man. In the first place, they must make it quite clear that what will remain of the creed after all their explanations and reinterpretations will still be something quite unambiguously supernatural, miraculous, and shocking. We may not believe in a flat earth and a sky palace, but we must insist from the beginning that we believe, as firmly as any savage or theosophist, in a spirit world which can and does invade the natural or phenomenal universe. For the plain man suspects that when we start explaining, we are going to explain away, that we have mythology for our ignorant hearers and are ready, when cornered by educated hearers, to reduce it to innocuous moral platitudes which no one ever dreamed of denying. And there are theologians who justify this suspicion. From them we must part company absolutely. If nothing remains except what could be equally well stated without Christian formulae, then the honest thing is to admit that Christianity is untrue and to begin over again without it. In the second place, we must try to teach something about the difference between thinking and imagining. It is, of course, a historical error to suppose that all, or even most, early Christians believed in the sky palace in the same sense in which we believe in the solar system. Anthropomorphism was condemned by the Church as soon as the question was explicitly before her. But some early Christians may have done this, and probably thousands never thought of their faith without anthropomorphic imagery. That is why we must distinguish the core of belief from the attendant imagining. When I think of London, I always see a picture of Euston Station. But I do not believe that London is Euston Station. That is a simple case, because there the thinker knows the imagery to be false. Now let us take a more complex one. I once heard a lady tell her daughter that if you ate too many aspirin tablets you would die. But why? Asked the child. If you squash them you don't find any horrid red things inside them. Obviously, when this child thought of poison, she not only had an attendant image of horrid red things, but she actually believed that poison was red. And this is an error. But how far does it invalidate her thinking about poison? She learned that an overdose of aspirin would kill you. Her belief was true. She knew, within limits, which of the substances in her mother's house were poisonous. If I, staying in the house, had raised a glass of what looked like water to my lips, and the child had said, "Don't drink that, Mummy says it's poisonous," I should have been foolish to disregard the warning on the ground that this child has an archaic and mythological idea of poison as horrid red things. There is thus a distinction not only between thought and imagination in general, but even between thought and those images which the thinker, falsely, believes to be true. When the child learned later that poison is not always red, she would not have felt that anything essential in her beliefs about poison had been altered. She would still know, as she had always known, that poison is what kills you if you swallow it, That is the essence of poison. The erroneous beliefs about color drop away without affecting it. In the same way, an early peasant Christian might have thought that Christ sitting at the right hand of the Father really implied 2 chairs of state in a certain spatial relation inside a sky palace. But if the same man afterwards received a philosophical education and discovered that God has no body, parts, or passions, and therefore neither a right hand nor a palace, he would not have felt that the essentials of his belief had been altered. What had mattered to him, even in the days of his simplicity, had not been supposed details about celestial furniture. It had been the assurance that the once crucified Master was now the supreme agent of the unimaginable power on whom the whole universe depends, and he would recognize that in this he had never been deceived. The critic may still ask us why the imagery, which we admit to be untrue, should be used at all. But he has not noticed that any language we attempt to substitute for it would involve imagery that is open to all the same objections. To say that God enters the natural order involves just as much spatial imagery as to say that he comes down. One has simply substituted horizontal or undefined for vertical movement. To say that he is reabsorbed into the noumenal is better than to say he ascended into heaven, only if the picture of something dissolving in warm fluid or being sucked into a throat is less misleading than the picture of a bird or a balloon going up. All language, except about objects of sense, is metaphorical through and through. To call God a force, that is, something like a wind or a dynamo, is as metaphorical as to call him a father or a king. On such matters we can make our language more polysyllabic and duller. We cannot make it more literal. The difficulty is not peculiar to theologians. Scientists, poets, psychoanalysts, and metaphysicians are all in the same boat. Man's reason is in such deep insolvency to sense. Where then do we draw the line between explaining and explaining away? I do not think there is much difficulty. All that concerns the unincarnate activities of God, his operation on that plane of being where sense cannot enter, must be taken along with the imagery which we know to be, in the literal sense, untrue. But there can be no defense for applying the same treatment to the miracles of the incarnate God. They are recorded as events on this earth which affected human senses. They are the sort of thing we can describe literally. If Christ turned water into wine and we had been present, we could have seen, smelled, and tasted. The story that he did so is not of the same order as his sitting at the right hand of the Father. It is either fact or legend or lie. You must take it or leave it. 7. Religion and Science. Miracles, said my friend. Oh, come. Science has knocked the bottom out of all that. We know that nature is governed by fixed laws. Didn't people always know that? Said I. Good Lord, no, said he. For instance, take a story like the virgin birth. We know now that such a thing couldn't happen. We know there must be a male spermatozoon. But look here, said I, St. Joseph. Who's he? Asked my friend. He was the husband of the Virgin Mary. If you'll read the story in the Bible, you'll find that when he saw his fiancée was going to have a baby, he decided to cry off the marriage. Why did he do that? Wouldn't most men? Any man would, said I, provided he knew the laws of nature. In other words, provided he knew that a girl doesn't ordinarily have a baby unless she's been sleeping with a man. But according to your theory, people in the old days didn't know that nature was governed by fixed laws. I'm pointing out that the story shows that St. Joseph knew that law just as well as you do. But he came to believe in the virgin birth afterwards, didn't he? Quite. But he didn't do so because he was under any illusion as to where babies come from in the ordinary course of nature. He believed in the virgin birth as something supernatural. He knew that nature works in fixed, regular ways, but he also believed that there existed something beyond nature which could interfere with her workings, from outside, so to speak. But modern science has shown there's no such thing. Really? Said I. Which of the sciences? Oh, well, that's a matter of detail, said my friend. I can't give you chapter and verse from memory. But don't you see, said I, that science never could show anything of the sort? Why on earth not? Because science studies nature, and the question is whether anything besides nature exists, anything outside. How could you find that out by studying simply nature? But don't we find out that nature must work in an absolutely fixed way? I mean, the laws of nature tell us not merely how things do happen, but how they must happen. No power could possibly alter them. How do you mean? Said I. Look here, said he. Could this something outside that you talk about make 2 and 2 5? Well, no, said I. All right, said he. Well, I think the laws of nature are really like 2 and 2 making 4. The idea of their being altered is as absurd as the idea of altering the laws of arithmetic. Half a moment, said I. Suppose you put sixpence into a drawer today and sixpence into the same drawer tomorrow. Do the laws of arithmetic make it certain you'll find a shilling's worth there the day after? Of course, said he, provided no one's been tampering with your drawer. Ah, but that's the whole point, said I. The laws of arithmetic can tell you what you'll find with absolute certainty, provided that there's no interference. If a thief has been at the drawer, of course you'll get a different result. But the thief won't have broken the laws of arithmetic, only the laws of England. Now, aren't the laws of nature much in the same boat? Don't they all tell you what will happen, provided there's no interference? How do you mean? Well, the laws will tell you how a billiard ball will travel on a smooth surface if you hit it in a particular way, but only provided no one interferes. If, after it's already in motion, someone snatches up a cue and gives it a biff on one side, why then you won't get what the scientist predicted. Oh, no, of course not. He can't allow for monkey tricks like that. Quite. And in the same way, if there was anything outside nature, and if it interfered, then the events which the scientist expected wouldn't follow. That would be what we call a miracle. In one sense, it wouldn't break the laws of nature. The laws tell you what will happen if nothing interferes. They can't tell you whether something is going to interfere. I mean, it's not the expert at arithmetic who can tell you how likely someone is to interfere with the pennies in my drawer. A detective would be more use. It isn't the physicist who can tell you how likely I am to catch up a cue and spoil his experiment with the billiard ball. You'd better ask a psychologist. And it isn't the scientist who can tell you how likely nature is to be interfered with from outside. You must go to the metaphysician. Oh, these are rather niggling points, said my friend. You see, the real objection goes far deeper. The whole picture of the universe which science has given us makes it such rot to believe that the power at the back of it all could be interested in us tiny little creatures crawling about on an unimportant planet. It was all so obviously invented by people who believed in a flat Earth with the stars only a mile or two away. When did people believe that? Why, all those old Christian chaps you're always telling about. I mean Boethius and Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and Dante. Sorry, said I, but this is one of the few subjects I do know something about. I reached out my hand to a bookshelf. You see this book? I said. Ptolemy's Almagest. You know what it is? Yes, said he. It's the standard astronomical handbook used all through the Middle Ages. Well, just read that, I said, pointing to Book 1, Chapter 5. The Earth, read out my friend, hesitating a bit as he translated the Latin. The Earth, in relation to the distance of the fixed stars, has no appreciable size and must be treated as a mathematical point. There was a moment's silence. Did they really know that then? Said my friend. But none of the histories of science, none of the modern encyclopedias ever mention the fact. Exactly, said I. I'll leave you to think out the reason. It almost looks as if someone was anxious to hush it up, doesn't it? I wonder why. There was another short silence. At any rate, said I, we can now state the problem accurately. People usually think the problem is how to reconcile what we now know about the size of the universe with our traditional ideas of religion. That turns out not to be the problem at all. The real problem is this. The enormous size of the universe and the insignificance of the Earth were known for centuries, and no one ever dreamed that they had any bearing on the religious question. Then, less than 100 years ago, they are suddenly trotted out as an argument against Christianity, and the people who trot them out carefully hush up the fact that they were known long ago. Don't you think that all you atheists are strangely unsuspicious people? 8. The laws of nature. "Poor woman," said my friend. "One hardly knows what to say when they talk like that. She thinks her son survived Arnhem because she prayed for him. It would be heartless to explain to her that he really survived because he was standing a little to the left or a little to the right of some bullet. That bullet was following a course laid down by the laws of nature. It couldn't have hit him. He just happened to be standing off its line, and so all day long as regards every bullet and every splinter of shell. His survival was simply due to the laws of nature." At that moment my first pupil came in, and the conversation was cut short. But later in the day I had to walk across the park to a committee meeting, and this gave me time to think the matter over. It was quite clear that once a bullet had been fired from point A in direction B, the wind being C, and so forth, it would pursue a certain path. But might our young friend have been standing somewhere else? And might the German have fired at a different moment or in a different direction? If men have free will, it would appear that they might. On that view, we get a rather more complicated picture of the Battle of Arnhem. The total course of events would be a kind of amalgam derived from two sources. On the one hand, from acts of human will, which might presumably have been otherwise, and on the other, from the laws of physical nature. And this would seem to provide all that is necessary for the mother's belief that her prayers had some place among the causes of her son's preservation. God might continually influence the wills of all the combatants so as to allot death, wounds, and survival in the way he thought best, while leaving the behavior of the projectile to follow its normal course. But I was still not quite clear about the physical side of this picture. I had been thinking, vaguely enough, that the bullet's flight was caused by the laws of nature. But is this really so? Granted that the bullet is set in motion, and granted the wind and the Earth's gravitation and all the other relevant factors, then it is a law of nature that the bullet must take the course it did. But then the pressing of the trigger, the side wind, and even the Earth are not exactly laws. They are facts or events. They are not laws, but things that obey laws. Obviously, to consider the pressing of the trigger would only lead us back to the free will side of the picture. We must, therefore, choose a simpler example. The laws of physics, I understand, decree that when one billiards ball, A, sets another billiards ball, B, in motion, the momentum lost by A exactly equals the momentum gained by B. This is a law. That is, this is the pattern to which the movement of the two billiard balls must conform, provided, of course, that something sets ball A in motion. And here comes the snag. The law won't set it in motion. It is usually a man with a cue who does that. But a man with a cue would send us back to free will. So let us assume that it was lying on a table in a liner, and that what set it in motion was a lurch of the ship. In that case, it was not the law which produced the movement, it was a wave. And that wave, though it certainly moved according to the laws of physics, was not moved by them. It was shoved by other waves and by winds and so forth. And however far you traced the story back, you would never find the laws of nature causing anything. The dazzlingly obvious conclusion now arose in my mind. In the whole history of the universe, the laws of nature have never produced a single event. They are the patterns to which every event must conform, provided only that it can be induced to happen. But how do you get it to do that? How do you get a move on? The laws of nature can give you no help there. All events obey them, just as all operations with money obey the laws of arithmetic. Add 6 pennies to 6, and the result will certainly be a shilling. But arithmetic by itself won't put 1 farthing into your pocket. Up till now, I had had a vague idea that the laws of nature could make things happen. I now saw that this was exactly like thinking that you could increase your income by doing sums about it. The laws are the pattern to which events conform. The source of events must be sought elsewhere. This may be put in the form that the laws of nature explain everything except the source of events. But this is rather a formidable exception. The laws, in one sense, cover the whole of reality except that continuous cataract of real events which makes up the actual universe. They explain everything except what we should ordinarily call everything. The only thing they omit is the whole universe. I do not mean that a knowledge of these laws is useless. Provided we can take over the actual universe as a going concern, such knowledge is useful and indeed indispensable for manipulating it. Just as, if only you have some money, arithmetic is indispensable for managing it. But the events themselves, the money itself, that is quite another affair. Where then do actual events come from? In one sense the answer is easy. Each event comes from a previous event. But what happens if you trace this process backwards? To ask this is not exactly the same as to ask where things come from, how there came to be space and time and matter at all. Our present problem is not about things, but about events. Not, for example, about particles of matter, but about this particle colliding with that. The mind can perhaps acquiesce in the idea that the properties of the universal drama somehow just happen to be there. But whence comes the play, the story? Either the stream of events had a beginning or it had not. If it had, then we are faced with something like creation. If it had not, a supposition by the way which some physicists find difficult, then we are faced with an everlasting impulse which, by its very nature, is opaque to scientific thought. Science, when it becomes perfect, will have explained the connection between each link in the chain and the link before it. But the actual existence of the chain will remain wholly unaccountable. We learn more and more about the pattern. We learn nothing about that which feeds real events into the pattern. If it is not God, we must at the very least call it destiny, the immaterial ultimate one-way pressure which keeps the universe on the move. The smallest event, then, if we face the fact that it occurs, instead of concentrating on the pattern into which, if it can be persuaded to occur, it must fit, leads us back to a mystery which lies outside natural science. It is certainly a possible supposition that behind this mystery some mighty will and life is at work. If so, any contrast between his acts and the laws of nature is out of the question. It is his act alone that gives the laws any events to apply to. The laws are an empty frame. It is he who fills that frame. Not now and then on specially providential occasions, but at every moment. And he, from his vantage point above time, can, if he pleases, take all prayers into account in ordaining that vast complex event which is the history of the universe. For what we call future prayers have always been present to him. In Hamlet, a branch breaks and Ophelia is drowned. Did she die because the branch broke, or because Shakespeare wanted her to die at that point in the play? Either, both, whichever you please. The alternative suggested by the question is not a real alternative at all, once you have grasped that Shakespeare is making the whole play. 9. The Grand Miracle. One is very often asked at present whether we could not have a Christianity stripped, or as people who ask it say, freed from its miraculous elements, a Christianity with the miraculous elements suppressed. Now, it seems to me that precisely the one religion in the world, or at least the only one I know, with which you could not do that is Christianity. In a religion like Buddhism, if you took away the miracles attributed to Gautama Buddha in some very late sources, there would be no loss. In fact, the religion would get on very much better without them, because in that case the miracles largely contradict the teaching. Or even in the case of a religion like Mohammedanism, nothing essential would be altered if you took away the miracles. You could have a great prophet preaching his dogmas without bringing in any miracles. They are only in the nature of a digression, or illuminated capitals. But you cannot possibly do that with Christianity, because the Christian story is precisely the story of one grand miracle. The Christian assertion being that what is beyond all space and time, what is uncreated, eternal, came into nature, into human nature, descended into his own universe, and rose again, bringing nature up with him. It is precisely one great miracle. If you take that away, there is nothing specifically Christian left. There may be many admirable human things which Christianity shares with all other systems in the world, but there would be nothing specifically Christian. Conversely, once you have accepted that, then you will see that all other well-established Christian miracles, because of course there are ill-established Christian miracles, there are Christian legends just as much as there are heathen legends or modern journalistic legends, you will see that all the well-established Christian miracles are part of it, that they all either prepare for, or exhibit, or result from the Incarnation. Just as every natural event exhibits the total character of the natural universe at a particular point and space of time, so every miracle exhibits the character of the Incarnation. Now, if one asks whether that central grand miracle in Christianity is itself probable or improbable, of course, quite clearly, you cannot be applying Hume's kind of probability. You cannot mean a probability based on statistics, according to which the more often a thing has happened, the more likely it is to happen again. The more often you get indigestion from eating a certain food, the more probable it is, if you eat it again, that you will again have indigestion. Certainly the Incarnation cannot be probable in that sense. It is of its very nature to have happened only once. But then it is of the very nature of the history of this world to have happened only once. And if the Incarnation happened at all, it is the central chapter of that history. It is improbable in the same way in which the whole of nature is improbable, because it is only there once and will happen only once. So one must apply to it a quite different kind of standard. I think we are rather in this position. Supposing you had before you a manuscript of some great work, either a symphony or a novel. There then comes to you a person saying, "Here is a new bit of the manuscript that I found. It is the central passage of that symphony, or the central chapter of that novel. The text is incomplete without it. I have got the missing passage, which is really the center of the whole work." The only thing you could do would be to put this new piece of the manuscript in that central position, and then see how it reacted on the whole of the rest of the work. If it constantly brought out new meanings from the whole of the rest of the work, if it made you notice things in the rest of the work which you had not noticed before, then I think you would decide that it was authentic. On the other hand, if it failed to do that, then however attractive it was in itself, you would reject it. Now, what is the missing chapter in this case? The chapter which Christians are offering. The story of the Incarnation is the story of a descent and resurrection. When I say resurrection here, I am not referring simply to the first few hours or the first few weeks of the resurrection. I am talking of this whole huge pattern of descent, down, down, and then up again. What we ordinarily call the resurrection being just, so to speak, the point at which it turns. Think what that descent is. The coming down, not only into humanity, but into those 9 months which precede human birth, in which they tell us we all recapitulate strange pre-human, subhuman forms of life, and going lower still into being a corpse, a thing which, if this ascending movement had not begun, would presently have passed out of the organic altogether, and have gone back into the inorganic, as all corpses do. One has a picture of someone going right down and dredging the sea bottom. One has a picture of a strong man trying to lift a very big, complicated burden. He stoops down and gets himself right under it so that he himself disappears, and then he straightens his back and moves off with the whole thing swaying on his shoulders. Or else one has the picture of a diver, stripping off garment after garment, making himself naked, then flashing for a moment in the air, and then down through the green and warm and sunlit water into the pitch-black, cold, freezing water, down into the mud and slime, then up again, his lungs almost bursting, back again to the green and warm and sunlit water, and then at last out into the sunshine, holding in his hand the dripping thing he went down to get. This thing is human nature, but associated with it all nature, the new universe. That indeed is a point I cannot go into tonight, because it would take a whole sermon. This connection between human nature and nature in general. It sounds startling, but I believe it can be fully justified. Now, as soon as you have thought of this pattern of the huge dive down to the bottom, into the depths of the universe and coming up again into the light, everyone will see at once how that is imitated and echoed by the principles of the natural world. The descent of the seed into the soil, and its rising again in the plants. There are also all sorts of things in our own spiritual life where a thing has to be killed and broken in order that it may then become bright and strong and splendid. The analogy is obvious. In that sense, the doctrine fits in very well, so well, in fact, that immediately there comes the suspicion, is it not fitting in a great deal too well? In other words, does not the Christian story show this pattern of descent and reascent because that is part of all the nature religions of the world? We have read about it in the Golden Bough, We all know about Adonis and the stories of the rest of those rather tedious people. Is not this one more instance of the same thing, the dying god? Well, yes, it is. That is what makes the question subtle. What the anthropological critic of Christianity is always saying is perfectly true. Christ is a figure of that sort. And here comes a very curious thing. When I first, after childhood, read the Gospels, I was full of that stuff about the dying God, the golden bough, and so on. It was to me then a very poetic and mysterious and quickening idea. And when I turn to the Gospels, never will I forget my disappointment and repulsion at finding hardly anything about it at all. The metaphor of the seed dropping into the ground in this connection occurs, I think, twice in the New Testament, and for the rest hardly any notice is taken. It seemed to me extraordinary. You had a dying God who was always representative of the corn. You see him holding the corn, that is, bread, in his hand, and saying, "This is my body." And from my point of view, as I then was, he did not seem to realize what he was saying. Surely there, if anywhere, this connection between the Christian story and the corn must have come out. The whole context is crying out for it. But everything goes on as if the principal actor, and still more those about him, were totally ignorant of what they were doing. It is as if you got very good evidence concerning the sea serpent, but the men who brought this good evidence seemed never to have heard of sea serpents. Or, to put it another way, why was it that the only case of the dying god, which might conceivably have been historical, occurred among a people, and the only people in the whole Mediterranean world, who had not got any trace of this nature religion, and indeed seemed to know nothing about it? Why is it among them the thing suddenly appears to happen? The principal actor, humanly speaking, hardly seems to know of the repercussions his words and sufferings would have in any pagan mind. Well, that is almost inexplicable, except on one hypothesis. How, if the Corn King is not mentioned in that book, because he is here of whom the Corn King was an image? How, if the representation is absent, because here, at last, the thing represented is present? If the shadows are absent, because the thing of which they were shadows is here? The corn itself is, in its far-off way, an imitation of the supernatural reality, the thing dying and coming to life again, descending and reascending beyond all nature. The principle is there in nature because it was first there in God himself. Thus one is getting in behind the nature religions and behind nature to someone who is not explained by, but explains, not indeed the nature religions directly, but that whole characteristic behavior of nature on which nature religions were based. Well, that is one way in which it surprised me. It seemed to fit in a very peculiar way, showing me something about nature more fully than I had seen it before, while itself remaining quite outside and above the nature religions. Then another thing. We, with our modern democratic and arithmetical presuppositions, would so have liked and expected all men to start equal in their search for God. One has the picture of great centripetal roads coming from all directions, with well-disposed people all meaning the same thing and getting closer and closer together. How shockingly opposite to that is the Christian story. One people picked out of the whole earth, that people purged and proved again and again. Some are lost in the desert before they reach Palestine. Some stay in Babylon. Some becoming indifferent. The whole thing narrows and narrows until at last it comes down to a little point, small as the point of a spear. A Jewish girl at her prayers. That is what the whole of human nature has narrowed down to before the incarnation takes place. Very unlike what we expected. But of course, not in the least unlike what seems, in general, as shown by nature, to be God's way of working. The universe is quite a shockingly selective, undemocratic place out of apparently infinite space, a relatively tiny proportion occupied by matter of any kind. Of the stars, perhaps only one has planets. Of the planets, only one is at all likely to sustain organic life. Of the animals, only one species is rational. Selection, as seen in nature, and the appalling waste which it involves, appears a horrible and an unjust thing by human standards. But the selectiveness in the Christian story is not quite like that. The people who are selected are, in a sense, unfairly selected for a supreme honor. But it is also a supreme burden. The people of Israel come to realize that it is their woes which are saving the world. Even in human society, though, one sees how this inequality furnishes an opportunity for every kind of tyranny and servility. Yet, on the other hand, one also sees that it furnishes an opportunity for some of the very best things we can think of: humility and kindness, and the immense pleasures of admiration. I cannot conceive how one would get through the boredom of a world in which you never met anyone more clever or more beautiful or stronger than yourself. The very crowds who go after the football celebrities and film stars know better than to desire that kind of equality. What the story of the Incarnation seems to be doing is to flash a new light on a principle in nature, and to show for the first time that this principle of inequality in nature is neither good nor bad. It is a common theme running through both the goodness and badness of the natural world, and I begin to see how it can survive as a supreme beauty in a redeemed universe. And with that, I have unconsciously passed over to the third point. I have said that the selectiveness was not unfair in the way in which we first suspect, because those selected for the great honor are also selected for the great suffering, and their suffering heals others. In the Incarnation we get, of course, this idea of vicariousness of one person profiting by the earning of another person. In its highest form, that is the very center of Christianity. And we also find this same vicariousness to be a characteristic, or as the musician would put it, a leitmotif of nature. It is a law of the natural universe that no being can exist on its own resources. Everyone, everything, is hopelessly indebted to everyone and everything else. In the universe, as we now see it, this is the source of many of the greatest horrors. All the horrors of carnivorousness, and the worse horrors of the parasites, those horrible animals that live under the skin of other animals, and so on. And yet, suddenly seeing it in the light of the Christian story, one realizes that vicariousness is not in itself bad, that all these animals and insects and horrors are merely that principle of vicariousness twisted in one way. For when you think it out, nearly everything good in nature also comes from vicariousness. After all, the child, both before and after birth, lives on its mother, just as the parasite lives on its host, the one being a horror, and the other being the source of almost every natural goodness in the world. It all depends upon what you do with this principle. So that I find in that third way also that what is implied by the Incarnation just fits in exactly with what I have seen in nature, and, this is the important point, each time it gives it a new twist. If I accept this supposed missing chapter, the Incarnation, I find it begins to illuminate the whole of the rest of the manuscript. It lights up nature's pattern of death and rebirth, and, secondly, her selectiveness, and, thirdly, her vicariousness. Now I notice a very odd point. All the other religions in the world, as far as I know them, are either nature religions or anti-nature religions. The nature religions are those of the old, simple, pagan sort that you know about. You actually got drunk in the temple of Bacchus. You actually committed fornication in the temple of Aphrodite. The more modern form of nature religion would be the religion started, in a sense, by Bergson. But he repented and died Christian, and carried on in a more popular form by Mr. Bernard Shaw. The anti-nature religions are those like Hinduism and Stoicism, where men say, "I will starve my flesh. I care not whether I live or die." All natural things are to be set aside. The aim is nirvana, apathy, negative spirituality. The nature religions simply affirm my natural desires. The anti-natural religions simply contradict them. The nature religions simply give a new sanction to what I already always thought about the universe in my moments of rude health and cheerful brutality. The anti-nature religions merely repeat what I always thought about it in my moods of lassitude or delicacy or compassion. But here is something quite different. Here is something telling me, well, what? Telling me that I must never, like the Stoics, say that death does not matter. Nothing is less Christian than that. Death, which made life himself shed tears at the grave of Lazarus, and shed tears of blood in Gethsemane. This is an appalling horror, a stinking indignity. You remember Thomas Brown's splendid remark, "I am not so much afraid of death as ashamed of it." and yet somehow or other infinitely good. Christianity does not simply affirm or simply deny the horror of death. It tells me something quite new about it. Again, it does not, like Nietzsche, simply confirm my desire to be stronger or cleverer than other people. On the other hand, it does not allow me to say, "Oh Lord, won't there be a day when everyone will be as good as everyone else?" In the same way about vicariousness. It will not in any way allow me to be an exploiter, to act as a parasite on other people. Yet it will not allow me any dream of living on my own. It will teach me to accept with glad humility the enormous sacrifice that others make for me, as well as to make sacrifices for others. That is why I think this grand miracle is the missing chapter in this novel, the chapter on which the whole plot turns. That is why I believe that God really has dived down into the bottom of creation and has come up bringing the whole redeemed nature on his shoulder. The miracles that have already happened are, of course, as Scripture so often says, the first fruits of that cosmic summer which is presently coming on. Christ has risen, and so we shall rise. St. Peter for a few seconds walked on the water, and the day will come when there will be a remade universe, infinitely obedient to the will of glorified and obedient men, when we can do all things, when we shall be those gods that we are described as being in Scripture. To be sure, it feels wintry enough still, but often in the very early spring it feels like that. 2,000 years are only a day or two by this scale. A man really ought to say, the resurrection happened 2,000 years ago, in the same spirit in which he says, "I saw a crocus yesterday." Because we know what is coming behind the crocus. The spring comes slowly down this way, but the great thing is that the corner has been turned. There is, of course, this difference, that in the natural spring the crocus cannot choose whether it will respond or not. We can. We have the power either of withstanding the spring and sinking back into the cosmic winter, or of going on into those high midsummer pomps in which our leader, the Son of Man, already dwells, and to which he is calling us. It remains with us to follow or not, to die in this winter, or to go on into that spring and that summer. 10. Christian Apologetics. This paper was read to an assembly of Anglican priests and youth leaders at the Carmarthen Conference for Youth Leaders and Junior Clergy of the Church in Wales at Carmarthen during Easter 1945. Some of you are priests and some are leaders of youth organizations. I have little right to address either. It is for priests to teach me, not for me to teach them. I have never helped to organize youth, and while I was young myself, I successfully avoided being organized. If I address you, it is in response to a request so urged that I came to regard compliance as a matter of obedience. I am to talk about apologetics. Apologetics means, of course, defense. The first question is, what do you propose to defend? Christianity, of course, and Christianity as understood by the Church in Wales. And here at the outset I must deal with an unpleasant business. It seems to the layman that in the Church of England we often hear from our priests doctrine which is not Anglican Christianity. It may depart from Anglican Christianity in either of two ways. One, it may be so broad or liberal or modern that it in fact excludes any real supernaturalism and thus ceases to be Christian at all. Two, it may, on the other hand, be Roman. It is not, of course, for me to define to you what Anglican Christianity is. I am your pupil, not your teacher. But I insist that wherever you draw the lines, bounding lines must exist, beyond which your doctrine will cease either to be Anglican or to be Christian. And I suggest also that the lines come a great deal sooner than many modern priests think. I think it is your duty to fix the lines clearly in your own minds. And if you wish to go beyond them, you must change your profession. This is your duty not specially as Christians or as priests, but as honest men. There is a danger here of the clergy developing a special professional conscience which obscures the very plain moral issue. Men who have passed beyond these boundary lines in either direction are apt to protest that they have come by their unorthodox opinions honestly. In defense of those opinions, they are prepared to suffer obloquy and to forfeit professional advancement. They thus come to feel like martyrs. But this simply misses the point which so gravely scandalizes the layman. We never doubted that the unorthodox opinions were honestly held. What we complain of is your continuing your ministry after you have come to hold them. We always knew that a man who makes his living as a paid agent of the Conservative Party may honestly change his views and honestly become a communist. What we deny is that he can honestly continue to be a Conservative agent and to receive money from one party while he supports the policy of another. Even when we have thus ruled out teaching which is in direct contradiction to our profession, we must define our task still further. We are to defend Christianity itself, the faith preached by the apostles, attested by the martyrs, embodied in the creeds, expounded by the fathers. This must be clearly distinguished from the whole of what any one of us may think about God and man. Each of us has his individual emphasis. Each holds, in addition to the faith, many opinions which seem to him to be consistent with it, and true and important. And so, perhaps, they are. But as apologists, it is not our business to defend them. We are defending Christianity, not my religion. When we mention our personal opinions, we must always make quite clear the difference between them and the faith itself. St. Paul has given us the model in 1 Corinthians 7:25. On a certain point he has no commandment of the Lord, but gives his judgment. No one is left in doubt as to the difference in status implied. This distinction, which is demanded by honesty, also gives the apologist a great tactical advantage. The great difficulty is to get modern audiences to realize that you are preaching Christianity solely and simply because you happen to think it true. They always suppose you are preaching it because you like it, or think it good for society, or something of that sort. Now, a clearly maintained distinction between what the faith actually says and what you would like it to have said, or what you understand, or what you personally find helpful or think probable, forces your audience to realize that you are tied to your data just as the scientist is tied by the results of the experiments, that you are not just saying what you like. This immediately helps them to realize that what is being discussed is a question about objective fact, not gas about ideals and points of view. Secondly, this scrupulous care to preserve the Christian message as something distinct from one's own ideas has one very good effect upon the apologist himself. It forces him, again and again, to face up to those elements in original Christianity which he personally finds obscure or repulsive. He is saved from the temptation to skip or slur or ignore what he finds disagreeable. And the man who yields to that temptation will, of course, never progress in Christian knowledge. For obviously the doctrines which one finds easy are the doctrines which give Christian sanction to truths you already knew. The new truth which you do not know and which you need must, in the very nature of things, be hidden precisely in the doctrines you least like and least understand. It is just the same here as in science. The phenomenon which is troublesome, which doesn't fit in with the current scientific theories, is the phenomenon which compels reconsideration and thus leads to new knowledge. Science progresses because scientists, instead of running away from such troublesome phenomena or hushing them up, are constantly seeking them out. In the same way, there will be progress in Christian knowledge only as long as we accept the challenge of the difficult or repellent doctrines. A liberal Christianity, which considers itself free to alter the faith whenever the faith looks perplexing or repellent, must be completely stagnant. Progress is made only into a resisting material. From this there follows a corollary about the apologist's private reading. There are two questions he will naturally ask himself. 1. Have I been keeping abreast of recent movements in theology? 2. Have I stood firm, super monstratus vias, amidst all these winds of doctrine? I want to say emphatically that the second question is far the more important of the two. Our upbringing and the whole atmosphere of the world we live in make it certain that our main temptation will be that of yielding to winds of doctrine, not that of ignoring them. We are not at all likely to be hidebound. We are very likely indeed to be the slaves of fashion. If one has to choose between reading the new books and reading the old, one must choose the old, not because they are necessarily better, but because they contain precisely those truths of which our own age is neglectful. The standard of permanent Christianity must be kept clear in our minds, and it is against that standard that we must test all contemporary thought. In fact, we must at all costs not move with the times. We serve one who said, "Heaven and earth shall move with the times, but my words shall not move with the times." I am speaking so far of theological reading. Scientific reading is a different matter. If you know any science, it is very desirable that you should keep it up. We have to answer the current scientific attitude towards Christianity, not the attitude which scientists adopted 100 years ago. Science is in continual change, and we must try to keep abreast of it. For the same reason, we must be very cautious of snatching at any scientific theory which, for the moment, seems to be in our favor. We may mention such things, but we must mention them lightly and without claiming that they are more than interesting. Sentences beginning, "Science has now proved," should be avoided. If we try to base our apologetic on some recent development in science, we shall usually find that just as we have put the finishing touches to our argument, science has changed its mind and quietly withdrawn the theory we have been using as our foundation stone. Timeo Danaeus et dona ferentes, "I fear the Greeks even when they bear gifts," is a sound principle. While we are on the subject of science, let me digress for a moment. I believe that any Christian who is qualified to write a good popular book on any science may do much more by that than by any directly apologetic work. The difficulty we are up against is this. We can make people often attend to the Christian point of view for half an hour or so, but the moment they have gone away from our lecture or laid down our article, they are plunged back into a world where the opposite position is taken for granted. As long as that situation exists, widespread success is simply impossible. We must attack the enemy's line of communication. What we want is not more little books about Christianity, but more little books by Christians on other subjects, with their Christianity latent. You can see this most easily if you look at it the other way round. Our faith is not very likely to be shaken by any book on Hinduism. But if, whenever we read an elementary book on geology, botany, politics, or astronomy, we found that its implications were Hindu, that would shake us. It is not the books written in direct defense of materialism that make the modern man a materialist. It is the materialistic assumptions in all the other books. In the same way, it is not books on Christianity that will really trouble him. But he would be troubled if, whenever he wanted a cheap popular introduction to some science, the best work on the market was always by a Christian. The first step to the reconversion of this country is a series produced by Christians which can beat the Penguin and the Thinker's Library on their own ground. Its Christianity would have to be latent, not explicit, and of course its science perfectly honest. Science twisted in the interests of apologetics would be sin and folly. But I must return to my immediate subject. Our business is to present that which is timeless, the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, in the particular language of our own age. The bad preacher does exactly the opposite. He takes the ideas of our own age and tricks them out in the traditional language of Christianity. Thus, for example, he may think about the Beveridge Report and talk about the coming of the kingdom. The core of his thought is merely contemporary. Only the superficies is traditional. But your teaching must be timeless at its heart and wear a modern dress. This raises the question of theology and politics. The nearest I can get to a settlement of the frontier problem between them is this, that theology teaches us what ends are desirable and what means are lawful, while politics teaches what means are effective. Thus, theology tells us that every man ought to have a decent wage. Politics tells by what means this is likely to be attained. Theology tells us which of these means are consistent with justice and charity. On the political question, guidance comes not from revelation, but from natural prudence, knowledge of complicated facts, and ripe experience. If we have these qualifications, we may, of course, state our political opinions. But then we must make it quite clear that we are giving our personal judgment and have no command from the Lord. Not many priests have these qualifications. Most political sermons teach the congregation nothing except what newspapers are taken at the rectory. Our great danger at present is lest the Church should continue to practice a merely missionary technique in what has become a missionary situation. A century ago, our task was to edify those who had been brought up in the faith. Our present task is chiefly to convert and instruct infidels. Great Britain is as much a part of the mission field as China. Now, if you were sent to the Bantus, you would be taught their language and traditions. You need similar teaching about the language and mental habits of your own uneducated and unbelieving fellow countrymen. Many priests are quite ignorant on this subject. What I know about it, I have learned from talking in RAF camps. They were mostly inhabited by Englishmen, and therefore some of what I shall say may be irrelevant to the situation in Wales. You will sift out what does not apply. 1. I find that the uneducated Englishman is an almost total skeptic about history. I had expected he would disbelieve the Gospels because they contain miracles. But he really disbelieves them because they deal with things that happened 2,000 years ago. He would disbelieve equally in the Battle of Actium if he heard of it. To those who have had our kind of education, his state of mind is very difficult to realize. To us, the present has always appeared as one section in a huge continuous process. In his mind, the present occupies almost the whole field of vision. Beyond it, isolated from it, and quite unimportant, is something called the old days, a small comic jungle in which highwaymen, Queen Elizabeth, knights in armour, etc. wander about. Then, strangest of all, beyond the old days comes a picture of primitive man. He is science, not history, and is therefore felt to be much more real than the old days. In other words, the prehistoric is much more believed in than the historic. 2. He has a distrust, very rational in the state of his knowledge, of ancient texts. Thus a man has sometimes said to me, "These records were written in the days before printing, weren't they? And you haven't got the original bit of paper, have you?" So what it comes to is that someone wrote something, and someone else copied it, and someone else copied that, and so on. Well, by the time it comes to us, it won't be in the least like the original. This is a difficult objection to deal with, because one cannot, there and then, start teaching the whole science of textual criticism. But at this point their real religion, i.e. faith in science, has come to my aid. The assurance that there is a science called textual criticism, and that its results, not only as regards the New Testament, but as regards ancient texts in general, are generally accepted, will usually be received without objection. I need hardly point out that the word text must not be used, since to your audience it means only a scriptural quotation. 3. A sense of sin is almost totally lacking. Our situation is thus very different from that of the apostles. The pagans, and still more the Metuentes, God-fearers who worshipped God without submitting to circumcision or other ceremonial obligations of Jewish law, to whom they preached, were haunted by a sense of guilt, and to them the gospel was, therefore, good news. We address people who have been trained to believe that whatever goes wrong in the world is someone else's fault, the capitalists, the governments, the Nazis, the generals, etc. They approach God himself as his judges. They want to know not whether they can be acquitted for sin, but whether he can be acquitted for creating such a world. In attacking this fatal insensibility, it is useless to direct attention, A, to sins your audience do not commit, or B, to things they do but do not regard as sins. They are usually not drunkards. They are mostly fornicators, but then they do not feel fornication to be wrong. It is, therefore, useless to dwell on either of these subjects. Now that contraceptives have removed the obviously uncharitable element in fornication, I do not myself think we can expect people to recognize it as sin until they have accepted Christianity as a whole. I cannot offer you a watertight technique for awakening the sense of sin. I can only say that, in my experience, if one begins from the sin that has been one's own chief problem during the last week, one is very often surprised at the way this shaft goes home. But whatever method we use, our continual effort must be to get their mind away from public affairs and crime, and bring them down to brass tacks, to the whole network of spite, greed, envy, unfairness, and conceit in the lives of ordinary, decent people like themselves and ourselves. 4. We must learn the language of our audience. And let me say at the outset that it is no use at all laying down a priori what the plain man does or does not understand. You have to find out by experience. Thus most of us would have supposed that the change from may truly and indifferently minister justice to may truly and impartially made that place easier to the uneducated. But a priest of my acquaintance discovered that his sexton saw no difficulty in indifferently. It means making no difference between one man and another, he said, but had no idea what impartially meant. On this question of language, the best thing I can do is to make a list of words which are used by the people in a sense different from ours. Atonement does not really exist in a spoken modern English, though it would be recognized as a religious word. Insofar as it conveys any meaning to the uneducated, I think it means compensation. No one word will express to them what Christians mean by atonement. You must paraphrase. Being, noun, never means merely entity in popular speech. Often it means what we should call a personal being. E.g., a man said to me, "I believe in the Holy Ghost, but I don't think he is a being." Catholic means papistical. Charity means A. alms, B. a charitable organization, C. much more rarely, indulgence, i.e., a charitable attitude towards a man is conceived as one that denies or condones his sins, not as one that loves the sinner in spite of them. Christian has come to include almost no idea of belief, usually a vague term of approval. The question, "What do you call a Christian?" has been asked of me again and again. The answer they wish to receive is, "A Christian is a decent chap who's unselfish, etc." Church means A. a sacred building, B. the clergy. Does not suggest to them the company of all faithful people, generally used in a bad sense. Direct defense of the church is part of our duty, but use of the word church, where there is no time to defend it, alienates sympathy and should be avoided where possible. Creative now means merely talented, original. The idea of creation in the theological sense is absent from their minds. Creature means beast, irrational animal. Such an expression as "we are only creatures" would almost certainly be misunderstood. Crucifixion, cross, etc. Centuries of hymnody and religious cant have so exhausted these words that they now very faintly, if at all, convey the idea of execution by torture. It is better to paraphrase, and for the same reason to say flogged for New Testament scourged. Dogma, used by the people only in a bad sense to mean unproved assertion delivered in an arrogant manner. Immaculate conception, in the mouth of an uneducated speaker, always means virgin birth. Morality means chastity. Personal. I had argued for at least 10 minutes with a man about the existence of a personal devil, before I discovered that personal meant to him corporeal. I suspect this of being widespread. When they say they don't believe in a personal God, they may often mean only that they are not anthropomorphists. Potential, when used at all, is used in an engineering sense, never means possible. Primitive means crude, clumsy, unfinished, inefficient. Primitive Christianity would not mean to them at all what it does to you. Sacrifice has no associations with temple and altar. They are familiar with this word only in the journalistic sense. The nation must be prepared for heavy sacrifices. Spiritual means primarily immaterial, incorporeal, but with serious confusions from the Christian uses of spirit. Hence the idea that whatever is spiritual in the sense of non-sensuous is somehow better than anything sensuous. E.g., they don't really believe that envy could be as bad as drunkenness. Vulgarity usually means obscenity or smut. There are bad confusions, and not only in uneducated minds, between A. the obscene or lascivious, what is calculated to provoke lust, B. the indecorous, what offends against good taste or propriety, C. the vulgar proper, what is socially low. Good people tend to think B as sinful as A, with the result that others feel A to be just as innocent as B. To conclude, you must translate every bit of your theology into the vernacular. This is very troublesome, and it means you can say very little in half an hour. But it is essential. It is also of the greatest service to your own thought. I have come to the conviction that if you cannot translate your thoughts into uneducated language, then your thoughts were confused. Power to translate is the test of having really understood one's own meaning. A passage from some theological work for translation into the vernacular ought to be a compulsory paper in every ordination examination. I turn now to the question of the actual attack. This may be either emotional or intellectual. If I speak only of the intellectual kind, that is not because I undervalue the other, but because, not having been given the gifts necessary for carrying it out, I cannot give advice about it. But I wish to say most emphatically that where a speaker has that gift, the direct evangelical appeal of the come-to-Jesus type can be as overwhelming today as it was 100 years ago. I have seen it done, preluded by a religious film and accompanied by hymn singing, and with very remarkable effect. I cannot do it, but those who can ought to do it with all their might. I am not sure that the ideal missionary team ought not to consist of one who argues and one who, in the fullest sense of the word, preaches. Put up your arguer first to undermine their intellectual prejudices, then let the evangelist proper launch his appeal. I have seen this done with great success. But here I must concern myself only with the intellectual attack. Non omnia possumus omnes. Not all things can we all do. And first, a word of encouragement. Uneducated people are not irrational people. I have found that they will endure and can follow quite a lot of sustained argument if you go slowly. Often, indeed, the novelty of it, for they have seldom met it before, delights them. Do not attempt to water Christianity down. There must be no pretense that you can have it with the supernatural left out. So far as I can see, Christianity is precisely the one religion from which the miraculous cannot be separated. You must frankly argue for supernaturalism from the very outset. The two popular difficulties you will probably have to deal with are these. 1. Now that we know how huge the universe is and how insignificant the earth, it is ridiculous to believe that the universal God should be specially interested in our concerns. In answer to this, you must first correct their error about fact. The insignificance of Earth in relation to the universe is not a modern discovery. Nearly 2,000 years ago, Ptolemy, Almagest, Book 1, Chapter 5, said that in relation to the distance of the fixed stars, Earth must be treated as a mathematical point without magnitude. Secondly, you should point out that Christianity says what God has done for man. It doesn't say, because it doesn't know, what he has or has not done in other parts of the universe. Thirdly, you might recall the parable of the one lost sheep. If Earth has been specially sought by God, which we don't know, that may not imply that it is the most important thing in the universe, but only that it has strayed. Finally, challenge the whole tendency to identify size and importance. Is an elephant more important than a man, or a man's leg than his brain? 2. People believed in miracles in the old days because they didn't then know that they were contrary to the laws of nature. But they did. If St. Joseph didn't know that a virgin birth was contrary to nature, i.e., if he didn't know the normal origin of babies, why, on discovering his wife's pregnancy, was he minded to put her away? Obviously, no event would be recorded as a wonder unless the recorders knew the natural order and saw that this was an exception. If people didn't yet know that the sun rose in the east, they wouldn't be even interested in its once rising in the west. They would not record it as a miraculum, nor indeed record it at all. The very idea of miracle presupposes knowledge of the laws of nature. You can't have the idea of an exception until you have the idea of a rule. It is very difficult to produce arguments on the popular level for the existence of God, and many of the most popular arguments seem to me invalid. Some of these may be produced in discussion by friendly members of the audience. This raises the whole problem of the embarrassing supporter. It is brutal and dangerous to repel him. It is often dishonest to agree with what he says. I usually try to avoid saying anything about the validity of his argument in itself, and reply, yes, that may do for you and me, But I'm afraid if we take that line, our friend here on my left might say, etc., etc. Fortunately, though very oddly, I have found that people are usually disposed to hear the divinity of our Lord discussed before going into the existence of God. When I began, I used, if I were giving 2 lectures, to devote the first to mere theism. But I soon gave up this method because it seemed to arouse little interest. The number of clear and determined atheists is apparently not very large. When we come to the incarnation itself, I usually find that some form of the aut deus aut malus homo, either God or a bad man, can be used. The majority of them start with the idea of the great human teacher who was deified by his superstitious followers. It must be pointed out how very improbable this is among Jews, and how different to anything that happened with Plato, Confucius, Buddha, Mohammed. The Lord's own words and claims, of which many are quite ignorant, must be forced home. The whole case, on a popular level, is very well put indeed in Chesterton's The Everlasting Man. Something will usually have to be said about the historicity of the Gospels. You who are trained theologians will be able to do this in ways which I could not. My own line was to say that I was a professional literary critic, and I thought I did know the difference between legend and historical writing. That the Gospels were certainly not legends. In one sense, they're not good enough, and that if they are not history, then they are realistic prose fiction of a kind which actually never existed before the 18th century. Little episodes such as Jesus writing in the dust when they brought him the woman taken in adultery, which have no doctrinal significance at all, are the mark. One of the great difficulties is to keep before the audience's mind the question of truth. They always think you are recommending Christianity not because it is true, but because it is good. And in the discussion they will at every moment try to escape from the issue, true or false, into stuff about a good society, or morals, or the incomes of bishops, or the Spanish Inquisition, or France, or Poland, or anything whatever. You have to keep forcing them back, and again back to the real point. Only thus will you be able to undermine A, their belief that a certain amount of religion is desirable, but one mustn't carry it too far. One must keep on pointing out that Christianity is a statement which, if false, is of no importance, and if true, of infinite importance. The one thing it cannot be is moderately important. B, their firm disbelief of Article 18, of obtaining eternal salvation only by the name of Christ. Of course, it should be pointed out that, though all salvation is through Jesus, we need not conclude that he cannot save those who have not explicitly accepted him in this life. And it should, at least in my judgment, be made clear that we are not pronouncing all other religions to be totally false, but rather saying that in Christ, whatever is true in all religions is consummated and perfected. But, on the other hand, I think we must attack, wherever we meet it, the nonsensical idea that mutually exclusive propositions about God can both be true. For my own part, I have sometimes told my audience that the only 2 things really worth considering are Christianity and Hinduism. Islam is only the greatest of the Christian heresies, Buddhism only the greatest of the Hindu heresies. Real paganism is dead. All that was best in Judaism and Platonism survives in Christianity. There isn't really, for an adult mind, this infinite variety of religions to consider. We may, salva reverentia, without outraging reverence, divide religions, as we do soups, into thick and clear. By thick I mean those which have orgies and ecstasies and mysteries and local attachments. Africa is full of thick religions. By clear, I mean those which are philosophical, ethical, and universalizing. Stoicism, Buddhism, and the ethical church are clear religions. Now, if there is a true religion, it must be both thick and clear. For the true God must have made both the child and the man, both the savage and the citizen, both the head and the belly. And the only 2 religions that fulfill this condition are Hinduism and Christianity. But Hinduism fulfills it imperfectly. The clear religion of the Brahmin hermit in the jungle and the thick religion of the neighboring temple go on side by side. The Brahmin hermit doesn't bother about the temple prostitution, nor the worshipper in the temple about the hermit's metaphysics. But Christianity really breaks down the middle wall of the partition. It takes a convert from Central Africa and tells him to obey an enlightened universalist ethic. It takes a 20th century academic prig like me and tells me to go fasting to a mystery, to drink the blood of the Lord. The savage convert has to be clear, I have to be thick. That is how one knows one has come to the real religion. One last word. I have found that nothing is more dangerous to one's own faith than the work of an apologist. No doctrine of that faith seems to me so spectral, so unreal, as one that I have just successfully defended in a public debate. For a moment, you see, it has seemed to rest on oneself. As a result, when you go away from that debate, it seems no stronger than that weak pillar. That is why we apologists take our lives in our hands and can be saved only by falling back continually from the web of our own arguments, as from our intellectual counters into the reality, from Christian apologetics into Christ himself. That also is why we need one another's continual help. Oremus pro invicem. Let us pray for each other. 11. Work and prayer. Even if I grant your point and admit that answers to prayer are theoretically possible, I shall still think they are infinitely improbable. I don't think it at all likely that God requires the ill-informed and contradictory advice of us humans as to how to run the world. If he is all-wise, as you say he is, doesn't he know already what is best? And if he is all-good, won't he do it whether we pray or not? This is the case against prayer which has, in the last 100 years, intimidated thousands of people. The usual answer is that it applies only to the lowest sort of prayer, the sort that consists in asking for things to happen. The higher sort, we are told, offers no advice to God. It consists only of communion or intercourse with him. And those who take this line seem to suggest that the lower kind of prayer really is an absurdity, and that only children or savages would use it. I have never been satisfied with this view. The distinction between the two sorts of prayer is a sound one, and I think on the whole, I am not quite certain that the sort which asks for nothing is the higher or more advanced. To be in the state in which you are so at one with the will of God that you wouldn't want to alter the course of events even if you could, is certainly a very high or advanced condition. But if one simply rules out the lower kind, two difficulties follow. In the first place, one has to say that the whole historical tradition of Christian prayer, including the Lord's Prayer itself, has been wrong. For it has always admitted prayers for our daily bread, for the recovery of the sick, for protection from enemies, for the conversion of the outside world, and the like. In the second place, though the other kind of prayer may be higher if you restrict yourself to it because you have got beyond the desire to use any other, there is nothing specially high or spiritual about abstaining from prayers that make requests simply because you think they're no good. It might be a very pretty thing, but again I'm not absolutely certain, if a little boy never asked for cake because he was so high-minded and spiritual that he didn't want any cake. But there's nothing specially pretty about a little boy who doesn't ask because he has learned that it is no use asking. I think that the whole matter needs reconsideration. The case against prayer, I mean the low or old-fashioned kind, is this. The thing you ask for is either good, for you and for the world in general, or else it is not. If it is, then a good and wise God will do it anyway. If it is not, then he won't. In neither case can your prayer make any difference. But if this argument is sound, surely it is an argument not only against praying, but against doing anything whatever. In every action, just as in every prayer, you are trying to bring about a certain result, and this result must be good or bad. Why then do we not argue, as the opponents of prayer argue, and say that if the intended result is good, God will bring it to pass without your interference, and that if it is bad, he will prevent it happening whatever you do? Why wash your hands? If God intends them to be clean, they'll come clean without your washing them. If he doesn't, they'll remain dirty, as Lady Macbeth found, however much soap you use. Why ask for the salt? Why put on your boots? Why do anything? We know that we can act, and that our actions produce results. Everyone who believes in God must therefore admit, quite apart from the question of prayer, that God has not chosen to write the whole of history with his own hand. Most of the events that go on in the universe are indeed out of our control, but not all. It is like a play in which the scene and the general outline of the story is fixed by the author, but certain minor details are left for the actors to improvise. It may be a mystery why he should have allowed us to cause real events at all, but it is no odder that he should allow us to cause them by praying than by any other method. Pascal says that God instituted prayer in order to allow his creatures the dignity of causality. It would perhaps be truer to say that he invented both prayer and physical action for that purpose. He gave us small creatures the dignity of being able to contribute to the course of events in two different ways. He made the matter of the universe such that we can, in those limits, do things to it. That is why we can wash our own hands and feed or murder our fellow creatures. Similarly, he made his own plan or plot of history such that it admits a certain amount of free play and can be modified in response to our prayers. If it is foolish and impudent to ask for victory in a war on the ground that God might be expected to know best, it would be equally foolish and impudent to put on a mackintosh. Does not God know best whether you ought to be wet or dry? The two methods by which we are allowed to produce events may be called work and prayer. Both are alike in this respect, that in both we try to produce a state of affairs which God has not, or at any rate not yet, seen fit to provide on his own. And from this point of view, the old maxim, laborare est orare, work is prayer, takes on a new meaning. What we do when we weed a field is not quite different from what we do when we pray for a good harvest. But there is an important difference all the same. You cannot be sure of a good harvest whatever you do to a field. But you can be sure that if you pull up one weed, that one weed will no longer be there. You can be sure that if you drink more than a certain amount of alcohol, you will ruin your health. Or that if you go on for a few centuries more wasting the resources of the planet on wars and luxuries, you will shorten the life of the whole human race. The kind of causality we exercise by work is, so to speak, divinely guaranteed and therefore ruthless. By it we are free to do ourselves as much harm as we please. But the kind which we exercise by prayer is not like that. God has left himself a discretionary power. Had he not done so, prayer would be an activity too dangerous for man, and we should have the horrible state of things envisaged by Juvenal, enormous prayers which heaven in anger grants. Prayers are not always, in the crude factual sense of the word, granted. This is not because prayer is a weaker kind of causality, but because it is a stronger kind. When it works at all, it works unlimited by space and time. That is why God has retained a discretionary power of granting or refusing it. Except on that condition, prayer would destroy us. It is not unreasonable for a headmaster to say, "Such and such things you may do according to the fixed rules of this school, but such and such other things are too dangerous to be left to general rules. If you want to do them, you must come and make a request, and talk over the whole matter with me in my study. And then we'll see." 12. Man or rabbit? Can't you lead a good life without believing in Christianity? This is the question on which I have been asked to write, and straight away, before I begin trying to answer it, I have a comment to make. The question sounds as if it were asked by a person who said to himself, "I don't care whether Christianity is in fact true or not. I'm not interested in finding out whether the real universe is more like what the Christians say than what the materialists say. All I'm interested in is leading a good life. I'm going to choose beliefs not because I think them true, but because I find them helpful." Now, frankly, I find it hard to sympathize with this state of mind. One of the things that distinguishes man from the other animals is that he wants to know things, wants to find out what reality is like, simply for the sake of knowing. When that desire is completely quenched in anyone, I think he has become something less than human. As a matter of fact, I don't believe any of you have really lost that desire. More probably, foolish preachers, by always telling you how much Christianity will help you and how good it is for society, have actually led you to forget that Christianity is not a patent medicine. Christianity claims to give an account of facts, to tell you what the real universe is like. Its account of the universe may be true or it may not, and once the question is really before you, then your natural inquisitiveness must make you want to know the answer. If Christianity is untrue, then no honest man will want to believe it, however helpful it might be. If it is true, every honest man will want to believe it, even if it gives him no help at all. As soon as we have realized this, we realize something else. If Christianity should happen to be true, then it is quite impossible that those who know this truth and those who don't should be equally well equipped for leading a good life. Knowledge of the facts must make a difference to one's actions. Suppose you found a man on the point of starvation and wanted to do the right thing. If you had no knowledge of medical science, you would probably give him a large, solid meal, and as a result your man would die. That is what comes of working in the dark. In the same way, a Christian and a non-Christian may both wish to do good to their fellow men. The one believes that men are going to live forever, that they were created by God, and so built that they can find their true and lasting happiness only by being united to God, that they have gone badly off the rails, and that obedient faith in Christ is the only way back. The other believes that men are an accidental result of the blind workings of matter, that they started as mere animals and have more or less steadily improved, that they are going to live for about 70 years, that their happiness is fully attainable by good social services and political organizations, and that everything else, e.g. vivisection, birth control, the judicial system, education, is to be judged to be good or bad, simply insofar as it helps or hinders that kind of happiness. Now, there are quite a lot of things which these two men could agree in doing for their fellow citizens. Both would approve of efficient sewers and hospitals and a healthy diet. But sooner or later the difference of their beliefs would produce differences in their practical proposals. Both, for example, might be very keen about education. But the kinds of education they wanted people to have would obviously be very different. Again, where the materialist would simply ask about a proposed action, will it increase the happiness of the majority, the Christian might have to say, even if it does increase the happiness of the majority, we can't do it. It is unjust. And all the time, one great difference would run through their whole policy. To the materialist, things like nations, classes, civilizations must be more important than individuals, because the individuals live only 70-odd years each, and the group may last for centuries. But to the Christian, individuals are more important, for they live eternally, and races, civilizations, and the like are in comparison the creatures of a day. The Christian and the materialist hold different beliefs about the universe. They can't both be right. The one who is wrong will act in a way which simply doesn't fit the real universe. Consequently, with the best will in the world, he will be helping his fellow creatures to their destruction. With the best will in the world, then it won't be his fault. Surely God, if there is a God, will not punish a man for honest mistakes. But was that all you were thinking about? Are we ready to run the risk of working in the dark all our lives and doing infinite harm, provided only someone will assure us that our own skins will be safe, that no one will punish us or blame us? I will not believe that the reader is quite on that level. But even if he were, there is something to be said to him. The question before each of us is not, can someone lead a good life without Christianity? The question is, can I? We all know there have been good men who were not Christians. Men like Socrates and Confucius, who had never heard of it, or men like J.S. Mill, who quite honestly couldn't believe it. Supposing Christianity to be true, these men were in a state of honest ignorance or honest error. If their intentions were as good as I suppose them to have been, for of course I can't read their secret hearts, I hope and believe that the skill and mercy of God will remedy the evils which their ignorance, left to itself, would naturally produce both for them and for those whom they influenced. But the man who asks me, can't I lead a good life without believing in Christianity, is clearly not in the same position. If he hadn't heard of Christianity, he would not be asking this question. If, having heard of it, and having seriously considered it, he had decided that it was untrue, then once more he would not be asking the question. The man who asks this question has heard of Christianity, and is by no means certain that it may not be true. He is really asking, need I bother about it? Mayn't I just evade the issue, just let sleeping dogs lie, and get on with being good? Aren't good intentions enough to keep me safe and blameless without knocking at that dreadful door and making sure whether there is or isn't someone inside? To such a man it might be enough to reply that he is really asking to be allowed to get on with being good before he has done his best to discover what good means. But that is not the whole story. We need not inquire whether God will punish him for his cowardice and laziness. They will punish themselves. The man is shirking. He is deliberately trying not to know whether Christianity is true or false, because he foresees endless trouble if it should turn out to be true. He is like the man who deliberately forgets to look at the notice board, because if he did, he might find his name down for some unpleasant duty. He is like the man who won't look at his bank account because he's afraid of what he might find there. He is like the man who won't go to the doctor when he first feels a mysterious pain, because he is afraid of what the doctor may tell him. The man who remains an unbeliever for such reasons is not in a state of honest error. He is in a state of dishonest error, and that dishonesty will spread through all his thoughts and actions. A certain shiftiness, a vague worry in the background, a blunting of his whole mental edge will result. He has lost his intellectual virginity. Honest rejection of Christ, however mistaken, will be forgiven and healed. Whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But to evade the Son of Man, to look the other way, to pretend you haven't noticed, to become suddenly absorbed in something on the other side of the street, to leave the receiver off the telephone because it might be he who was ringing up, to leave unopened certain letters in a strange handwriting because they might be from him. This is a different matter. You may not be certain yet whether you ought to be a Christian, but you do know you ought to be a man, not an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. But still, for intellectual honor has sunk very low in our age, I hear someone whimpering on with his question, "Will it help me? Will it make me happy? Do you really think I'd be better if I became a Christian?" Well, if you must have it, my answer is yes. But I don't like giving an answer at all at this stage. Here is a door, behind which, according to some people, the secret of the universe is waiting for you. Either that's true or it isn't. And if it isn't, then what the door really conceals is simply the greatest fraud, the most colossal sell on record. Isn't it obviously the job of every man, that is a man and not a rabbit, to try to find out which, and then to devote his full energies either to serving this tremendous secret or to exposing and destroying this gigantic humbug? Faced with such an issue, can you really remain wholly absorbed in your own blessed moral development? All right, Christianity will do you good, a great deal more good than you ever wanted or expected. And the first bit of good it will do you is to hammer into your head, you won't enjoy that, the fact that what you have hitherto called good, all that about leading a decent life and being kind, isn't quite the magnificent and all-important affair you supposed. It will teach you that in fact you can't be good, not for 24 hours, on your own moral efforts. And then it will teach you that even if you were, you still wouldn't have achieved the purpose for which you were created. Mere morality is not the end of life. You were made for something quite different from that. J.S. Mill and Confucius, Socrates was much nearer the reality, simply didn't know what life is about. The people who keep on asking if they can't lead a decent life without Christ don't know what life is about. If they did, they would know that a decent life is mere machinery compared with the thing we men are really made for. Morality is indispensable, but the divine life, which gives itself to us and which calls us to be gods, intends for us something in which morality will be swallowed up. We are to be remade. All the rabbit in us is to disappear. The worried, conscientious, ethical rabbit, as well as the cowardly and sensual rabbit. We shall bleed and squeal as the handfuls of fur come out, and then, surprisingly, we shall find underneath it all a thing we have never yet imagined, a real man, an ageless God, a son of God, strong, radiant, wise, beautiful, and drenched in joy. When that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. The idea of reaching a good life without Christ is based on a double error. Firstly, we cannot do it. And secondly, in setting up a good life as our final goal, we have missed the very point of our existence. Morality is a mountain which we cannot climb by our own efforts. And if we could, we should only perish in the ice and unbreathable air of the summit, lacking those wings with which the rest of the journey has to be accomplished. For it is from there that the real ascent begins. The ropes and axes are done away, and the rest is a matter of flying. 13. On the Transmission of Christianity. Preface to How Heathen is Britain by B.G. Sandhurst, London, 1946. During the war, we turn with quickened interest from the newspaper accounts of the fighting to the report of any man who has just returned from taking part in it himself. The manuscript of this little book, when it was first put into my hands, gave me a similar excitement. Discussions on education and on religious education are admirable things, but here we have something different, a first-hand record of the results which the existing system is actually producing while we discuss. Its value is enhanced by the fact that the author is not a minister of education, nor a headmaster, nor a clergyman, nor even a professional teacher. The facts he records are facts against which he ran his head unexpectedly, almost, you might say, accidentally, while doing a particular wartime job. There are, of course, other things besides this in the book, but I emphasize its purely documentary value because that seems to me to be far the most important thing about it, the thing on which public attention ought to be focused. The abstracts of the author's lectures, or rather openings of discussions, are indeed full of interest, and many will wish to comment on them. They are the part of the book which it is easiest to discuss, but I insist that to concentrate on that part is an evasion. When every allowance has been made for the possibility, delightfully unsuspected by himself, that the author has unusual talents as a teacher, two facts still emerge from his record unshaken. Firstly, that the content of, and the case for, Christianity are not put before most schoolboys under the present system, and secondly, that when they are so put, a majority find them acceptable. The importance of these two facts is that between them they blow away a whole fog of reasons for the decline of religion which are often advanced and often believed. If we had noticed that the young men of the present day found it harder and harder to get the right answers to sums, we should consider that this had been adequately explained the moment we discovered that schools had for some years ceased to teach arithmetic. After that discovery, we should turn a deaf ear to people who offered explanations of a vaguer and larger kind, people who said that the influence of Einstein had sapped the ancestral belief in fixed numerical relations, or that gangster films had undermined the desire to get right answers, or that the evolution of consciousness was now entering on its post-arithmetical phase. Where a clear and simple explanation completely covers the facts, no other explanation is in court. If the younger generation have never been told what the Christians say and never heard any arguments in defense of it, then their agnosticism or indifference is fully explained. There is no need to look any further. No need to talk about the general intellectual climate of the age, the influence of the mechanistic civilization on the character of urban life. And having discovered that the cause of their ignorance is lack of instruction, we have also discovered the remedy. There is nothing in the nature of the younger generation which incapacitates them for receiving Christianity. If anyone is prepared to tell them, they are apparently ready to hear. I allow, of course, that the explanation which our author has discovered merely puts the problem a generation further back. The young people today are unchristian because their teachers have been either unwilling or unable to transmit Christianity to them. For the impotence or unbelief of their teachers, larger and, no doubt, vaguer explanations are to be sought. But that, be it noted, is a historical problem. The schoolmasters of today are, for the most part, the undergraduates of 20 years ago, the products of the post-war period. It is the mental climate of the 20s that now dominates the form room class. In other words, the sources of unbelief among young people today do not lie in those young people. The outlook which they have, until they are taught better, is a backwash from an earlier period. It is nothing intrinsic to themselves which holds them back from the faith. This very obvious fact, that each generation is taught by an earlier generation, must be kept very firmly in mind. The belief which boys fresh from school now hold are largely the beliefs of the 20s. The beliefs which boys from school will hold in the 60s will be largely those of the undergraduates of today. The moment we forget this, we begin to talk nonsense about education. We talk of the views of contemporary adolescents as if some peculiarity in contemporary adolescence had produced them out of itself. In reality, they are usually a delayed result, for the mental world also has its time bombs, of obsolete adolescence, now middle-aged and dominating its form room. Hence the futility of many schemes for education. None can give to another what he does not possess himself. No generation can bequeath to its successor what it has not got. You may frame the syllabus as you please, But when you have planned and reported ad nauseam, if we are skeptical, we shall teach only skepticism to our pupils. If fools, only folly. If vulgar, only vulgarity. If saints, sanctity. If heroes, heroism. Education is only the most fully conscious of the channels whereby each generation influences the next. It is not a closed system. Nothing which was not in the teachers can flow from them into the pupils. We shall all admit that a man who knows no Greek himself cannot teach Greek to his form. But it is equally certain that a man whose mind was formed in a period of cynicism and disillusion cannot teach hope or fortitude. A society which is predominantly Christian will propagate Christianity through its schools. One which is not, will not. All the ministries of education in the world cannot alter this law. We have, in the long run, little either to hope or fear from government. The state may take education more and more firmly under its wing. I do not doubt that by doing so it can foster conformity, perhaps even servility up to a point. The power of the state to deliberalize a profession is undoubtedly very great. But all the teaching must still be done by concrete human individuals. The state has to use the men who exist. Nay, as long as we remain a democracy, it is men who give the state its powers. And over these men, until all freedom is extinguished, the free winds of opinion blow. Their minds are formed by influences which government cannot control. And as they come to be, so will they teach. Let the abstract scheme of education be what it will, its actual operation will be what the men make it. No doubt there will be in each generation of teachers a percentage, perhaps even a majority, of government tools. But I do not think it is they who will determine the actual character of the education. The boy, and perhaps especially the English boy, has a sound instinct. The teaching of one true man will carry further and print deeper than that of a dozen white baboos. A minister of education, going back, unless I am mistaken, as far as Julian the Apostate for his president, may banish Christian clergy from the schools. But if the wind of opinion is blowing in the Christian direction, it will make no difference. It may even do us good, and the minister will have been unknowingly the God's butler. We are often told that education is a key position. That is very false in one sense and very true in another. If it means that you can do any great thing by interfering with existing schools, altering curricula and the like, it is very false. As the teachers are, so they will teach. Your reform may incommode and overwork them, but it will not radically alter the total effect of their teaching. Planning has no magic whereby it can elicit figs from thistles or choke pears from vines. The rich, sappy, fruit-laden tree will bear sweetness and strength and spiritual health. The dry, prickly, withered tree will teach hate, jealousy, suspicion, and inferiority complex, whatever you tell it to teach. They will do it unknowingly and all day long. But if we mean that to make adult Christians now, and even beyond that circle, to spread the immediately sub-Christian perceptions and virtues, the rich Platonic or Virgilian penumbra of the faith, and thus to alter the type who will be teachers in the future, if we mean that to do this is to perform the greatest of all services for our descendants, then it is very true. So at least it seems to me. I do not know how far the author would agree with me. He has exposed the actual workings of modern education. To blame the schoolmasters of the last 10 years for it would be ridiculous. The majority of them failed to hand on Christianity because they had it not. Will you blame a eunuch because he gets no children, or a stone because it yields no blood? The minority, isolated in a hostile environment, have probably done all they could, have perhaps done wonders, but little was in their power. Our author has also shown that the ignorance and incredulity of the pupils are very often removable, their roots far shallower than we had feared. I do not draw from this moral that it is now our business to get our teeth into the schools. For one thing, I do not think we shall be allowed to. It is unlikely that in the next 40 years England will have a government which would encourage or even tolerate any radically Christian elements in its state system of education. Where the tide flows towards increasing state control, Christianity, with its claims in one way personal and in the other way ecumenical, and both ways antithetical to omnicompetent government, must always in fact, though not for a long time yet in words, be treated as an enemy. Like learning, like the family, like any ancient and liberal profession, like the common law, it gives the individual a standing ground against the state. Hence Rousseau, the father of the totalitarians, said, wisely enough from his own point of view, of Christianity, Je ne connais rien de plus contraire à l'esprit social. I know nothing more opposed to the social spirit. In the second place, even if we were permitted to force a Christian curriculum on the existing schools with the existing teachers, we should only be making masters hypocrites and hardening thereby the pupils' hearts. I am speaking, of course, of large schools on which a secular character is already stamped. If any man, in some little corner out of the reach of the omnicompetent, can make or preserve a really Christian school, that is another matter. His duty is plain. I do not, therefore, think that our hope of rebaptizing England lies in trying to get at the schools. Education is not, in that sense, a key position. To convert one's adult neighbour and one's adolescent neighbour just free from school is the practical thing. The cadet, the undergraduate, the young worker in the CWU are obvious targets. But anyone and everyone is a target. If you make the adults of today Christian, the children of tomorrow will receive a Christian education. What a society has, that, be sure, and nothing else, it will hand on to its young. The work is urgent, for men perish around us. But there is no need to be uneasy about the ultimate event. As long as Christians have children and non-Christians do not, one needs have no anxiety for the next century. Those who worship the life force do not do much about transmitting it. Those whose hopes are all based on the terrestrial future do not entrust much to it. If these processes continue, the final issue can hardly be in doubt. 14. Miserable offenders. An interpretation of prayer book language. One of the advantages of having a written and printed service is that it enables you to see when people's feelings and thoughts have changed. When people begin to find the words of our service difficult to join in, that is, of course, a sign that we do not feel about those things exactly as our ancestors. Many people have, as their immediate reaction to that situation, the simple remedy, well, change the words. Which would be very sensible if you knew that we are right and our ancestors were wrong. It is always at least worthwhile to find out who it is that is wrong. The Lenten season is devoted especially to what theologians call contrition. And so every day in Lent a prayer is said in which we ask God to give us contrite hearts. Contrite, as you know, is a word translated from Latin meaning crushed or pulverized. Now modern people complain that there is too much of that note in our prayer book. They do not wish their hearts to be pulverized, and they do not feel that they can sincerely say that they are miserable offenders. I once knew a regular churchgoer who never repeated the words, "The burden of them," i.e. his sins, "is intolerable," because he did not feel that they were intolerable. But he was not understanding the words. I think the prayer book is very seldom talking primarily about our feelings. That is, I think, the first mistake we're apt to make about these words, "we are miserable offenders." I do not think whether we are feeling miserable or not matters. I think it is using the word miserable in the old sense, meaning an object of pity. That a person can be a proper object of pity when he is not feeling miserable, you can easily understand, if you imagine yourself looking down from a height on two crowded express trains that are travelling towards one another along the same line at 60 miles an hour. You can see that in 40 seconds there will be a head-on collision. I think it would be very natural to say about the passengers of these trains that they were objects of pity. This would not mean that they felt miserable themselves, but they would certainly be proper objects of pity. I think that is the sense in which to take the word miserable. The prayer book does not mean that we should feel miserable, but that if we could see these things from a sufficient height above, we should all realize that we are, in fact, proper objects of pity. As to the other one, about the burden of our sins being intolerable, it might be clearer if we said unbearable, because that still has two meanings. You say, "I cannot bear it," when you mean it gives you great pain. But you also say, "That bridge will not bear that truck," not meaning that bridge will feel pain, but if that truck goes onto it, it will break and not be a bridge any longer, but a mass of rubble. I wonder if that is what the prayer book means, that whether we feel miserable or not, and however we feel, there is on each of us a load which, if nothing is done about it, will in fact break us, will send us from this world to whatever happens afterwards, not as souls, but as broken souls. But are we really to believe that on each of us there lies something which, if not taken off us, will in fact break us? It is very difficult. No man has any natural knowledge of his own inner state, and I think that at the beginning we probably find it much easier to understand and believe this about other people than about ourselves. I wonder, would I be safe in guessing that every second person has in his life a terrible problem, conditioned by some other person? Either someone you work for, or someone who works for you, either someone among your friends or your relations, or actually someone in your own house, who is making, and has for years made, your life very much more difficult than it need be. Someone who has that fatal flaw in his character, on which again and again all your efforts have been wrecked. Someone whose fatal laziness, or jealousy, or intolerable temper, or the fact that he never tells the truth, or the fact that he will always backbite and bear tales, or whatever the fatal flaw may be, which, whether it breaks him or not, will certainly break you. There are two stages, I think, in one's approach to this problem. One begins by thinking that if only something external happened, if only after the war you could get a better job, if only you could get a new house, or if only your mother-in-law or daughter-in-law was no longer living with you. If something like that happened, then things would really be better. But after a certain age, you no longer think that, because you know for a fact that even if all this happened, your husband would still be sulky and self-centered, your wife jealous or extravagant, or your employer a bully, or someone you employ and cannot dispense with a cheat. You know that if the war ended and you had a better job and a new house, and your mother-in-law or your daughter-in-law no longer lived with you, there would still be that final flaw in so-and-so's character. Perhaps in one's misery, one lets out to an intimate friend a little of what the real trouble is, and your intimate friend says, "Why do you not speak to him or her? Why not have the matter out? They really cannot be as bad as you think." But you say to yourself, "Oh, he doesn't know." For of course you have tried again and again to have the matter out, and you know by bitter experience that it will not do the slightest good. You have tried it so often, and you know that any attempt to have it out will only produce either a scene or a total failure of understanding. Or perhaps, worst of all, the other person will be kind and equable, and entirely agree with you, and promise to be different. And then, in 24 hours, everything will be exactly the same as it always has been. Supposing you are not mistaken, misled by your own anger or something of that sort. Supposing you are fairly near the truth. Then you are, in one sense, getting a glimpse of what God must see all the time, because in a sense, He's up against these people. He is up against their problem as you are. He also has made excellent plans. He has also again and again done His part by sending into the world prophets and wise men, and at last Himself, His own Son. Again and again His plans too have been shipwrecked by that fatal flaw in people's character. And no doubt He sees much more clearly than we do. But even we can see in the case of other people that unless something is done about their load, it will break them. We can see that under the influence of nagging jealousy or possessive selfishness, their character is day by day ceasing to be human. Now take a step further. When God looks into your office, or parish, or school, or hospital, or factory, or home, He sees all these people like that. And, of course, sees one more, the one whom you do not see. For we may be quite certain that, just as in other people, there is something on which our best endeavors have again and again been shipwrecked. So in us there is something quite equally fatal on which their endeavors have again and again been shipwrecked. If we are beginners in the Christian life, we have nothing to make the fatal flaw clear to ourselves. Does the person with a smelly breath know it smells? Or does the club bore know he is a bore? Is there a single man or woman who believes himself or herself to be a bore or temperamentally jealous? Yet the world is pretty well sprinkled with bores and jealous people. If we are like that, everyone else will know it before we do. You ask why your friends have not told you about it. But what if they have? They may have tried again and again, but on every occasion we thought they were being queer, that they were in a bad temper, or simply mistaken. They have tried again and again, and have probably now given it up. What should be done about it? What is the good of my talking about the fatal flaw if one does not know about it? I think the first step is to get down to the flaws which one does know. I am speaking to Christians. Many of you, no doubt, are very far ahead of me in the Christian way. It is not for me to decide whether you should confess your sins to a priest or not. Our prayer book leaves that free to all and demands it of none. But if you do not, you should at least make a list on a piece of paper and make a serious act of penance about each one of them. There is something about the mere words, you know, provided you avoid two dangers, either of sensational exaggeration, trying to work things up and make melodramatic sins out of small matters, or the opposite danger of slurring things over. It is essential to use the plain, simple, old-fashioned words that you would use about anyone else. I mean words like theft or fornication or hatred, instead of, "I did not mean to be dishonest," or "I was only a boy then," or "I lost my temper." I think that this steady facing of what one does know and bringing it before God without excuses and seriously asking for forgiveness and grace, and resolving, as far as in one lies, to do better, is the only way in which we can ever begin to know the fatal thing which is always there, and preventing us from becoming perfectly just to our wife or husband, or being a better employer or employee. If this process is gone through, I do not doubt that most of us will come to understand and to share these old words like contrite, miserable, and intolerable. Does that sound very gloomy? Does Christianity encourage morbid introspection? The alternative is much more morbid. Those who do not think about their own sins make up for it by thinking incessantly about the sins of others. It is healthier to think of one's own. It is the reverse of morbid. It is not even in the long run very gloomy. A serious attempt to repent and really to know one's own sins is, in the long run, a lightening and relieving process. Of course, there is bound to be a first dismay, and often terror, and later great pain. Yet that is much less in the long run than the anguish of a mass of unrepented and unexamined sins, lurking in the background of our minds. It is the difference between the pain of the tooth about which you should go to the dentist and the simple, straightforward pain which you know is getting less and less every moment when you have had the tooth out. Appendices to miserable offenders. 1. The Collect for Ash Wednesday, the first day of Lent, which is read every day in Lent after the Collect appointed for the day. Almighty and everlasting God, who hatest nothing that thou hast made, and dost forgive the sins of all them that are penitent, create and make in us new and contrite hearts, that we worthily lamenting our sins and acknowledging our wretchedness may obtain of thee, the God of all mercy, perfect remission and forgiveness, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. 2. The General Confession, which is said both at morning and evening prayer. Almighty and most merciful Father, we have erred and strayed from thy ways like lost sheep. We have followed too much the devices and desires of our own hearts. We have offended against thy holy laws. We have left undone those things which we ought to have done, and we have done those things which we ought not to have done, and there is no health in us. But thou, O Lord, have mercy upon us miserable offenders. Spare thou them, O God, which confess their faults. Restore thou them that are penitent, according to thy promises declared unto mankind in Christ Jesus our Lord. And grant, O most merciful Father, for his sake, that we may hereafter live a godly, righteous, and sober life, to the glory of thy holy name. Amen. 3. The General Confession, which is made at Holy Communion. Almighty God, Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, Maker of all things, Judge of all men, we acknowledge and bewail our manifold sins and wickedness, which we from time to time most grievously have committed, by thought, word, and deed, against thy divine majesty, provoking most justly thy wrath and indignation against us. We do earnestly repent, and are heartily sorry for these our misdoings. The remembrance of them is grievous unto us, the burden of them is intolerable. Have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon us, most merciful Father. For thy Son, our Lord Jesus Christ's sake, forgive us all that is past. And grant that we may ever hereafter serve and please thee in newness of life, to the honour and glory of thy name. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. 15. The founding of the Oxford Socratic Club. Like a quietly efficient nurse arriving in a house confused by illness, or like the new general arriving at the siege of Ishmael in Byron's Don Juan, our chairman broke in, if she will pardon the word, during the autumn of 1941, on that welter of discussion which even in wartime makes up 5/8 of the nightlife of the Oxford undergraduate. By stages, which must have been very swift, for I cannot remember them, we found that a new society had been formed, that it was attempting the difficult program of meeting once a week, that it was actually carrying this program out, that its numbers were increasing, and that neither foul weather nor crowded rooms, they were lucky who found seats even on the floor, would reduce the size of the meetings. This was the Socratic Club. Socrates had exhorted men to follow the argument wherever it led them. The club came into existence to apply his principle to one particular subject matter, the pros and cons of the Christian religion. It is a little remarkable that, to the best of my knowledge, no society had ever before been formed for such a purpose. There had been plenty of organizations that were explicitly Christian: the Student Christian Movement, the ARC, the Oxford University Church Union, the Oxford Intercollegiate Christian Union, and there had been plenty of others, scientific or political, which were, if not explicitly, yet profoundly anti-Christian in outlook. The question about Christianity arose, no doubt, often enough in private conversation, and cast its shadow over the aesthetic or philosophical debates in many societies. But an arena specially devoted to the conflict between Christian and unbeliever was a novelty. Its value from a merely cultural point of view is very great. In any fairly large and talkative community, such as a university, there is always the danger that those who think alike should gravitate together into coteries, where they will henceforth encounter opposition only in the emasculated form of rumour that the outsiders say thus and thus. The absent are easily refuted, complacent dogmatism thrives, and differences of opinion are embittered by group hostility. Each group hears not the best, but the worst that the other group can say. In the Socratic, all this was changed. Here a man could get the case for Christianity without all the paraphernalia of pietism, and the case against it without the irrelevant sans-culottisme of our common anti-God weeklies. At the very least, we help to civilize one another. Sometimes we ventured to hope that if our Athenian patron were allowed to be present, unseen, at our meetings, he might not have found the atmosphere wholly alien. We also learned in those motley and usually stifling assemblies where English boys fresh from public schools rubbed shoulders with elderly European Gelehrten in exile, almost any type of opinion might turn up. Everyone found how little he had known about everyone else. We of the Christian party discovered that the weight of the skeptical attack did not always come where we expected it. Our opponents had to correct what seemed to us their almost bottomless ignorance of the faith they supposed themselves to be rejecting. It is, theoretically, a difficulty in the British Constitution that the Speaker of the House of Commons must himself be a member of one of the parties. There is a similar difficulty about the Socratic. Those who founded it do not for one moment pretend to be neutral. It was the Christians who constructed the arena and issued the challenge. It will, therefore, always be possible for the lower, the less Athenian type of unbeliever to regard the whole thing as a cunningly, or not even so very cunningly, disguised form of propaganda. The Athenian type, if he had this objection to make, would put it in a paper and read that paper to the Socratic itself. He would be welcome to do so, though I doubt whether he would have the stomach if he knew with what pains and toil the committee has scoured who's who to find intelligent atheists who had leisure or zeal to come and propagate their creed. But when all is said and done, the answer to any such suspicion lies deeper. It is not here that the honesty of the Socratic comes in. We never claimed to be impartial. But the argument is. It has a life of its own. No man can tell where it will go. We expose ourselves and the weakest of our party to your fire no less than you are exposed to ours. Worse still, we expose ourselves to the recoil from our own shots. For if I may trust my personal experience, no doctrine is, for the moment, dimmer to the eye of faith than that which a man has just successfully defended. The arena is common to both parties and cannot finally be cheated. In it you risk nothing, and we risk all. Others may have quite a different objection to our proceedings. They may protest that intellectual discussion can neither build Christianity nor destroy it. They may feel that religion is too sacred to be thus bandied to and fro in public debate, too sacred to be talked of, almost, perhaps, too sacred for anything to be done with it at all. Clearly, the Christian members of the Socratic think differently. They know that intellectual assent is not faith, but they do not believe that religion is only what a man does with his solitude. Or, if it is, then they care nothing for religion and all for Christianity. Christianity is not merely what a man does with his solitude. It is not even what God does with his solitude. It tells of God descending into the coarse publicity of history and there enacting what can and must be talked about. 16. Religion without dogma. In his paper on The Grounds of Modern Agnosticism, Professor Price maintains the following positions. 1. That the essence of religion is belief in God and immortality. 2. That in most actual religions the essence is found in connection with accretions of dogma and mythology, which have been rendered incredible by the progress of science. 3. That it would be very desirable, if it were possible, to retain the essence purged of the accretions, but 4. That science has rendered the essence almost as hard to believe as the accretions. For the doctrine of immortality involves the dualistic view that man is a composite creature, a soul in a state of symbiosis with a physical organism. But insofar as science can successfully regard man monistically as a single organism whose psychological properties all arise from his physical, the soul becomes an indefensible hypothesis. In conclusion, Professor Price found our only hope in certain empirical evidence for the soul which appears to him satisfactory, in fact, the findings of psychical research. My disagreement with Professor Price begins, I am afraid, at the threshold. I do not define the essence of religion as belief in God and immortality. Judaism, in its earlier stages, had no belief in immortality, and for a long time, no belief which was religiously relevant. The shadowy existence of the ghost in Sheol was one of which Jehovah took no account, and which took no account of Jehovah. In Sheol, all things are forgotten. The religion was centered on the ritual and ethical demands of Jehovah in the present life, and also, of course, on benefits expected from him. These benefits are often merely worldly benefits, grandchildren and peace upon Israel. But a more specifically religious note is repeatedly struck. The Jew is athirst for the living God. He delights in his laws, as in honey or treasure. He is conscious of himself in Jehovah's presence as unclean of lips and heart. The glory or splendor of God is worshipped for its own sake. In Buddhism, on the other hand, we find that a doctrine of immortality is central, while there is nothing specifically religious. Salvation from immortality, deliverance from reincarnation, is the very core of its message. The existence of the gods is not necessarily decried, but it is of no religious significance. In Stoicism, again, both the religious quality and the belief in immortality are variables, but they do not vary in direct ratio. Even within Christianity itself we find a striking expression, not without influence from Stoicism, of the subordinate position of immortality. When Henry Moore ends a poem on the spiritual life by saying that if, after all, he should turn out to be mortal, he would be satisfied, a lonesome mortal god to have died. From my own point of view, the example of Judaism and Buddhism is of immense importance. The system, which is meaningless without a doctrine of immortality, regards immortality as a nightmare, not as a prize. The religion which, of all ancient religions, is most specifically religious, that is, at once most ethical and most numinous, is hardly interested in the question. Believing, as I do, that Jehovah is a real being, indeed the ens realissimum, I cannot sufficiently admire the divine tact of thus training the chosen race for centuries in religion before even hinting the shining secret of eternal life. He behaves like the rich lover in a romance who woos the maiden on his own merits, disguised as a poor man, and only when he has won her reveals that he has a throne and palace to offer. For I cannot help thinking that any religion which begins with a thirst for immortality is damned as a religion from the outset. Until a certain spiritual level has been reached, the promise of immortality will always operate as a bribe, which vitiates the whole religion and infinitely inflames those very self-regards which religion must cut down and uproot. For the essence of religion, in my view, is the thirst for an end higher than natural ends, the finite self's desire for and acquiescence in, and self-rejection in favor of, an object wholly good and wholly good for it. That the self-rejection will turn out to be also a self-finding, that bread cast upon the waters will be found after many days, that to die is to live. These are sacred paradoxes of which the human race must not be told too soon. Differing from Professor Price about the essence of religion, I naturally cannot, in a sense, discuss whether the essence as he defines it coexists with accretions of dogma and mythology. But I freely admit that the essence as I define it always coexists with other things, and that some of these other things even I would call mythology. But my list of things mythological would not coincide with his, and our views of mythology itself probably differ. A great many different views on it have, of course, been held. Myths have been accepted as literally true, then as allegorically true by the Stoics, as confused history by Euhemerus, as priestly lies by the philosophers of the Enlightenment, as imitative agricultural ritual mistaken for propositions in the days of James George Frazer. If you start from a naturalistic philosophy, then something like the view of Euhemerus or the view of Frazer is likely to result. But I am not a naturalist. I believe that in the huge mass of mythology which has come down to us, a good many different sources are mixed. True history, allegory, ritual, the human delight in storytelling, etc. But among these sources I include the supernatural, both diabolical and divine. We need here concern ourselves only with the latter. If my religion is erroneous, then occurrences of similar motifs in pagan stories are, of course, instances of the same or a similar error. But if my religion is true, then these stories may well be a preparatio evangelica, a divine hinting in poetic and ritual form at the same central truth, which was later focused and, so to speak, historicized in the Incarnation. To me, who first approached Christianity from a delighted interest in and reverence for the best pagan imagination, who loved Balder before Christ and Plato before St. Augustine, the anthropological argument against Christianity has never been formidable. On the contrary, I could not believe Christianity if I were forced to say that there were 1,000 religions in the world, of which 999 were pure nonsense, and the 1,000th, fortunately, true. My conversion, very largely, depended on recognizing Christianity as the completion, the actualization, the entelechy of something that had never been wholly absent from the mind of man. And I still think that the agnostic argument from similarities between Christianity and paganism works only if you know the answer. If you start by knowing on other grounds that Christianity is false, then the pagan stories may be another nail in its coffin. Just as if you started by knowing that there were no such things as crocodiles, then the various stories about dragons might help to confirm your disbelief. But if the truth or falsehood of Christianity is the very question you are discussing, then the argument from anthropology is surely a petitio. There are, of course, many things in Christianity which I accept as fact, and which Professor Price would regard as mythology. In a word, there are miracles. The contention is that science has proved that miracles cannot occur. According to Professor Price, a deity who intervened miraculously and suspended natural law could never be accepted by science. Whence he passes on to consider whether we cannot still believe in theism without miracles. I am afraid I have not understood why the miracles could never be accepted by one who accepted science. Professor Price bases his views on the nature of scientific method. He says that that method is based on two assumptions. The first is that all events are subject to laws, and he adds, "It does not matter for our purpose whether the laws are deterministic or only statistical. But I submit that it matters to the scientist's view of the miraculous. The notion that natural laws may be merely statistical results from the modern belief that the individual unit of matter obeys no laws. Statistics were introduced to explain why, despite the lawlessness of the individual unit, the behavior of gross bodies was regular. The explanation was that, By a principle well known to actuaries, the law of averages leveled out the individual eccentricities of the innumerable units contained in even the smallest gross body. But with this conception of the lawless units, the whole impregnability of 19th century naturalism has, as it seems to me, been abandoned. What is the use of saying that all events are subject to laws, if you also say that every event which befalls the individual unit of matter is not subject to laws? Indeed, if we define nature as the system of events in space-time governed by interlocking laws, then the new physics has really admitted that something other than nature exists. For if nature means the interlocking system, then the behavior of the individual unit is outside nature. We have admitted what may be called the subnatural. After that admission, what confidence is left us that there may not be a supernatural as well? It may be true that the lawlessness of the little events fed into nature from the subnatural is always ironed out by the law of averages. It does not follow that great events could not be fed into her by the supernatural, nor that they also would allow themselves to be ironed out. The second assumption which Professor Price attributes to the scientific method is that laws can only be discovered by the study of publicly observable regularities. Of course they can. This does not seem to me to be an assumption so much as a self-evident proposition. But what is it to the purpose? If a miracle occurs, it is, by definition, an interruption of regularity. To discover a regularity is, by definition, not to discover its interruptions, even if they occur. You cannot discover a railway accident from studying Bradshaw's Railway Guide, only by being there when it happens, or hearing about it afterwards from someone who was. You cannot discover extra half-holidays by studying a school timetable. You must wait till they are announced. But surely this does not mean that a student of Bradshaw is logically forced to deny the possibility of railway accidents. The point of scientific method merely shows, what no one to my knowledge ever denied, that if miracles did occur, science, as science, could not prove or disprove their occurrence. What cannot be trusted to recur is not material for science. That is why history is not one of the sciences. You cannot find out what Napoleon did at the Battle of Austerlitz by asking him to come and fight it again in a laboratory with the same combatants, the same terrain, the same weather, and in the same age. You have to go to the records. We have not, in fact, proved that science excludes miracles. We have only proved that the question of miracles, like innumerable other questions, excludes laboratory treatment. If I thus hand over miracles from science to history, but not, of course, to historians who beg the question by beginning with materialistic assumptions, Professor Price thinks I shall not fare much better. Here I must speak with caution, for I do not profess to be a historian or a textual critic. I would refer you to Sir Arnold Lunn's book, The Third Day. If Sir Arnold is right, then the biblical criticism which began in the 19th century has already shot its bolt, and most of its conclusions have been successfully disputed, though it will, like 19th century materialism, long continue to dominate popular thought. What I can say with more certainty is that that kind of criticism, the kind which discovers that every old book was made by 6 anonymous authors well provided with scissors and paste, and that every anecdote of the slightest interest is unhistorical, has already begun to die out in the studies I know best. The period of arbitrary skepticism about the canon and text of Shakespeare is now over, and it is reasonable to expect that this method will soon be used only on Christian documents, and survive only in the thinker's library and the theological colleges. I find myself, therefore, compelled to disagree with Professor Price's second point. I do not think that science has shown, or by its nature could ever show, that the miraculous element in religion is erroneous. I am not speaking, of course, about the psychological effects of science on those who practice it or read its results. That the continued application of scientific methods breeds a temper of mind unfavorable to the miraculous may well be the case, but even here there would seem to be some difference among the sciences. Certainly, if we think not of the miraculous in particular, but of religion in general, there is such a difference. Mathematicians, astronomers, and physicists are often religious, even mystical. Biologists much less often. Economists and psychologists very seldom indeed. It is as their subject matter comes nearer to man himself that their anti-religious bias hardens. And that brings me to Professor Price's fourth point, for I would rather postpone consideration of his third. His fourth point, it will be remembered, was that science had undermined not only what he regards as the mythological accretions of religion, but also what he regards as its essence. That essence is, for him, theism and immortality. Insofar as natural science can give a satisfactory account of man as a purely biological entity, it excludes the soul, and therefore excludes immortality. That, no doubt, is why the scientists who are most, or most nearly, concerned with man himself are the most anti-religious. Now, most assuredly, if naturalism is right, then it is at this point, at the study of man himself, that it wins its final victory and overthrows all our hopes. Not only our hope of immortality, but our hope of finding significance in our lives here and now. On the other hand, if naturalism is wrong, it will be here that it will reveal its fatal philosophical defect, and that is what I think it does. On the fully naturalistic view, all events are determined by laws. Our logical behavior, in other words our thoughts, and our ethical behavior, including our ideals as well as our acts of will, are governed by biochemical laws. These, in turn, by physical laws, which are themselves actuarial statements about the lawless movements of matter. These units never intended to produce the regular universe we see. The law of averages, successor to Lucretius's exiguum clinamen, small inclinations, has produced it out of the collision of these random variations in movement. The physical universe never intended to produce organisms. The relevant chemicals on Earth and the sun's heat, thus juxtaposed, gave rise to this disquieting disease of matter, organization. Natural selection, operating on the minute differences between one organism and another, blundered into that sort of phosphorescence or mirage which we call consciousness. And that, in some cortexes beneath some skulls, at certain moments, still in obedience to physical laws, but to physical laws now filtered through laws of a more complicated kind, takes the form we call thought. Such, for instance, is the origin of this paper. Such was the origin of Professor Price's paper. What we should speak of as his thoughts were merely the last link of a causal chain in which all the previous links were irrational. He spoke as he did because the matter of his brain was behaving in a certain way, and the whole history of the universe up to that moment had forced it to behave in that way. What we called his thought was essentially a phenomenon of the same sort as his other secretions, the form which the vast irrational process of nature was bound to take at a particular point of space and time. Of course, it did not feel like that to him or to us while it was going on. He appeared to himself to be studying the nature of things, to be in some way aware of realities, even supersensuous realities, outside his own head. But if strict naturalism is right, he was deluded. He was merely enjoying the conscious reflection of irrationally determined events in his own head. It appeared to him that his thoughts, as he called them, could have to outer realities that wholly immaterial relation which we call truth or falsehood. Though, in fact, being but the shadow of cerebral events, it is not easy to see that they could have any relation to the outer world except causal relations. And when Professor Price defended scientists, speaking of their devotion to truth and their constant following of the best light they knew, it seemed to him that he was choosing an attitude in obedience to an ideal. He did not feel that he was merely suffering a reaction determined by ultimately amoral and irrational sources, and no more capable of rightness or wrongness than a hiccup or a sneeze. It would have been impossible for Professor Price to have written, or us to have read, his paper with the slightest interest if he and we had consciously held the position of strict naturalism throughout. But we can go further. It would be impossible to accept naturalism itself if we really and consistently believed naturalism. For naturalism is a system of thought. But for naturalism, all thoughts are mere events with irrational causes. It is, to me at any rate, impossible to regard the thoughts which make up naturalism in that way, and, at the same time, to regard them as a real insight into external reality. Bradley distinguished idea-event from idea-making, but naturalism seems to me committed to regarding ideas simply as events. For meaning is a relation of a wholly new kind, as remote, as mysterious, as opaque to empirical study as soul itself. Perhaps this may be even more simply put in another way. Every particular thought, whether it is a judgment of fact or a judgment of value, is always and by all men discounted the moment they believe that it can be explained without remainder as the result of irrational causes. Whenever you know what the other man is saying is wholly due to his complexes or to a bit of bone pressing on his brain, you cease to attach any importance to it. But if naturalism were true, then all thoughts whatever would be wholly the result of irrational causes. Therefore all thoughts would be equally worthless. Therefore naturalism is worthless. If it is true, then we can know no truths. It cuts its own throat. I remember once being shown a certain kind of knot, which was such that if you added one extra complication to make a sure and doubly sure, you suddenly found that the whole thing had come undone in your hands, and you had only a bit of string. It is like that with naturalism. It goes on claiming territory after territory, first the inorganic, then the lower organisms, then man's body, then his emotions. But when it takes the final step, and we attempt a naturalistic account of thought itself, suddenly the whole thing unravels. The last fatal step has invalidated all the preceding ones, for they were all reasonings, and reason itself has been discredited. We must, therefore, either give up thinking altogether, or else begin over again from the ground floor. There is no reason at this point to bring in either Christianity or spiritualism. We do not need them to refute naturalism. It refutes itself. Whatever else we may come to believe about the universe, at least we cannot believe naturalism. The validity of rational thought, accepted in an utterly non-naturalistic, transcendental, if you will, supernatural sense, is the necessary presupposition of all other theorizing. There is simply no sense in beginning with a view of the universe and trying to fit the claims of thought in at a later stage. By thinking at all, we have claimed that our thoughts are more than mere natural events. All other propositions must be fitted in as best they can round that primary claim. Holding that science has not refuted the miraculous element in religion, much less that naturalism, rigorously taken, can refute anything except itself, I do not, of course, share Professor Price's anxiety to find a religion which can do without what he calls mythology. What he suggests is simple theism, rendered credible by a belief in immortality which, in its turn, is guaranteed by psychical research. Professor Price is not, of course, arguing that immortality would of itself prove theism. It would merely remove an obstacle to theism. The positive source of theism he finds in religious experience. At this point, it is very important to decide which of two questions we are asking. We may be asking, 1, whether this purged minimal religion suggested by Professor Price is capable, as a historical, social, and psychological entity, of giving fresh heart to society, strengthening the moral will, and producing all those other benefits which, it is claimed, the old religions have sometimes produced. On the other hand, we may be asking, 2, whether this minimal religion will be the true one, that is, whether it contains the only true propositions we can make about ultimate questions. The first question is not a religious question, but a sociological one. The religious mind, as such, like the older sort of scientific mind, as such, does not care a rap about socially useful propositions. Both are a thirst for reality, for the utterly objective, for that which is what it is. The open mind of the scientist and the emptied and silenced mind of the mystic are both efforts to eliminate what is our own in order that the other may speak. And if, turning aside from the religious attitude, we speak for a moment as mere sociologists, we must admit that history does not encourage us to expect much invigorating power in a minimal religion. Attempts at such a minimal religion are not new, from Akhenaten and Julian the Apostate down to Lord Herbert of Cherbury and the late H.G. Wells. But where are the saints, the consolations, the ecstasies? The greatest of such attempts was that simplification of Jewish and Christian traditions which we call Islam. But it retained many elements which Professor Price would regard as mythical and barbaric, and its culture is by no means one of the richest or most progressive. Nor do I see how such a religion, if it became a vital force, would long be preserved in its freedom from dogma. Is its God to be conceived pantheistically, or after the Jewish, Platonic, Christian fashion? If we are to retain the minimal religion in all its purity, I suppose the right answer would be, we don't know and we must be content not to know. But that is the end of the minimal religion as a practical affair, for the question is of pressing practical importance. If the God of Professor Price's religion is an impersonal spirituality diffused through the whole universe, equally present and present in the same mode at all points of space and time, then he, or it, will certainly be conceived as being beyond good and evil, expressed equally in the brothel or the torture chamber, and in the model factory or the university common room. If, on the other hand, he is a personal being standing outside his creation, commanding this and prohibiting that, quite different consequences follow. The choice between these two views affects the choice between courses of action at every moment, both in private and public life. Nor is this the only such question that arises. Does the minimal religion know whether its God stands in the same relation to all men, or is he related to some as he is not related to others? To be true to its undogmatic character, it must again say, don't ask. But if that is the reply, then the minimal religion cannot exclude the Christian view that he is present in a special way in Jesus, nor the Nazi view that he is present in a special way in the German race, nor the Hindu view that he is specially present in the Brahmin, nor the Central African view that he is specially present in the thigh bone of a dead English Tommy. All these difficulties are concealed from us as long as the minimal religion exists only on paper. But suppose it was somehow established all over what is left of the British Empire. And let us suppose that Professor Price has, most reluctantly and solely from a sense of duty, become its supreme head on earth. I predict that one of two things must happen. 1. In the first month of his reign, he will find himself uttering his first dogmatic definition. He will find himself saying, for example, no, God is not an amoral force diffused through the whole universe, to whom suttee and temple prostitution are no more and no less acceptable than building hospitals and teaching children. He is a righteous creator, separate from his creation, who demands of you justice and mercy. Or, 2, Professor Price will not reply. In the second case, is it not clear what will happen? Those who have come to his minimal religion from Christianity will conceive God in the Jewish, Platonic, Christian way. Those who have come from Hinduism will conceive him pantheistically. And the plain men who have come from nowhere will conceive him as a righteous creator in their moments of self-indulgence. And the ex-Marxist will think he is specially present in the proletariat. And the ex-Nazi will think he is specially present in the German people. And they will hold world conferences at which they all speak the same language and reach the most edifying agreement. But they will all mean totally different things. The minimal religion, in fact, cannot, while it remains minimal, be acted on. As soon as you do anything, you have assumed one of the dogmas. In practice, it will not be a religion at all. It will be merely a new coloring given to all the different things people were doing already. I submitted to Professor Price, with great respect, that when he spoke of mere theism, he was all the time unconsciously assuming a particular conception of God. That is, he was assuming a dogma about God. And I do not think he was deducing it solely or chiefly from his own religious experience, or even from a study of religious experience in general. For religious experience can be made to yield almost any sort of God. I think Professor Price assumed a certain sort of God because he has been brought up in a certain way, because Bishop Butler and Hooker and Thomas Aquinas and Augustine and St. Paul and Christ and Aristotle and Plato are, as we say, in his blood. He was not really starting from scratch. Had he done so, had God meant in his mind a being about whom no dogma whatever is held, I doubt whether he would have looked for even social salvation in such an empty concept. All the strength and value of the minimal religion, for him as for all others who accept it, is derived not from it, but from the tradition which he imports into it. The minimal religion will, in my opinion, leave us all doing what we were doing before. Now it, in itself, will not be an objection from Professor Price's point of view. He was not working for unity, but for some spiritual dynamism to see us through the black night of civilization. If psychical research has the effect of enabling people to continue, or to return to, all the diverse religions which naturalism has threatened, and if they can thus get power and hope and discipline, he will, I fancy, be content. But the trouble is that if this minimal religion leaves Buddhists still Buddhists, and Nazis still Nazis, then it will, I believe, leave us, as Western, mechanized, democratic, secularized men, exactly where we were. In what way will a belief in the immortality vouched for by psychical research, and in an unknown God, restore to us the virtue and energy of our ancestors? It seems to me that both beliefs, unless reinforced by something else, will be to modern man very shadowy and inoperative. If indeed we knew that God were righteous, that he had purposes for us, that he was the leader in a cosmic battle, and that some real issue hung on our conduct in the field, then it would be something to the purpose. Or if, again, the utterances which purport to come from the other world ever had the accent which really suggests another world, ever spoke, as even the inferior actual religions do, with that voice before which our mortal nature trembles with awe or joy, then that also would be to the purpose. But the God of minimal theism remains powerless to excite either fear or love, can be given power to do so only from those traditional resources to which, in Professor Price's conception, science will never permit our return. As for the utterances of the mediums, I do not wish to be offensive, but will even the most convinced spiritualist claim that one sentence from that source has ever taken its place among the golden sayings of mankind, has ever approached, much less equaled, in power to elevate, strengthen, or correct even the second rank of such sayings? Will anyone deny that the vast majority of spirit messages sink pitiably below the best that has been thought and said even in this world? That in most of them we find a banality and provincialism, a paradoxical union of the prim with the enthusiastic, of flatness and gush, which would suggest that the souls of the moderately respectable are in the keeping of Annie Besant and Martin Tupper. I am not arguing from the vulgarity of the messages that their claim to come from the dead is false. If I did, the spiritualist would reply that this quality is due to imperfections in the medium of communication. Let it be so. We are not here discussing the truth of spiritualism, but its power to become the starting point of a religion. And for that purpose, I submit that the poverty of its content disqualifies it. A minimal religion compounded of spirit messages and bare theism has no power to touch any of the deepest chords in our nature, or to evoke any response which will raise us even to a higher secular level, let alone to the spiritual life. The God of whom no dogmas are believed is a mere shadow. He will not produce that fear of the Lord in which wisdom begins, and, therefore, will not produce that love in which it is consummated. The immortality which the messages suggest can produce in mediocre spirits only a vague comfort for our unredeemably personal hankerings, a shadowy sequel to the story of this world in which all comes right, but right in how pitiable a sense, while the more spiritual will feel that it has added a new horror to death, the horror of mere endless succession, of indefinite imprisonment in that which binds us all, das Gemeine. There is in this minimal religion nothing that can convince, convert, or, in a higher sense, console. Nothing, therefore, which can restore vitality to our civilization. It is not costly enough. It can never be a controller or even a rival to our natural sloth and greed. A flag, a song, an old-school tie is stronger than it. Much more, the pagan religions. Rather than pin my hopes on it, I would almost listen again to the drumbeat in my blood, for the blood is, at least in some sense, the life, and join in the song of the Maenads. Happy they whom the demons have befriended, who have entered the divine orgies, making holy their life days, till the dance throbs in their heartbeats, while they romp with Dionysus on the mountains. Yes, almost. Almost I'd sooner be a pagan suckled in a creed outworn. Almost, but not, of course, quite. If one is forced to such an alternative, it is perhaps better to starve in a wholly secularized and meaningless universe than to recall the obscenities and cruelties of paganism. They attract because they are a distortion of the truth, and, therefore, retain some of its flavor. But with this remark I have passed into our second question. I shall not be expected at the end of this paper to begin an apologetic for the truth of Christianity. I will only say something which in one form or another I have said perhaps too often already. If there is no God, then we have no interest in the minimal religion or any other. We will not make a lie even to save civilization. But if there is, then it is so probable as to be almost axiomatic that the initiative lies wholly on his side. If he can be known, it will be by self-revelation on his part, not by speculation on ours. We, therefore, look for him where it is claimed that he has revealed himself by miracle, by inspired teachers, by enjoined ritual. The traditions conflict, yet the longer and more sympathetically we study them, the more we become aware of a common element in many of them. The theme of sacrifice, of mystical communion through the shed blood, of death and rebirth, of redemption, is too clear to escape notice. We are fully entitled to use moral and intellectual criticism. What we are not, in my opinion, entitled to do is simply to abstract the ethical element and set that up as a religion on its own. Rather, in that tradition which is at once more completely ethical and most transcends mere ethics, in which the old themes of the sacrifice and rebirth recur in a form which transcends, though there it no longer revolts, our conscience and our reason, we may still most reasonably believe that we have the consummation of all religion, the fullest message from the Holy Other, the living Creator who, if he is at all, must be the God not only of the philosophers, but of mystics and savages, not only of the head and heart, but also of the primitive emotions and the spiritual heights beyond all emotion. We may still reasonably attach ourselves to the Church, to the only concrete organization which has preserved down to this present time the core of all the messages, pagan and perhaps pre-pagan, that have ever come from beyond the world, and begin to practice the only religion which rests not upon some selection of certain supposedly higher elements in our nature, but on the shattering and rebuilding, the death and rebirth of that nature in every part, neither Greek nor Jew nor barbarian, but a new creation. 17. Some thoughts. At first sight, nothing seems more obvious than that religious persons should care for the sick. No Christian building, except perhaps a church, is more self-explanatory than a Christian hospital. Yet on further consideration, the thing is really connected with the undying paradox, the blessedly two-edged character of Christianity. And if any of us were now encountering Christianity for the first time, he would be vividly aware of this paradox. Let us suppose that such a person began by observing those Christian activities which are, in a sense, directed towards this present world. He would find that this religion had, as a mere matter of historical fact, been the agent which preserved such secular civilization as survived the fall of the Roman Empire. That to it Europe owes the salvation, in those perilous ages, of civilized agriculture, architecture, laws, and literacy itself. He would find that this same religion has always been healing the sick and caring for the poor, that it has, more than any other, blessed marriage, and that arts and philosophy tend to flourish in its neighborhood. In a word, it is always either doing, or at least repenting with shame for not having done, all the things which secular humanitarianism enjoins. If our inquirer stopped at this point, he would have no difficulty in classifying Christianity, giving it its place on a map of the great religions. Obviously, he would say, this is one of the world-affirming religions, like Confucianism or the agricultural religions of the great Mesopotamian city-states. But how if our inquiry began, as he well might, with quite a different set of Christian phenomena? He might notice that the central image in all Christian art was that of a man slowly dying by torture, that the instrument of his torture was the worldwide symbol of the faith, that martyrdom was almost a specifically Christian action, that our calendar was as full of fasts as of feasts, that we meditated constantly on the mortality not only of ourselves, but of the whole universe, that we were bidden to entrust all our treasure to another world, and that even a certain disdain for the whole natural order, contemptus mundi, had sometimes been reckoned a Christian virtue. And here, once again, if he knew no more, the inquirer would find Christianity quite easy to classify. But this time he would classify it as one of the world-denying religions. It would be pigeonholed along with Buddhism. Either conclusion would be justified if a man had only one or the other half of the evidence before him. It is when he puts both halves together and sees that Christianity cuts right across the classification he was attempting to make. It is then that he first knows what he is up against, and I think he will be bewildered. Probably most of those who read this page have been Christians all their lives. If so, they may find it hard to sympathize with the bewilderment I refer to. To Christians, the explanation of this two-edged character in their faith seems obvious. They live in a graded or hierarchical universe where there is a place for everything, and everything should be kept in its right place. The supernatural is higher than the natural, but each has its place. Just as a man is higher than a dog, but a dog has its place. It is, therefore, to us not at all surprising that healing for the sick and provision for the poor should be less important than, when they are, as sometimes happens, alternative to the salvation of souls, and yet very important. Because God created the natural, invented it out of his love and artistry, it demands our reverence. Because it is only a creature and not he, it is, from another point of view, of little account. And still more, because nature, and especially human nature, is fallen, it must be corrected, and the evil within it must be mortified. But its essence is good. Correction is something quite different from Manichaean repudiation or Stoic superiority. Hence, in all true Christian asceticism, that respect for the thing rejected, which, I think, we never find in pagan asceticism. Marriage is good, though not for me. Wine is good, though I must not drink it. Feasts are good, though today we fast. This attitude will, I think, be found to depend logically on the doctrines of the creation and the fall. Some hazy adumbrations of a doctrine of the fall can be found in paganism. But it is quite astonishing how rarely outside Christianity we find, I am not sure that we ever find, a real doctrine of creation. In polytheism, the gods are usually the product of a universe already in existence. Keats' Hyperion, in spirit if not in detail, is true enough as a picture of pagan theogony. In pantheism, the universe is never something that God made. It is an emanation, something that oozes out of him, or an appearance, something he looks like to us but really is not, or even an attack of incurable schizophrenia from which he is unaccountably suffering. Polytheism is always, in the long run, nature worship. Pantheism, always, in the long run, hostility to nature. None of these beliefs really leaves you free both to enjoy your breakfast and to mortify your inordinate appetites, much less to mortify appetites recognized as innocent at present, lest they should become inordinate. And none of them leaves anyone free to do what is being done in the Lord's hospital every day, to fight against death as earnestly, skillfully, and calmly as if you were a secular humanitarian, while knowing all the time that death is, both for better and worse, something that the secular humanitarian has never dreamed of. The world, knowing how all our real investments are beyond the grave, might expect us to be less concerned than other people who go in for what is called higher thought and tell us that death doesn't matter. But we are not high-minded, and we follow one who stood and wept at the grave of Lazarus. Not surely because he was grieved that Mary and Martha wept and sorrowed for their lack of faith, though some thus interpret, but because death, the punishment of sin, is even more horrible in his eyes than in ours. The nature which he had created as God, the nature which he had assumed as man, lay there before him in its ignominy, a foul smell, food for worms. Though he was to revive it a moment later, he wept at the shame. If I may here quote a writer of my own communion, Sir Thomas Browne, I am not so much afraid of death as ashamed of it. And that brings us again to the paradox. Of all men we hope most of death, yet nothing will reconcile us to, well, its unnaturalness. We know we were not made for it. We know how it crept into our destiny as an intruder, and we know who has defeated it. Because our Lord has risen, we know that on one level it is an enemy already disarmed. But because we know that the natural level also is God's creation, we cannot cease to fight against the death which mars it, as against all those other blemishes upon it, against pain and poverty, barbarism and ignorance. Because we love something else more than this world, we love even this world better than those who know no other. 18. The trouble with X. I suppose I may assume that 7 out of 10 of those who read these lines are in some kind of difficulty about some other human being, either at work or at home, either the people who employ you or those whom you employ, either those who share your house or those whose house you share, either your in-laws or parents or children, your wife or your husband, are making life harder for you than it need be, even in these days. It is to be hoped that we do not often mention these difficulties, especially the domestic ones, to outsiders, but sometimes we do. An outside friend asks us why we are looking so glum, and the truth comes out. On such occasions, the outside friend usually says, "But why don't you tell them? Why don't you go to your wife, or husband, or father, or daughter, or boss, or landlady, or lodger, and have it all out? People are usually reasonable. All you've got to do is make them see things in the right light. Explain it to them in a reasonable, quiet, friendly way." And we, whatever we say outwardly, think sadly to ourselves, "He doesn't know X. We do. We know how utterly hopeless it is to make X see reason. Either we've tried it over and over again, tried it till we are sick of trying it, or else we've never tried it because we saw from the beginning how useless it would be. We know that if we attempt to have it all out with X, there will be either a scene, or else X will stare at us in blank amazement and say, "I don't know what on earth you're talking about." Or else, which is perhaps worst of all, X will quite agree with us and promise to turn over a new leaf and put everything on a new footing. And then, 24 hours later, will be exactly the same as X has always been. You know, in fact, that any attempt to talk things over with X will shipwreck on the old fatal flaw in X's character. And you see, looking back, how all the plans you have ever made always have shipwrecked on that fatal flaw. On X's incurable jealousy, or laziness, or touchiness, or muddle-headedness, or bossiness, or ill-temper, or changeableness. Up to a certain age you have perhaps had the illusion that some external stroke of good fortune, an improvement in health, a rise of salary, the end of the war, would solve your difficulty. But you know better now. The war is over, and you realize that even if the other things happened, X would still be X, and you would still be up against the same old problem. Even if you became a millionaire, your husband would still be a bully, or your wife would still nag, or your son would still drink, or you'd still have to have your mother-in-law to live with you. It is a great step forward to realize that this is so, to face the fact that even if all external things went right, real happiness would still depend on the character of the people you have to live with, and that you can't alter their characters. And now comes the point. When you have seen this, you have, for the first time, had a glimpse of what it must be like for God. For, of course, this is, in one way, just what God himself is up against. He has provided a rich, beautiful world for people to live in. He has given them intelligence to show them how it can be used, and conscience to show them how it ought to be used. He has contrived that the things they need for their biological life, food, drink, rest, sleep, exercise, should be positively delightful to them. And having done all this, he then sees all his plans spoiled, just as our little plans are spoiled by the crookedness of the people themselves. All the things he has given them to be happy with, they turn into occasions for quarrelling and jealousy, and excess and hoarding and tomfoolery. You may say it is very different for God, because he could, if he pleased, alter people's characters, and we can't. But this difference doesn't go quite as deep as we may at first think. God has made it a rule for himself that he won't alter people's character by force. He can and will alter them, but only if the people will let him. In that way he has really and truly limited his power. Sometimes we wonder why he has done so, or even wish that he hadn't. But apparently he thinks it worth doing. He would rather have a world of free beings with all its risks than a world of people who did right like machines because they couldn't do anything else. The more we succeed in imagining what a world of perfect automatic beings would be like, the more, I think, we shall see his wisdom. I said that when we see how all our plans shipwreck on the characters of the people we have to deal with, we are, in one way, seeing what it must be like for God. But only in one way. There are two respects in which God's view must be very different from ours. In the first place, he sees, like you, how all the people in your home or your job are in various degrees awkward or difficult. But when he looks into that home or factory or office, he sees one more person of the same kind, the one you never do see. I mean, of course, yourself. That is the next great step in wisdom, to realize that you also are just that sort of person. You also have a fatal flaw in your character. All the hopes and plans of others have again and again shipwrecked on your character, just as your hopes and plans have shipwrecked on theirs. It is no good passing this over with some vague, general admission such as, "Of course I know I have my faults." It is important to realize that there is some really fatal flaw in you, something which gives the others just that same feeling of despair which their flaws give you. And it is almost certainly something you don't know about, like what the advertisements call halitosis, which everyone notices except the person who has it. But why, you ask, don't the others tell me? Believe me, they have tried to tell you over and over again, and you just couldn't take it. Perhaps a good deal of what you call their nagging or bad temper or queerness are just their attempts to make you see the truth. And even the faults you do know, you don't know fully. You say, "I admit I lost my temper last night." But the others know that you're always doing it, that you are a bad-tempered person. You say, "I admit I drank too much last Saturday." But everyone else knows that you are an habitual drunkard. That is one way in which God's view must differ from mine. He sees all the characters. I see all except my own. But the second difference is this. He loves the people in spite of their faults. He goes on loving. He does not let go. Don't say, "Oh, it's all very well for him. He hasn't got to live with them." He has. He is inside them as well as outside them. He is with them far more intimately and closely and incessantly than we can ever be. Every vile thought within their minds and ours, every moment of spite, envy, arrogance, greed, and self-conceit comes right up against his patient and longing love, and grieves his spirit more than it grieves ours. The more we can imitate God in both these respects, the more progress we shall make. We must love X more, and we must learn to see ourselves as a person of exactly the same kind. Some people say it is morbid to be always thinking of one's own faults. That would be all very well if most of us could stop thinking of our own without soon beginning to think about those of other people. For unfortunately, we enjoy thinking about other people's faults. And in the proper sense of the word morbid, that is the most morbid pleasure in the world. We don't like rationing which is imposed upon us, but I suggest one form of rationing which we ought to impose on ourselves. Abstain from all thinking about other people's faults, unless your duties as a teacher or parent make it necessary to think about them. Whenever the thoughts come unnecessarily into one's mind, why not simply shove them away, and think of one's own faults instead? For there, with God's help, one can do something. Of all the awkward people in your house or job, there is only one whom you can improve very much. That is the practical end at which to begin. And really, we'd better. The job has to be tackled someday, and every day we put it off will make it harder to begin. What, after all, is the alternative? You see clearly enough that nothing, not even God with all his power, can make X really happy as long as X remains envious, self-centered, and spiteful. Be sure there is something inside you which, unless it is altered, will put it out of God's power to prevent your being eternally miserable. While that something remains, there can be no heaven for you, just as there can be no sweet smells for a man with a cold in the nose, and no music for a man who is deaf. It's not a question of God sending us to hell. In each of us there is something growing up which will of itself be hell unless it is nipped in the bud. The matter is serious. Let us put ourselves in his hands at once, this very day, this hour. 19. What are we to make of Jesus Christ? What are we to make of Jesus Christ? This is a question which has, in a sense, a frantically comic side. For the real question is not what are we to make of Christ, but what is he to make of us? The picture of a fly sitting deciding what it is going to make of an elephant has comic elements about it. But perhaps the questioner meant what are we to make of him in the sense of how are we to solve the historical problem set us by the recorded sayings and acts of this man? This problem is to reconcile two things. On the one hand, you have got the almost generally admitted depth and sanity of his moral teaching, which is not very seriously questioned, even by those who are opposed to Christianity. In fact, I find when I am arguing with very anti-God people that they rather make a point of saying, "I'm entirely in favor of the moral teaching of Christianity," and there seems to be a general agreement that, in the teaching of this man and of his immediate followers, moral truth is exhibited at its purest and best. It is not sloppy idealism. It is full of wisdom and shrewdness. The whole thing is realistic, fresh to the highest degree, the product of a sane mind. That is one phenomenon. The other phenomenon is the quite appalling nature of this man's theological remarks. You all know what I mean, and I want rather to stress the point that the appalling claim which this man seems to be making is not merely made at one moment of his career. There is, of course, the one moment which led to his execution, the moment at which the high priest said to him, "Who are you?" "I am the Anointed, the Son of the uncreated God, and you shall see me appearing at the end of all history as the judge of the universe." But that claim, in fact, does not rest on this one dramatic moment. When you look into his conversation, you will find this sort of claim running through the whole thing. For instance, he went about saying to people, "I forgive your sins." Now, it is quite natural for a man to forgive something you do to him. Thus, if somebody cheats me out of £5, it is quite possible and reasonable for me to say, "Well, I forgive him. We will say no more about it." What on earth would you say if somebody had done you out of £5 and I said, "That is all right. I forgive him"? Then there is a curious thing which seems to slip out almost by accident. On one occasion, this man is sitting looking down on Jerusalem from the hill above it, and suddenly in comes an extraordinary remark. "I keep on sending you prophets and wise men." Nobody comments on it, and yet, quite suddenly, almost incidentally, he is claiming to be the power that all through the centuries is sending wise men and leaders into the world. Here is another curious remark. In almost every religion there are unpleasant observances like fasting. This man suddenly remarks one day, "No one need fast while I am here." Who is this man who remarks that his mere presence suspends all normal rules? Who is the person who can suddenly tell the school they can have a half-holiday? Sometimes the statements put forward the assumption that he, the speaker, is completely without sin or fault. This is always the attitude. You, to whom I am talking, are all sinners. And he never remotely suggests that this same reproach can be brought against him. He says again, "I am begotten of the one God. Before Abraham was, I am." And remember what the words "I am" were in Hebrew. They were the name of God, which must not be spoken by any human being, the name which it was death to utter. Well, that is the other side. On the one side, clear, definite moral teaching. On the other, claims which, if not true, are those of a megalomaniac, compared with whom Hitler was the most sane and humble of men. There is no halfway house, and there is no parallel in other religions. If you had gone to Buddha and asked him, "Are you the son of Brahma?" he would have said, "My son, you are still in the veil of illusion." If you had gone to Socrates and asked, "Are you Zeus?" he would have laughed at you. If you had gone to Muhammad and asked, "Are you Allah?" he would first have rent his clothes and then cut your head off. If you had asked Confucius, "Are you heaven?" I think he would have probably replied, "Remarks which are not in accordance with nature are in bad taste." The idea of a great moral teacher saying what Christ said is out of the question. In my opinion, the only person who can say that sort of thing is either God or a complete lunatic suffering from that form of delusion which undermines the whole mind of man. If you think you are a poached egg when you are looking for a piece of toast to suit you, you may be sane. But if you think you are God, there is no chance for you. We may note in passing that he was never regarded as a mere moral teacher. He did not produce that effect on any of the people who actually met him. He produced mainly three effects: hatred, terror, adoration. There was no trace of people expressing mild approval. What are we to do about reconciling the two contradictory phenomena? One attempt consists in saying that the man did not really say these things, but that his followers exaggerated the story, and so the legend grew up that he had said them. This is difficult because his followers were all Jews. That is, they belonged to that nation which of all others was most convinced that there was only one God. that there could not possibly be another. It is very odd that this horrible invention about a religious leader should grow up among the one people in the whole earth least likely to make such a mistake. On the contrary, we get the impression that none of his immediate followers, or even of the New Testament writers, embraced the doctrine at all easily. Another point is that on that view, you would have to regard the accounts of the man as being legends. Now, as a literary historian, I am perfectly convinced that whatever else the Gospels are, they are not legends. I have read a great deal of legend, and I am quite clear that they are not the same sort of thing. They are not artistic enough to be legends. From an imaginative point of view, they are clumsy. They don't work up to things properly. Most of the life of Jesus is totally unknown to us, as is the life of anyone else who lived at that time. And no people building up a legend would allow that to be so. Apart from bits of the Platonic dialogues, there are no conversations that I know of in ancient literature like the Fourth Gospel. There is nothing, even in modern literature, until about 100 years ago when the realistic novel came into existence. In the story of the woman taken in adultery, we are told Christ bent down and scribbled in the dust with his finger. Nothing comes of this. No one has ever based any doctrine on it. And the art of inventing little irrelevant details to make an imaginary scene more convincing is a purely modern art. Surely the only explanation of this passage is that the thing really happened. The author put it in simply because he had seen it. Then we come to the strangest story of all, the story of the resurrection. It is very necessary to get the story clear. I heard a man say, "The importance of the resurrection is that it gives evidence of survival, evidence that the human personality survives death." On that view, what happened to Christ would be what had always happened to all men, the difference being that in Christ's case we were privileged to see it happening. This is certainly not what the earliest Christian writers thought. Something perfectly new in the history of the universe had happened. Christ had defeated death. The door which had always been locked had for the very first time been forced open. This is something quite distinct from mere ghost survival. I don't mean that they disbelieved in ghost survival. On the contrary, they believed in it so firmly that on more than one occasion Christ had had to assure them that he was not a ghost. The point is that while believing in survival, they yet regarded the resurrection as something totally different and new. The resurrection narratives are not a picture of survival after death. They record how a totally new mode of being has arisen in the universe. Something new had appeared in the universe, as new as the first coming of organic life. This man, after death, does not get divided into ghost and corpse. A new mode of being has arisen. That is the story. What are we going to make of it? The question is, I suppose, whether any hypothesis covers the facts so well as the Christian hypothesis. That hypothesis is that God has come down into the created universe, down to manhood, and come up again, pulling it up with him. The alternative hypothesis is not legend, nor exaggeration, nor the apparitions of a ghost. It is either lunacy or lies. Unless one can take the second alternative, and I can't, one turns to the Christian theory. What are we to make of Christ? There is no question of what we can make of him. It is entirely a question of what he intends to make of us. You must accept or reject the story. The things he says are very different from what any other teacher has said. Others say, "This is the truth about the universe. This is the way you ought to go." But he says, "I am the truth and the way and the life." He says, "No man can reach absolute reality except through me." Try to retain your own life and you will be inevitably ruined. Give yourself away and you will be saved. He says, "If you are ashamed of me, if when you hear this call you turn the other way, I also will look the other way when I come again as God without disguise." If anything whatever is keeping you from God and from me, whatever it is, throw it away. If it is your eye, pull it out. If it is your hand, cut it off. If you put yourself first, you will be last. Come to me, everyone who is carrying a heavy load, and I will set that right. Your sins, all of them, are wiped out. I can do that. I am rebirth. I am life. Eat me, drink me. I am your food. And finally, do not be afraid. I have overcome the whole universe. That is the issue. 20. The Pains of Animals, A Problem in Theology. The Inquiry by C.E.M. Joad. For many years the problem of pain and evil seemed to me to offer an insuperable objection to Christianity. Either God could abolish them, but did not, in which case, since he deliberately tolerated the presence in the universe of a state of affairs which was bad, I did not see how he could be good. Or he wanted to abolish them, but could not, in which case I did not see how he could be all-powerful. The dilemma is as old as St. Augustine, and nobody pretends that there is an easy way of escape. Moreover, all the attempts to explain pain away, or to mitigate its stark ferocity, or to present it as other than a very great evil, perhaps the greatest of evils, are palpable failures. They are testimonies to the kindness of men's hearts, or perhaps to the queasiness of their consciences, rather than to the sharpness of their wits. And yet, granting pain to be an evil, perhaps the greatest of evils, I have come to accept the Christian view of pain as not incompatible with the Christian concept of the Creator and of the world that he has made. That view I take to be briefly as follows. It was of no interest to God to create a species consisting of virtuous automata, for the virtue of automata who can do no other than they do is a courtesy title only. It is analogous to the virtue of the stone that rolls downhill, or of the water that freezes at 32 degrees. To what end, it may be asked, should God create such creatures? That he might be praised by them? But automatic praise is a mere succession of noises. That he might love them? But they are essentially unlovable. You cannot love puppets. And so God gave man free will, that he might increase in virtue by his own efforts, and become, as a free moral being, a worthy object of God's love. Freedom entails freedom to go wrong. Man did, in fact, go wrong, misusing God's gift and doing evil. Pain is a byproduct of evil. And so pain came into the world as a result of man's misuse of God's gift of free will. So much I can understand. So much, indeed, I accept. It is plausible. It is rational. It hangs together. But now I come to a difficulty to which I see no solution. Indeed, it is in the hope of learning of one that this article is written. This is the difficulty of animal pain, and, more particularly, of the pain of the animal world before man appeared upon the cosmic scene. What account do theologians give of it? The most elaborate and careful account known to me is that of C.S. Lewis. He begins by making a distinction between sentience and consciousness. When we have the sensations A, B, and C, the fact that we have them, and the fact that we know that we have them, imply that there is something which stands sufficiently outside them to notice that they occur, and that they succeed one another. This is consciousness, the consciousness to which sensations happen. In other words, the experience of succession, the succession of sensations, demands a self or soul which is other than the sensations which it experiences. Mr. Lewis invokes the helpful metaphor of the bed of a river along which the stream of sensations flows. Consciousness, therefore, implies a continuing ego which recognizes the succession of sensations. Sentience is their mere succession. Now, animals have sentience, but not consciousness. Mr. Lewis illustrates as follows. This would mean that if you give such a creature 2 blows with a whip, there are, indeed, 2 pains. But there is no coordinating self which can recognize that I have had 2 pains. Even in the single pain there is no self to say, I am in pain. For if it could distinguish itself from the sensation, the bed from the stream, sufficiently to say, I am in pain, it would also be able to connect the 2 sensations as its experience. A. I take Mr. Lewis's point. Or rather, I take it without perceiving its relevance. The question is how to account for the occurrence of pain, 1, in a universe which is the creation of an all-good God, 2, in creatures who are not morally sinful. To be told that the creatures are not really creatures, since they are not conscious in the sense of consciousness defined, does not really help matters. If it be true, as Mr. Lewis says, that the right way to put the matter is not, this animal is feeling pain, but pain is taking place in this animal, pain is nevertheless taking place. Pain is felt even if there is no continuing ego to feel it and to relate it to past and to future pains. Now it is the fact that pain is felt, no matter who or what feels it, or whether any continuing consciousness feels it in a universe planned by a good God, that demands explanation. B. Secondly, the theory of sentience as mere succession of sensations presupposes that there is no continuing consciousness. No continuing consciousness presupposes no memory. It seems to me to be nonsense to say that animals do not remember. The dog who cringes at the sight of the whip by which he has been constantly beaten behaves as if he remembers, and behavior is all that we have to go by. In general, we all act upon the assumption that the horse, the cat, and the dog with which we are acquainted remember very well, remember sometimes better than we do. Now, I do not see how it is possible to explain the fact of memory without a continuing consciousness. Mr. Lewis recognizes this, and concedes that the higher animals, apes, elephants, dogs, cats, and so on, have a self which connects experiences, have, in fact, what he calls a soul. But this assumption presents us with a new set of difficulties. A. If animals have souls, what is to be done about their immortality? The question, it will be remembered, is elaborately debated in heaven at the beginning of Anatole France's Penguin Island, after the short-sighted St. Mile has baptized the penguins, but no satisfactory solution is offered. B. Mr. Lewis suggests that the higher domestic animals achieve immortality as members of a corporate society of which the head is man. It is, apparently, the good man and the good wife ruling their children and their beasts in the good homestead who survive. If you ask, he writes, concerning an animal thus raised as a member of the whole body of the homestead, where its personal identity resides, I answer, where its identity always did reside, even in the earthly life, in its relation to the body and, specially, to the master who is the head of that body. In other words, the man will know his dog, the dog will know its master, and, in knowing him, will be itself. Whether this is good theology, I do not know, but to our present inquiry it raises two difficulties. 1. It does not cover the case of the higher animals who do not know man, for example, apes and elephants, but who are yet considered by Mr. Lewis to have souls. 2. If one animal may attain good immortal selfhood in and through a good man, he may attain bad immortal selfhood in and through a bad man. One thinks of the overnourished lapdogs of idle, overnourished women. It is a little hard that when, through no fault of their own, animals fall to selfish, self-indulgent or cruel masters, they should, through eternity, form part of selfish, self-indulgent or cruel superpersonal wholes, and perhaps be punished for their participation in them. C. If the animals have souls, and, presumably, freedom, the same sort of explanation must be adopted for pain in animals as is offered for pain in men. Pain, in other words, is one of the evils consequent upon sin. The higher animals, then, are corrupt. The question arises, who corrupted them? There seem to be two possible answers. 1. The devil. 2. Man. 1. Mr. Lewis considers this answer. The animals, he says, may originally all have been herbivorous. They became carnivorous, that is to say, they began to prey upon, to tear, and to eat one another because some mighty created power had already been at work for ill on the material universe, or the solar system, or at least the planet Earth, before ever man came on the scene. If there is such a power, it may well have corrupted the animal creation before man appeared. I have 3 comments to make. 1. I find the supposition of Satan tempting monkeys frankly incredible. This, I am well aware, is not a logical objection. It is one's imagination, or is it perhaps one's common sense, that revolts against it? 2. Although most animals fall victims to the redness of nature's tooth and claw, many do not. The sheep falls down the ravine, breaks its leg, and starves. Hundreds of thousands of migrating birds die every year of hunger. Creatures are struck and not killed by lightning, and their seared bodies take long to die. Are these pains due to corruption? 3. The case of animals without souls cannot, on Mr. Lewis's own showing, be brought under the moral corruption explanation. Yet consider just one instance of nature's arrangements. The wasps, Ichneumonidae, sting their caterpillar prey in such a way as to paralyze its nerve centers. They then lay their eggs on the helpless caterpillar. When the grubs hatch from the eggs, they immediately proceed to feed upon the living but helpless flesh of their incubators, the paralyzed but still sentient caterpillars. It is hard to suppose that the caterpillar feels no pain when slowly consumed. Harder still to ascribe the pain to moral corruption. Hardest of all to conceive how such an arrangement could have been planned by an all-good and all-wise Creator. 2. The hypothesis that the animals were corrupted by man does not account for animal pain during the hundreds of millions of years, probably about 900 million, when the earth contained living creatures but did not contain man. In sum, either animals have souls or they have no souls. If they have none, pain is felt for which there can be no moral responsibility, and for which no misuse of God's gift of moral freedom can be invoked as an excuse. If they have souls, we can give no plausible account, A, of their immortality, how draw the line between animals with souls and men with souls, or B, of their moral corruption, which would enable Christian apologists to place them in respect of their pain under the same heading of explanation as that which is proposed, and which I am prepared to accept, for man. It may well be that there is an answer to this problem. I would be grateful to anyone who would tell me what it is. The Reply, by C.S. Lewis. Though there is pleasure as well as danger in encountering so sincere and economical a disputant as Dr. Joad, I do so with no little reluctance. Dr. Joad writes not merely as a controversialist who demands, but as an inquirer who really desires an answer. I come into the matter at all only because my answers have already failed to satisfy him. And it is embarrassing to me, and possibly depressing to him, that he should, in a manner, be sent back to the same shop which has once failed to supply the goods. If it were wholly a question of defending the original goods, I think I would let it alone. But it is not exactly that. I think he has perhaps slightly misunderstood what I was offering for sale. Dr. Joad is concerned with the 9th chapter of my Problem of Pain. And the first point I want to make is that no one would gather from his article how confessedly speculative that chapter was. This was acknowledged in my preface and repeatedly emphasized in the chapter itself. This, of course, can bring no ease to Dr. Joad's difficulties. Unsatisfactory answers do not become satisfactory by being tentative. I mention the character of the chapter to underline the fact that it stands on a rather different level from those which preceded it. And that difference suggests the place which my guesswork about beasts, so I called it at the time, and call it still, had in my own thought, and which I would like this whole question to have in Dr. Joad's thought, too. The first 8 chapters of my book attempted to meet the prima facie case against theism based on human pain. They were the fruit of a slow change of mind, not at all unlike that which Dr. Joad himself has undergone, and to which, when it had been completed, he at once bore honorable and, I expect, costly witness. The process of his thought differed at many points, very likely for the better, from the process of mine, but we came out, more or less, at the same place. The position of which he says in his article, "So much I understand, so much indeed I accept," is very close to that which I reached in the first 8 chapters of my problem. So far, so good. Having got over the problem of human pain, Dr. Joad and I both find ourselves faced with the problem of animal pain. We do not at once part company even then. We both, if I read him correctly, turn with distaste from the easy speeches that comfort cruel men, from theologians who do not seem to see that there is a real problem, who are content to say that animals are, after all, only animals. To us, pain without guilt or moral fruit, however low and contemptible the sufferer may be, is a very serious matter. I now ask Dr. Joad to observe rather closely what I do at this point, for I doubt if it is exactly what he thinks. I do not advance a doctrine of animal sentience as proved, and thence conclude, therefore beasts are not sacrificed without recompense, and therefore God is just. If he will look carefully at my 9th chapter, he will see that it can be divided into 2 very unequal parts. Part 1 consisting of the first paragraph, and Part 2 of all the rest. They might be summarized as follows. Part 1. The data which God has given us enable us in some degree to understand human pain. We lack such data about beasts. We know neither what they are nor why they are. All that we can say for certain is that if God is good, and I think we have grounds for saying that he is, then the appearance of divine cruelty in the animal world must be a false appearance. What the reality behind the false appearance may be, we can only guess. Part 2. And here are some of my own guesses. Now it matters far more whether Dr. Joad agrees with Part 1 than whether he approves any of the speculations in Part 2. But I will first deal, so far as I can, with his critique of the speculations. 1. Conceding positionis causa, my distinction between sentience and consciousness, Dr. Joad thinks it's irrelevant. Pain is felt, he writes, even if there is no continuing ego to feel it and to relate it to past and future pain. And it is the fact that pain is felt, no matter who or what feels it, that demands explanation. I agree that in one sense it does not, for the present purpose, matter who or what feels it. That is, it does not matter how humble or helpless or small, or how removed from our spontaneous sympathies the sufferer is. But it surely does matter how far the sufferer is capable of what we can recognize as misery, how far the genuinely pitiable is consistent with its mode of existence. It will hardly be denied that the more coherently conscious the subject is, the more pity and indignation its pains deserve. And this seems to me to imply that the less coherently conscious, the less they deserve. I still think it possible for there to be a pain so instantaneous, through the absence of all perception of succession, that its unvalue, if I may coin the word, is indistinguishable from zero. A correspondent has instant shooting pains, in our own experience, on those occasions when they are unaccompanied by fear. They may be intense, but they are gone as we recognize their intensity. In my own case, I do not find anything in them which demands pity. They are rather comical. One tends to laugh. A series of such pains is, no doubt, terrible, but then the contention is that the series could not exist for sentience without consciousness. 2. I do not think that behavior, as if from memory, proves memory in the conscious sense. A non-human observer might suppose that if we blink our eyes at the approach of an object, we are remembering pains received on previous occasions. But no memories, in the full sense, are involved. It is, of course, true that the behavior of the organism is modified by past experiences, and we may thus, by metonymy, say that the nerves remember what the mind forgets. But that is not what Dr. Joad and I are talking of. If we are to suppose memory in all cases where behavior adapts itself to a probable recurrence of past events, shall we not have to assume in some insects an inherited memory of their parents' breeding habits? And are we prepared to believe this? 3. Of course, my suggested theory of the tame animal's resurrection in its human, and therefore indirectly divine, context does not cover wild animals or ill-treated tame ones. I had made the point myself, and added, it is intended only as an illustration of the general principles to be observed in framing a theory of animal resurrection. I went on to make an alternative suggestion, observing, I hope, the same principles. My chief purpose at this stage was at once to liberate imagination and to confirm a due agnosticism about the meaning and destiny of brutes. I had begun by saying that if our previous assertion of divine goodness was sound, we might be sure that, in some way or other, all would be well, and all manner of thing would be well. I wanted to reinforce this by indicating how little we knew, and, therefore, how many things one might keep in mind as possibilities. 4. If Dr. Joad thinks I pictured Satan tempting monkeys, I am myself to blame for using the word encouraged. I apologize for the ambiguity. In fact, I had not supposed that temptation, that is, solicitation of the will, was the only mode in which the devil could corrupt or impair. It is probably not the only mode in which he can impair even human beings. When our Lord spoke of the deformed woman as one bound by Satan, I presume he did not mean that she had been tempted into deformity. Moral corruption is not the only kind of corruption. But the word corruption was perhaps ill-chosen and invited misunderstanding. Distortion would have been safer. 5. My correspondent writes, that even the severest injuries in most invertebrate animals are almost, if not quite, painless in the view of most biologists. Loeb collected much evidence to show that animals without cerebral hemispheres were indistinguishable from plants in every psychological respect. The instance readily occurs of the caterpillars which serenely go on eating though their interiors are being devoured by the larvae of some ichneumon fly. The Vivisection Act does not apply to invertebrates, which indicates the views of those who framed it. 6. Though Dr. Joad does not raise the point, I cannot forbear adding some most interesting suggestions about animal fear from the same correspondent. He points out that human fear contains two elements: A, the physical sensations, due to the secretions, etc. B, the mental images of what will happen if one loses hold, or if the bomb falls here, or if the train leaves the rails. Now, A in itself is so far from being an unmixed grief that when we can get it without B, or with unbelieved B, or even with subdued B, vast numbers of people like it. Hence switchbacks, water chutes, fast motoring, mountain climbing. But all this is nothing to a reader who does not accept part 1 in my 9th chapter. No man in his senses is going to start building up a theodicy with speculations about the minds of beasts as his foundation. Such speculations are in place only, as I said, to open the imagination to possibilities, and to deepen and confirm our inevitable agnosticism about the reality, and only after the ways of God to man have ceased to seem unjustifiable. We do not know the answer. These speculations were guesses at what it might possibly be. What really matters is the argument that there must be an answer. The argument that if, in our own lives, where alone, if at all, we know him, we come to recognize the pulchritudo tam antiqua et tam nova, beauty so ancient and so new, then in other realms where we cannot know him, connaître, though we may know, savoir, some few things about him, then despite appearances to the contrary, he cannot be a power of darkness. For there were appearances to the contrary in our own realm too. Yet for Dr. Joad, as for me, they have somehow been got over. I know that there are moments when the incessant continuity and desperate helplessness at what at least seems to be animal suffering make every argument for theism sound hollow, and when, in particular, the insect world appears to be hell itself visibly in operation around us. Then the old indignation, the old pity arises. But how strangely ambivalent this experience is! I need not expound the ambivalence at much length, for I think I have done so elsewhere, and I am sure that Dr. Joad had long discerned it for himself. If I regard this pity and indignation simply as subjective experiences of my own, with no validity beyond their strength at the moment, which next moment will change, I can hardly use them as standards whereby to arraign the creation. On the contrary, they become strong as arguments against God, just in so far as I take them to be transcendent illumination to which creation must conform or be condemned. They are arguments against God only if they are themselves the voice of God. The more Shelleyan, the more Promethean my revolt, the more surely it claims a divine sanction. That the mere contingent Joad or Lewis, born in an era of secure and liberal civilization and imbibing from it certain humanitarian sentiments, should happen to be offended by suffering, what is that to the purpose? How will one base an argument for or against God on such an historical accident? No, not insofar as we feel these things, but insofar as we claim to be right in feeling them. Insofar as we are sure that these standards have an empire de jure over all possible worlds, so far and so far only do they become a ground for disbelief, and at the same moment for belief. God within us steals back at the moment of our condemning the apparent God without. Thus, in Tennyson's poem, the man who had become convinced that the God of his inherited creed was evil exclaimed, "If there be such a God, may the great God curse him and bring him to naught." For if there is no great God behind the curse, who curses? Only a puppet of the little apparent God. His very curse is poisoned at the root. It is just the same sort of event as the very cruelties he is condemning, part of the meaningless tragedy. From this I see only two exits. either that there is a great God, and also a God of this world, a prince of the powers of the air, whom the great God does curse, and sometimes curses through us, or else that the operations of the great God are not what they seem to me to be. 21. Is theism important? I have lost the notes of what I originally said in replying to Professor Price's paper, and cannot now remember what it was, except that I welcomed most cordially his sympathy with the polytheists. I still do. When grave persons express their fear that England is relapsing into paganism, I am tempted to reply, would that she were, for I do not think it at all likely that we shall ever see Parliament opened by the slaughtering of a garlanded white bull in the House of Lords, or cabinet ministers leaving sandwiches in Hyde Park as an offering for the Dryads. If such a state of affairs came about, then the Christian apologist would have something to work on. For a pagan, as history shows, is a man eminently convertible to Christianity. He is essentially the pre-Christian, or sub-Christian religious man. The post-Christian man of our day differs from him as much as a divorcee differs from a virgin. The Christian and the pagan have much more in common with one another than either has with the writers of the New Statesman. And those writers would, of course, agree with me. For the rest, what now occurs to me after rereading Professor Price's paper is something like this. 1. I think we must introduce into the discussion a distinction between two senses of the word faith. This may mean a settled intellectual assent. In that sense, faith, or belief, in God hardly differs from faith in the uniformity of nature, or in the consciousness of other people. This is what, I think, has sometimes been called a notional or intellectual or carnal faith. It may also mean b. a trust or confidence in the God whose existence is thus assented to. This involves an attitude of the will. It is more like our confidence in a friend. It would be generally agreed that faith in sense A is not a religious state. The devils who believe and tremble have faith A. A man who curses or ignores God may have faith A. Philosophical arguments for the existence of God are presumably intended to produce faith A. No doubt those who construct them are anxious to produce faith A because it is a necessary precondition of faith B, and in that sense their ultimate intention is religious. But their immediate object, the conclusion they attempt to prove, is not. I therefore think they cannot be justly accused of trying to get a religious conclusion out of non-religious premises. I agree with Professor Price that this cannot be done. But I deny that the religious philosophers are trying to do it. I also think that in some ages what claim to be proofs of theism have had much more efficacy in producing faith A than Professor Price suggests. Nearly everyone I know who has embraced Christianity in adult life has been influenced by what seemed to him to be at least probable arguments for theism. I have known some who were completely convinced by Descartes' ontological proof. That is, they received faith A from Descartes first, and then went on to seek and to find faith B. Even quite uneducated people who have been Christians all their lives not infrequently appeal to some simplified form of the argument from design. Even acceptance of tradition implies an argument which sometimes becomes explicit in the form, I reckon all those wise men wouldn't have believed in it if it weren't true. Of course, faith A usually involves a degree of subjective certitude which goes beyond the logical certainty or even the supposed logical certainty of the arguments employed. It may retain this certitude for a long time, I expect, even without the support of faith B. This excess of certitude in a settled assent is not at all uncommon. Most of those who believe in uniformity of nature, evolution, or the solar system share it. 2. I doubt whether religious people have ever supposed that faith B follows automatically on the acquisition of faith A. It is described as a gift. As soon as we have faith A in the existence of God, we are instructed to ask from God himself the gift of faith B. An odd request, you may say, to address to a first cause, an ens realissimum, or an unmoved mover. It might be argued, and I think I would argue myself, that even such an aridly philosophical God rather fails to invite than actually repels a personal approach. It would at any rate do no harm to try it. But I fully admit that most of those who, having reached faith A, pray for faith B, do so because they have already had something like religious experience. Perhaps the best way of putting it would be to say that faith A converts into religious experience what was hitherto only potentially or implicitly religious. In this modified form, I would accept Professor Price's view that philosophical proofs never, by themselves, lead to religion. Something at least quasi-religious uses them before, and the proofs remove an inhibition which was preventing their development into religion proper. This is not exactly fides quaerens intellectum, faith-seeking understanding, for these quasi-religious experiences were not fides. In spite of Professor Price's rejection, I still think Otto's account of the numinous is the best analysis of them we have. I believe it is a mistake to regard the numinous as merely an affair of feeling. Admittedly, Otto can describe it only by referring to the emotions it arouses in us. But then, nothing can be described except in terms of its effects in consciousness. We have in English an exact name for the emotion aroused by the numinous, which Otto, writing in German, lacked. We have the word awe, an emotion very like fear, with the important difference that it need imply no estimate of danger. When we fear a tiger, we fear that it may kill us. When we fear a ghost, well, we just fear the ghost, not this or that mischief which it may do us. The numinous, or awful, is that of which we have this, as it were, objectless or disinterested fear, this awe. And the numinous is not a name for our own feeling of awe, any more than the contemptible is a name for contempt. It is the answer to the question, of what do you feel awe? And what we feel awe of is certainly not itself awe. With Otto, and in a sense with Professor Price, I would find the seed of religious experience in our experience of the numinous. In an age like our own, such experience does occur, but until religion comes and retrospectively transforms it, it usually appears to the subject to be a special form of aesthetic experience. In ancient times, I think experience of the numinous developed into the holy only insofar as the numinous, not in itself at all necessarily moral, came to be connected with the morally good. This happened regularly in Israel, sporadically elsewhere. But even in the higher paganism, I do not think this process led to anything exactly like fides. There is nothing creedal in paganism. In Israel we do get fides, but this is always connected with certain historical affirmations. Faith is not simply in the numinous Elohim, nor even simply in the holy Yahweh, but in the God of our fathers, the God who called Abraham and brought Israel out of Egypt. In Christianity, this historical element is strongly reaffirmed. The object of faith is at once the ens entium of the philosophers, the awful mystery of paganism, the holy law given of the moralists, and Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified under Pontius Pilate and rose again on the third day. Thus we must admit that faith, as we know it, does not flow from philosophical argument alone, nor from experience of the numinous alone, nor from moral experience alone, nor from history alone, but from historical events which at once fulfill and transcend the moral category, which link themselves with the most numinous elements in paganism, and which, as it seems to us, demand as their presupposition the existence of a being who is more, but not less, than the God whom many reputable philosophers think they can establish. Religious experience, as we know it, really involves all these elements. We may, however, use the word in a narrower sense to denote moments of mystical or devotional or merely numinous experience. And we may then ask, with Professor Price, how such moments, being a kind of visio, are related to faith, which by definition is not sight. This does not seem to me one of the hardest questions. Religious experience, in the narrower sense, comes and goes, especially goes. The operation of faith is to retain, so far as the will and intellect are concerned, what is irresistible and obvious during the moments of special grace. By faith, we believe always what we hope hereafter to see always and perfectly, and have already seen imperfectly and by flashes. In relation to the philosophical premises, a Christian's faith is, of course, excessive. In relation to what is sometimes shown him, it is perhaps just as often defective. My faith, even in an earthly friend, goes beyond all that could be demonstratively proved. Yet, in another sense, I may often trust him less than he deserves. 22. Rejoinder to Dr. Pittenger. To one of the charges Dr. Norman Pittenger makes in his Critique in the October 1st Christian Century, I must with shame plead guilty. He has caught me using the word literally where I did not really mean it, a vile journalistic cliché which he cannot reprobate more severely than I now do myself. I must also admit some truth in his charge of Apollinarianism. There is a passage in my Problem of Pain which would imply, if pressed, a shockingly crude conception of the Incarnation. I corrected it by a footnote to the French edition, but have not been able to do so elsewhere, save in so far as Mere Christianity, Book 4, Chapter 3, may provide an antidote. This must not be taken to mean that my present conception would fully satisfy Dr. Pittenger. He speaks about the validity of our Lord's unique place in Christian faith as the one in whom God was so active and so present that he may be called God-man. I am not quite sure what this means. May I translate it, our Lord's actually unique place in the structure of utter reality, the unique mode as well as degree of God's presence and action in him, make the formula God-man the objectively true description of him. If so, I think we are very nearly agreed. Or must I translate it, the unique place which Christians, subjectively in their own thoughts, gave to our Lord as one in whom God was present and active to a unique degree, make it reasonable for them to call him God-man? If so, I must demur. In other words, if Dr. Pittenger's may be called means anything less or other than is, I could not accept his formula. For I think that Jesus Christ is, in fact, the only Son of God, that is, the only original Son of God, through whom others are enabled to become sons of God. If Dr. Pittenger wishes to attack that doctrine, I wonder he should choose me as its representative. It has had champions far worthier of his steel. I turn next to my book Miracles, and am sorry to say that I here have to meet Dr. Pittenger's charges with straight denials. He says that this book opens with a definition of miracle as the violation of the laws of nature. He is mistaken. The passage, chapter 2, really runs, I use the word miracle to mean an interference with nature by supernatural power. If Dr. Pittenger thinks the difference between the true text and his misquotation merely verbal, he has misunderstood nearly the whole book. I never equated nature, the spatio-temporal system of facts and events, with the laws of nature, the patterns into which these facts and events fall. I would as soon equate an actual speech with the rules of grammar. In chapter 8 I say in so many words that no miracle either can or need break the laws of nature, that it is inaccurate to define a miracle as something that breaks the laws of nature, and that the divine art of miracle is not an art of suspending the pattern to which events conform, but of feeding new events into that pattern. How many times does a man need to say something before he is safe from the accusation of having said exactly the opposite? I am not for a moment imputing dishonesty to Dr. Pittenger. We all know too well how difficult it is to grasp or retain the substance of a book one finds antipathetic. Again, Dr. Pittenger contrasts my view with that which makes miracles a sign of God's action and presence in creation. Yet in chapter 15, I say that the miracle at Cana manifests the God of Israel, who has through all these centuries given us wine, and that in the miraculous feedings God does close and small what he has always been doing in the seas, the lakes, and the little brooks. Surely this is just what Dr. Pittenger wanted me to say, and what Athanasius says, De Incarnatione 14:8, edited by F. L. Cross, 1939. It is very true that I make no use of the different words, semeia, terata, and the rest, which New Testament writers use for miracles. But why should I? I was writing for people who wanted to know whether the things could have happened, rather than what they should be called. whether we could without absurdity believe that Christ rose from the emptied tomb. I am afraid most of my readers, if once convinced that he did not, would have felt it of minor importance to decide whether, if he had done so, this non-existent event would have been a teras or a dunamis. And, in certain moods, one does, after all, see their point. Dr. Pittenger thinks the naturalist whom I try to refute in Chapter 3 is a man of straw. He may not be found in the circles Dr. Pittenger frequents. He is quite common where I come from, and presumably in Moscow. There is indeed a really serious hitch in that chapter, which ought to be rewritten, but Dr. Pittenger has not seen it, or has charitably kept silent about it. I now turn to the more difficult and interesting question of the fourth Gospel. It is difficult because, here again, I do not quite understand what Dr. Pittenger writes. He blames me for putting all four Gospels in the same category, and especially for believing that Jesus claimed deity because the fourth Gospel says he did. But this does not mean that Dr. Pittenger rejects the fourth as simply untrue. According to him, it gives that interpretation of our Lord's significance which the early Christians found, and rightly found, to be true. Now, in my language, that significance of anything which is rightly found to be true would be its true significance, and those who found it would have found what the thing really meant. If the fourth Gospel gives us what Jesus Christ really meant, why am I blamed for accepting it? But I am, and therefore Dr. Pittenger's words must bear some other sense. Does he mean that what they rightly found to be true was not true? Or that the significance which was rightly found to be true by them would be wrongly found to be true by us? Or did they get the significance right and go wrong about the interpretation of the significance? I give it up. I confess, however, that the problem of the fourth Gospel raises in me a conflict between authority and private judgment. The authority of all those learned men who think that Gospel unhistorical, and my judgment as a literary critic which constrains me to think it at least as close to the facts as Boswell's Johnson. If I venture here to follow judgment in the teeth of authority, this is partly because I could never see how one escaped the dilemma aut deus, aut malus homo, either God or a bad man, by confining oneself to the synoptics. Moderns do not seem startled, as contemporaries were, by the claim Jesus there makes to forgive sins. Not sins against himself, just sins. Yet surely, if they actually met it, they would feel differently. If Dr. Pittenger told me that two of his colleagues had lost him a professorship by telling lies about his character, and I replied, "I freely forgive them both," would he not think this an impertinence, both in the old and in the modern sense, bordering on insanity? And of course all three synoptics tell the story of one who, at his trial, sealed his fate by saying he was the Son of God. I am accused of attributing almost spatial transcendence to God and of denying his continued presence within nature because I speak of him as invading or intruding into her. This is really very hard of the Doctor. Of course, the very word transcendence contains a spatial image. So does immanence. So does Dr. Pittenger's God's action and presence in the creation. We must, after all, speak the language of men. I have got much light on this problem from Edwin Bevan's Symbolism and Belief. But I freely admit that, believing both, I have stressed the transcendence of God more than his immanence. I thought and think that the present situation demands this. I see around me no danger of deism, but much of an immoral, naive and sentimental pantheism. I have often found that it was, in fact, the chief obstacle to conversion. Dr. Pittenger says that I base the faith on authority which has grown up in the church and won the assent of great doctors. So does he. His authority is the total consentient witness of all Christians from the Apostles' time. I am not sure why he calls my authority mechanical. Surely it differs from his mainly by being discoverable. The total consentient witness would be grand if we had it. But of course, the overwhelming majority of Christians, as of other men, have died and are dying while I write, without recording their witness. How does Dr. Pittenger consult his authority? Where he really hurt me was in the charge of callousness to animals. surprised me too, for the very same passage is blamed by others for extreme sentimentality. It is hard to please all, but if the Patagonians think me a dwarf and the Pygmies a giant, perhaps my stature is in fact fairly unremarkable. The statement that I do not care much for the Sermon on the Mount, but prefer the Pauline ethic of man's sinfulness and helplessness, carries a suggestion of alternatives between which we may choose, where I see successive stages through which we must proceed. Most of my books are evangelistic, addressed to tois exo. It would have been inept to preach forgiveness and a Saviour to those who did not know they were in need of either. Hence St. Paul's and the Baptists' diagnosis, would you call it exactly an ethic, had to be pressed. Nor am I aware that our Lord revised it, if ye, being evil. As to caring for the Sermon on the Mount, if caring for here means liking or enjoying, I suppose no one cares for it. Who can like being knocked flat on his face by a sledgehammer? I can hardly imagine a more deadly spiritual condition than that of the man who can read that passage with tranquil pleasure. This is indeed to be at ease in Zion. Such a man is not yet ripe for the Bible. He had better start by learning sense from Islam. The heaven and the earth and all between, thinkest thou I made them in jest? And this illustrates what appears to me to be a weakness in the doctor's critical method. He judges my books in vacuo, with no consideration of the audience to whom they were addressed, or the prevalent errors they were trying to combat. The naturalist becomes a straw man because he is not found among first-rate scientists and readers of Einstein. But I was writing ad populum, not ad clarum. This is relevant to my manner as well as my matter. It is true, I do not understand why it is vulgar or offensive, in speaking of the Holy Trinity, to illustrate from plain and solid geometry the conception that what is self-contradictory on one level may be consistent on another. I could have understood the doctors being shocked if I had compared God to an unjust judge, or Christ to a thief in the night. But mathematical objects seem to me as free from sordid associations as any the mind can entertain. But let all that pass. Suppose the image is vulgar. If it gets across to the unbeliever what the unbeliever desperately needs to know, the vulgarity must be endured. Indeed, the image's very vulgarity may be an advantage, for there is much sense in the reasons advanced by Aquinas, following Pseudo-Dionysius, for preferring to present divine truths sub figuris vilium corporum, under the figures of vile bodies, Summa Theologica. When I began, Christianity came before the great mass of my unbelieving fellow countrymen, either in the highly emotional form offered by revivalists, or in the unintelligible language of highly cultured clergymen. Most men were reached by neither. My task was therefore simply that of a translator, one turning Christian doctrine, or what he believed to be such, into the vernacular, into language that unscholarly people would attend to and could understand. For this purpose, a style more guarded, more nuancé, finely shaded, more rich in fruitful ambiguities, in fact, a style more like Dr. Pittenger's own, would have been worse than useless. It would not only have failed to enlighten the common reader's understanding, it would have aroused his suspicion. He would have thought, poor soul, that I was facing both ways, sitting on the fence, offering at one moment what I withdrew the next, and generally trying to trick him. I may have made theological errors. My manner may have been defective. Others may do better hereafter. I am ready, if I am young enough, to learn. Dr. Pittenger would be a more helpful critic if he advised a cure as well as asserting many diseases. How does he himself do such work? What methods, and with what success, does he employ when he is trying to convert the great mass of storekeepers, lawyers, realtors, morticians, policemen and artisans who surround him in his own city? One thing at least is sure. If the real theologians had tackled this laborious work of translation about 100 years ago, when they began to lose touch with the people for whom Christ died, there would have been no place for me. 23. Must our image of God go? The Bishop of Woolwich will disturb most of us Christian laymen less than he anticipates. We have long abandoned belief in a God who sits on a throne in a localized heaven. We call that belief anthropomorphism, and it was officially condemned before our time. There is something about this in Gibbon. I have never met any adult who replaced God up there by God out there in the sense spatially external to the universe. If I said God is outside or beyond space-time, I should mean as Shakespeare is outside the Tempest, i.e., its scenes and persons do not exhaust his being. We have always thought of God as being not only in, above, but also below us, as the depth of ground. We can imaginatively speak of Father in heaven, yet also of the everlasting arms that are beneath. We do not understand why the bishop is so anxious to canonize the one image and forbid the other. We admit his freedom to use which he prefers. We claim our freedom to use both. His view of Jesus as a window seems wholly orthodox. He that hath seen me hath seen the Father. John 14, verse 9. Perhaps the real novelty is in the bishop's doctrine about God. But we can't be certain, for here he is very obscure. He draws a sharp distinction between asking, does God exist as a person, and asking whether ultimate reality is personal. But surely he who says yes to the second question has said yes to the first. Any entity describable without gross abuse of language as God must be ultimate reality, and if ultimate reality is personal, then God is personal. Does the bishop mean that something which is not a person could yet be personal? Even this could be managed if not a person were taken to mean a person and more, as is provided for by the doctrine of the Trinity. But the bishop does not mention this. Thus, though sometimes puzzled, I am not shocked by his article. His heart, though perhaps in some danger of bigotry, is in the right place. If he has failed to communicate why the things he is saying move him so deeply, as they obviously do, this may be primarily a literary failure. If I were briefed to defend his position, I should say, the image of the Earth Mother gets in something which that of the Sky Father leaves out. Religions of the Earth Mother have hitherto been spiritually inferior to those of the Sky Father, but perhaps it is now time to readmit some of their elements. I shouldn't believe it very strongly, but some sort of case could be made out.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.